Yeah, I was getting notifications that Night Watch was up. So biscuits and gravy is ready. Yeah, no shit. Biscuits and gravy does sound good. Yes, Queen. Very, very frightening me, Galileo. Obrigado. Let's see here. Right? Let's see here. Right. Yeah, there was some incursions a little bit earlier, like about 30 of them in Israel. Let's see here. See if this damn thing is going to cooperate a little bit better. It was acting kind of jerky earlier. Let's see. Maybe I might get lucky. Democrats seek to overturn Trump's new rules for student loan forgiveness. He's fucking, I hate all these politicians. There ain't a damn one of them worth a shit. There we go, get you guys some static. I'm just shocked how quiet it is. It's so scary quiet. I mean, do you guys think it's too quiet for everything that's going on?
Yes, okay, but they don't really fully understand what the software is doing at speed. And in a high-intensity war with Russia or China, the fear that the reliance on software could eventually become overwhelming and really muddle human judgment. I think a lot of people, including former NATO officers I talked to, are legitimately concerned in the future.
It's halftime. As well. Yeah, it just, I don't know.
6 minutes to 7 now. Why do women wait longer for medical care than
I get,
why are appeals for pain relief often ignored in hospital.
weird
There's two questions
intuition
which lie behind the women's
on
health
stuff.
strategy launched under the
And
last
the
Tory
last
government 4
2
years ago.
nights
Now
I've
being
been
updated
really,
by this Labour government. Joyce Harper, the professor of reproductive science at the
unsteady.
Institute for Women's
Like,
Health at University College London.
you ever get
told
those
me
feelings
what
like
she
you know
hopes
something
this will achieve.
extremely bad
It's very important to have a women's
is
health
about to
strategy,
happen,
which we
but
have
you
had
don't
now
know
for
what
several
it
years.
is?
But it is something that is a
That's
work in progress.
that's the kind of
And
shit
as
that
we've
I've
all said,
been
we need to
getting
keep
lately.
listening to women, seeing what they need, and make sure we address that need. So it's
Oh, I'm
very
shocked
good to have a
that
review and to see
the
where
Gloom
we
and
have
Doom
got to so far and
channel
potentially
isn't
where
up
we need
and
to go
running.
to in the next few years.
Crucially, this is about hearing the voices of women patients, which all too often are ignored.
Absolutely, and women have complicated
Yeah,
biology.
normally
Periods, we have menstrual cycles, we have fertility and pregnancy and menopause.
it seems like they always
And
wait
all of
till the
those
stock
situations
market
can
closes
cause issues, they can cause
before
symptoms and problems for women's health.
they
So it's
drop
brilliant that
something
these are now
big,
being
but
addressed.
I don't
But
know. It
we
just
have
seems
a lot more
really
work to do
weird
to
to
make
me
sure that
right
we're
now.
listening to women, addressing their needs, and making sure that we really give them proper medical care and support if they need it.
How
You know,
concerning
and
is it to you that it is women waiting for
seems
treatment
like
on
to
the
me,
NHS who are waiting longer
and like I
than
said,
other
I
patients? Their waiting list, in other words, has
don't
been
watch
longer in the
mainstream
past year.
news at all.
Yes, this
I
is
quit
really
watching
unacceptable. These
mainstream
waiting
news
lists
after
are
the
not acceptable at all. And we really
2020,
need to see more. A lot of the conditions I've mentioned, they
and
are complex. So they're not just one symptom that are leading to a problem.
it
They
seems
can
like
lead
to
to
me
a
they
number of
hyped up
issues
this
for women. So we need to
um,
have this holistic view, and we need to make sure that these issues are addressed immediately, as soon as we can, with as short as we can waiting lists. Some of these are causing women
somebody
serious
said Iran called the
affecting their
White Horse,
quality of
White
life,
House,
their ability to
and wanted
work,
to
their
talk.
ability
Also
to
said
function.
Trump will
So
be at
we've got to get those
the
questions
next
down.
talks in person.
Rhetoric
That
from the
may
health
be
sector in their streets
that,
is
you know,
a healthcare system all
if
too
people
often
weren't so fucking
gaslights
broke, they
women.
could pay-per-view
Spell
that
out what
shit,
you think he means
and
by
people
that.
would buy it.
Well, the trouble with women's health through the years that
But
lots
it
of
seems
women
like to
feel
me
that
the whole
they
Turkey
are
Israeli shit,
a problem and
for
not
as big
really
as they
get
were
medical
making it,
care. So
it like
women
died
or
real
ever
quick.
have dealt with,
Doesn't
for
seem
example,
like
painful and
anybody's
difficult
talking
periods,
about it
and they
or
just put up with it. They see
referring
other
to
women
it.
around them and they think, oh well, maybe there's, I'm just making a fuss about nothing. So this has been unacceptable. We've got to treat every woman as an individual and make sure that if their symptoms are really affecting them, that they are listened to and they are treated accordingly and not gaslit at all.
Professor Joyce Harper of UCL, thank you very much for joining us. The Health Secretary, where Street is going to be talking about that.
17 in chat.
10 on Radio 4.
Trust the plan, baby.
7 there, let us look ahead to Friday here on Radio 4. The new series of the News Quiz returns with your host, Andy Zoltzman. You can just make up your own jokes there. And a panel of comedians trying to find the funny in the news. What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what, that would be one
Too much red tape.
place I'd love to go,
The UK
is North Korea. Just to witness it.
I do not fly tip, and Masterfly has given me especially good service. The new series of the News Quiz.
I mean, I watch so many
To listen on your
documentaries.
just say play Radio 4.
Looks like we have
Play with the weather.
yeah, see, here's this confrontation shit going
It's
on
looking pretty grey out there at the moment.
in Israel.
Close by, weather fronts crossing the country, but it's not cold. Temperatures are hovering around 10 Celsius at the moment in most towns and cities. Most of the rain at the moment is across Scotland and also other western parts of the UK. So I think in the first half of the day we can expect further rain in Scotland and western fringes of the British Isles, so certainly Northern Ireland, Wales and also southwestern parts of England. Further east today, there is a few spits and spots of rain around at the moment, but I think
I wonder,
the proper rain won't reach you until much later on.
Little
So
Rocket
split
Man.
the UK in half. First half of the day in the west, expect rain and then sunny spells and showers.
Yeah,
In the
I think
east of
there'd
the
be a
country,
snowball's
the rain will
chance in
reach
hell
you
they'd come
later
to
on
the
in
White
the day.
House.
Now, our top temperatures will range from around 10 Celsius in the far north of Scotland, 13 expected in Belfast, and around 16 in Manchester. In the southeast of England, highs should reach around 18 or so. Now, this evening and overnight, we can expect a little bit more rain, and then the night is going to be quite showery in Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I
And the
seen
southeast,
that.
it should be clear. Not
Yeah,
too cold
Lebanon's
overnight.
afraid they're about ready to get
And
smoked.
then tomorrow, Brolly's to hand, we've got another day of showers. The showers will be probably cropping up right from the morning onwards, and they are possible almost anywhere across the country. And really, rest of the week, it's a story.
Hey, is anybody ever
Tom, thank you very much
ever
indeed. You're listening to Today on BBC Radio
heard
4.
from, what the hell was that?
And Nick Robinson.
That guy that he'd go on streams and
On Wednesday, the 15th of April, the headlines this morning.
he thought he was the biggest constitutional attorney known to man. God, what the hell was that guy's
The BBC
name?
investigation has found that some migrants are being given legal advice to pretend that they're gay in order to claim asylum and stay in the UK.
You are required to provide evidence to the Home Office demonstrating that if you are
Yeah,
gay,
everything
you
is
indeed
quiet. That's what scares me.
We can claim that you have actually been associated with us all along.
And one other headline, hospices in England say they're facing a growing financial crisis.
Also in the next hour, we'll hear how the King plans to tread the diplomatic tightrope during his state visit to the United States.
Oh, that was his name, Devil Dog. Do you guys remember that guy?
What can 50 years of counting butterflies tell us about the state of nature?
We've managed to keep all the butterflies that we've had on these transit routes, and we've actually gained
Yeah, I
some.
wonder whatever happened to
Butterflies
him.
moving into the Chilterns that are coming up from the south of England with global warming.
We're going to be hearing about the work of those citizen scientists a little later on. That's all after the BBC News, read for us this morning by Alan Smith. The Chancellor will hold talks with the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in Washington today after saying she's very frustrated and angry that the US went to war with Iran without an exit plan. In an interview with the Daily Mirror, Rachel Reeves criticised what she called the folly of President Trump's decision. She said that as a result, the vital Strait of Hormuz waterway was now blocked, and families and businesses in the UK were feeling the impact. Yesterday, the International Monetary Fund predicted the economic fallout from the conflict would hit the UK harder than any other advanced economy.
I wonder what lady they're talking about.
Here's our economics editor, Faisal Islam. Among the world's finance ministers and central bankers gathered here at the IMF, there is concern that another geopolitical crisis has hampered economic recovery.
I love how all these people.
The Chancellor's public frustration and anger at the economic impact of the war might be tested at her bilateral meeting with her US counterpart, Scott Bessent, later today.
Tesla sales office in northern Louisiana attacked with Molotov cocktails. Yeah, he had an answer for everything.
But at the end of the day, there's no escaping. The Strait of Hormuz is the economic nut of this crisis. And if we don't open it peacefully and lastly, and that's going to take a while, then we're going to keep on missing 12 million barrels a day for a long time.
On Friday, the UK and France will host an international conference on...
Did Monkey do a show today?
Though only after a peace deal is agreed. Market oil prices had dipped yesterday on the hope of further peace talks, but the concern now is about the physical supplies of gas, diesel, fertilizer products and helium that were due to have been delivered around now, but are still in the Gulf. The US Vice President J.D. Vance has said that Iran's negotiators want to make a deal, but mistrust between the nations cannot be solved overnight. He was speaking after President Trump suggested that talks with Iran could restart soon after they collapsed on Sunday. Here's our North America correspondent, Peter Bowes.
Speaking before an audience of the Conservative Campus Network, Turning Point USA, J.D. Vance
Oh,
felt
yeah, he did
very
do
good about where the U.S.
alive today. U.S. naval blockade.
not be overcome overnight, but he believed the Iranian negotiators wanted to make a deal. He reiterated that it was the president's policy that Iran could not have a nuclear weapon and that negotiations to that end were taking place. Speaking to the New York Post yesterday, Mr. Trump said peace talks could be happening over the next 2 days.
The US military says it's completely halted Iran's trade by sea.
Yeah, I'll have to watch that. I wonder
Iranian ports have
if
been fully implemented, cutting off all maritime trade.
he said anything about the conversation that we
A
had
BBC investigation has revealed a shadow industry of legal advisors charging thousands of pounds
with
to help
the
migrants
that
pretend to be
Pakistani
in order to
plane.
stay in the country. Those whose visas are
Yeah, I don't know.
due
This is BBC
potholes for
World
asylum
Service.
claims and are instructed
I mean,
how to obtain fabricated evidence,
hopefully,
supporting letters and
you know,
photos of LGBT
you
events.
can't get a copyright strike for this because it's a government
The UK asylum process offers protection to
taxpayer-funded radio, so and I'm doing it on shortwave.
But our investigation reveals how some advisors are extracting fees from international
But I'm sure
students and
they'll
workers
find a
who
way
want
to
stay in the country. One advisor, Tanisha Khan,
to do it if they want to. I'd love to see this. Some of these platforms just get absolutely cranked by the FCC.
including photographs of you at clubs, various other pieces of supporting evidence.
She told the reporter to go to an Eastern event for gay asylum
Push
seekers
Donde.
to help with his application. We secretly filmed a succession of men there, saying many attending weren't genuinely gay.
Have you guys ever watched any YouTube documentaries about North Korea? I think the one that really got me was like Room 7.
The state visit by King Charles and Queen Camilla to the US later this month will not include a meeting with survivors of the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
No. The king don't want to meet with him. Oh, hey, did you guys see Trump started issuing pardons today?
There have been calls for the King and Queen to meet Epstein survivors during their visit to the US, but that has been ruled out. Power sources say they don't want to risk jeopardizing the election.
Yeah, the British Broadcasting. Yeah, it's a government
Queen Camilla will meet campaigners seeking to stop violence against women. The visit is taking place at a time of political tensions.
the mouthpiece for the tea
Says
sippers.
between the King and President Trump will show the
Watched
benefits
about
of being
China.
close allies, despite
Yeah, there's
political
this.
disagreements.
I think it's called Room 17. Funny. About their secret slush fund. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I love watching
The strategy, first published by the Conservative government in 2022,
Ah.
has now been updated by
some of the videos where people go to China and they go to Dang Dong, China, which is shut up, Doc. I know there's going to be some comment.
Marginalised by the NHS. Gynecology has been selected for the first trial.
Someone
scheme,
said that
which will
on
allocate
Jeff
funding
P.
to areas
round
identified as
one.
inadequate by patients.
Oh, is that
Standard
Jeffrey
of care will be
Prather?
introduced to ensure women are offered appropriate pain relief for invasive gynecological procedures. BBC
Oh, I
analysis
know.
shows that there was a 98% increase
Yeah.
in this waiting list over the last 6 years, compared with 58% for other conditions. The Royal College of Obstetricians
I
and
think-
Gynecologists
I'll
has
tell
welcomed
you
the
what.
strategy, but says that
I
despite
think
the
this shit's
government's
gonna.
commitments on waiting lists,
I think it's going to be like
remains deeply concerning.
hospices in
overnight.
England are warning of growing
Yeah, there's a
economic
lot of
crisis
channels
that could force them to cut
um,
services, close beds, and in some cases shut down entirely.
that I
Staff from across
would
England
watch
are
religiously.
to present the Prime Minister
You
with a
know,
letter calling for
just
urgent
one,
help.
I like the
As well as the
content,
plan reports.
but it was giving me pathways to start digging into some of this shit and going through all the raw data. And you know, I used to listen to, what was it called, like X22.
Charitable donations to make up the gaps. Last year, the government announced
Oh yeah, Trump was he was handing out pardons like Oprah to hand out cars.
The increasingly warm and sunny weather brought by climate change has helped some British butterfly species to flourish. But data from the UK Butterfly Monitoring Scheme shows that many of our most distinctive butterflies are in steep decline. Here's our climate editor, Justin Rowlatt.
The scheme has collected more than 44 million records and has been described
Yeah,
as
I
a
used
global
to
gold
watch a lot of them. I mean, it was,
of the 59 native
you know me, I have to have
while the rest have increased. Because butterflies are cold-blooded, warmer weather helps them survive and spread. And with many UK species already at their northern
Oh my
range
God,
limit,
you'll
they
love
can
this.
move into northern England
This
in
is
spring.
this to
However,
me is
this
a
depends
problem.
on suitable
Representative
habitat. Many species are highly
Yasmin,
specialized, with caterpillars that rely on one
she's
or
a
two
representative out in
Their
Arizona.
ability to establish
Okay,
new populations is
I
limited
think
as
first
habitats such as
generation
woodland clearings
Iranian
and chalk grasslands
in our
are lost
Congress
or degraded. That was our
is
Friday
going
Daily
to
News
file
Interesting
articles of
Thank you. That's 9
impeachment
minutes past 7 is the
on
time.
Pete
What should
Hegseth
Rachel Reeves do now
because
to
of
help
what
Britain
he's
cope with the
doing
fallout from war? She's in Washington
inside
today. As we're
Iran.
hearing in the news, she is angry. She's seen the
Hold on,
US
dipshit.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent
Let me give you a civics lesson because you're first generation.
and what she calls the lack of planning for what would happen next.
Pete Hegseth doesn't
So far, what actions
give any
the government
orders,
need to take? Let us talk to William Smith from
anything like that. He takes the orders from the commander-in-chief, you moron. I mean, it's almost like they're putting this shit out there just
to the government about things that they need to do right now.
to show people how dumb people are, but then most of the people listening and
without also addressing the cost of doing business and helping businesses to invest and grow.
because most of those people don't know. Yeah, everything got to be monotonous, and it would be the same shit over and over and over again.
So there are things that the government can do. They're already consulting at the moment.
I don't know. I got a very strong feeling something major is going to happen. I don't know what it is, but
In practical terms, then what would that mean?
I've had that feeling ever since last night because it's just too eerily quiet. Everything is quiet. EAMs are quiet. A couple of my buddies are too quiet. And a lot of times when they go quiet because they don't want to they don't want to slip up and say something. Kurt Swalwell is the next spokesman for Southwest Airlines. Want to get away. You know,
we should be drilling more in the North Sea. Have a view on whether the government needs to change.
I think it's going to be here. I really do.
Oil and gas from the North Sea.
I'm still waiting for the guy who came across the border. I think we're going to see that dude again. Who said everyone's going to know who I am.
Which hits our North Sea producers. It's reducing investment at the moment in the North Sea. That needs to be reformed. There are proposals on the table which the government are considering. They should implement them now and be clear that they're going to encourage that investment of existing extraction. There are also decisions that are sitting on the desks of government on Jackdaw and Rosebank,
So,
which are two of the existing licenses
this is nuts.
for the North Sea.
A new California bill
Existing oil and gas extraction.
looks to make investigative journalism a crime.
Determined on international markets, but it will impact jobs and investment and
Holy
revenue
shit.
from the North Sea, and it's a critical part of the skills we need for that energy.
Well, exactly. Why would Trump issue pardons? And I think these were all J6ers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yesterday it was, wasn't it? The triple lock on pensions has got to go.
Well, that is one of the measures that we know
Oh,
is
yeah.
very costly
Yeah.
for the government, and the government has to make some difficult choices.
I'm telling you,
and I
Lord.
think this energy crisis shows that energy costs.
I've been wrong
We absolutely need
so many times in how
These are some of the decisions the chancellor will be thinking about.
I thought this was going to play out.
With those high energy costs. But there are also decisions.
And now I'm, the Oath
need to
Keepers,
make
yeah.
around the defense investment plan. There was so much focus this week on, that is a plan.
I don't know
that
how
the
these
government,
midterms,
where we
if
need
they
to
happen.
So businesses can really help some of the.
I'm
defense
still in the
and
camp,
we
something
urgently
major
need to make the UK's energy and broader security
I don't know.
more
I mean,
It's interesting though, because just on the
why
point
would
of,
Trump step down?
defence spending, so there was a drone company, a British drone
Why?
company.
I mean,
representing
that doesn't
World
make
War
any
One
sense to
yesterday,
me.
saying, basically, we're thinking of moving
Because he
forward
looks
because we want to provide
healthy,
things, but we haven't yet been given
you
the
know,
go-ahead to provide
and I know
these
there'd
drones
been
and
rumors
technology to the British government.
that he wasn't going to serve
This
a
morning
full term.
that there is a real economic cost. Not
But,
only the
you
defence
know,
cost and the
I'll tell
potential
you
threat from
what,
Russia, etc. There is an economic cost that is being borne now.
and I'm sure a
by
lot
the
of you
delay
are in
to the
agreement.
defence plan.
There absolutely is. And
I
it's
don't know if I
an
can ever
enormous
trust
opportunity
another
because
election.
The government have set out the defence industrial strategy. They've recognised that defence is one of the critical industries in our overall economic plan, but we are still waiting for the details of where the government will be doing procurement, which we know we need to increase our overall defence capacity. There are large companies and some of these innovative defence tech companies waiting for that investment plan so that they can get on and deliver some of those contracts. The longer we stand around and wait, it has an
Well,
impact
yeah,
on
that's
capability, and it's important because
that's
countries
what I'm
across
saying. I
Europe,
mean,
across the world are trying to increase their spending on defence. The longer we delay that, the higher costs we will ultimately pay to increase that capability, which we know we need to see.
Ray Newton-Smith, CEO of the CBI. Thank you.
what I mean, hypothetically, let's say the midterms happen. Democrats win the House and the Senate. Nothing will get done. Trump will be a lame duck president. Impeachments, I mean, fuck, they're already trying to start impeachments. They're already trying to get the cabinet to do the 25th on him. And I think that's just because they're scared shitless.
In Pakistan, we made a ton of progress, but the reason why the deal is not yet done is because the president, he really wants a deal where Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, Iran is not state-sponsoring terrorism, but also the people of Iran can...
I don't get this whole negotiation shit with Iran, because I think everybody can kind of agree it's never going to go anywhere as long as the clerics in the IRGC are still there. Oh yeah, look, Sissy, every time these dudes get quiet, I get fucking nervous.
Of all their nuclear activities in order to reach a deal. Iranian foreign minister said the other day that they were inches away from.
I'll tell you what, Rubio
However,
has
become
become
that easy apart. This is
a damn pipe hitter.
Iran's
And you know,
nuclear
go back
one of
and
the sticking points. However,
the 2016 debates.
back in 2015.
I mean,
when
Trump
the
was
Obama
just
administration
whipping into
when they
his
reached a
ass.
deal with Iran,
And now
as JCPOA, it was
he's
only
just
limited to Iran's nuclear program
whipping,
and nuclear enrichment.
whipping
However, today, the
his,
talks
I
are
mean,
among so many things,
ass.
including the Strait of Hormuz, which is way more important at this
Need
moment
another
than
prick?
Iran's
Yeah, I
nuclear
think you're
program
right.
for the United States, for the freedom of navigation in the world, and the United
You know, that's
States.
like, I could never
Although
run
in
for
the UK
political
are
office. I was,
suffering from the gas crisis.
So what are the Iranians saying about whether they would be willing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz? It is their
one of my
principal
buddies was
diplomatic weapon.
running for the
As you're
mayor
saying, they
of the
won't
city.
give up control of it.
And,
Nothing.
Definitely not.
you know,
The Iranians,
he asked me
the
to run his
design that all
campaign,
Iranian
a
authorities
complete
are following,
outsider.
what you can hear from
Nobody
them is
knew
that
this
they're
guy's
not going
name.
to give up the Strait of Hormuz
And
because
so
they have realized
he,
that
and
strategically working
I'm
way
not
better
in
for
the
them,
city, I'm in the township.
strategically and financially, economically working better for them than
but
Iran's nuclear program. Because for Iran's nuclear
most
program,
of
they
the
have to
city
spend
is
money.
Democratic.
But this one, if they
Not
can
like
manage to
radical
impose tolls
Democratic,
on
but
every
Democratic.
tanker and ship that crosses the
And,
Strait of Hormuz, it is going to be a money-making
you know, he
business
would
for
call
them,
me
apart
and
from
say,
the
hey, I got a
political
question
leverage
about this from the
can
newspaper.
be exerted on
What should I
the
say? And
United
you
States,
know,
but they
I don't
impose
know.
rules.
I guess either.
Of being
Uh,
a person. Thanks for joining us.
I think I'm kind of gifted at, you know, like throwing shit back in people's faces when they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And he only lost by 12 percentage points, which is fucking huge, because I don't think the city has had a Republican mayor in like 30 years. And the mayor that was a Republican in there ripped the money off, so yeah, what do you expect? The Khazarians, right? I don't know. I think something's good. Well, here, okay, you look at Swallow, he's stepping down, right? Now you got this Republican, or this representative in Texas, Gonzalez, he just stepped down. What happens, because I've been told there's going to be 60 plus stepping down.
So that was a pretty negative, and I expect the shares will react negatively when they open in about 40 minutes in Paris.
Speaker of the House Mike Johnson said he personally urged President Trump to delete all AI images critics called blasphemous, insisting Trump never meant to compare himself to Jesus. Or I think that if he did do that, that was fucking stupid.
Some of the stores that have actually reopened, for instance, stores in Bahrain and Qatar were closed. But we'll have to see if indeed.
All right, so let's go with your number, Doc. We'll say 68. Say 68 people resigned right before midterms.
To spend again when they travel.
And Angelina, when I was sort of
you don't have a functioning government.
Numbers of where sales might have been hit particularly hard. It's notable.
What do you do?
Ready to wear and accessories bit, ready to wear clothing section.
I don't know. I don't know where you guys.
You might see a rib trim jacket for £2,500.
Where you guys lie. And like I said, I'll probably be wrong.
Handbags tends to be the most resilient.
I don't think midterms are going to happen.
And there tends to be a wait list for those products. So these are still coveted items that you can probably.
Because never underestimate the power of stupidity with the American people.
It's been a booming category for Hermes in the last few years with the very talented designers for menswear and women's wear. However, these products, when times are tough, they're probably not considered as a must-have compared to the handbag. So hence why we saw at constant exchange rate, we saw a growth of 0.4%, which is quite disappointing.
Angelina, thank you very much, Angelina Rasquet from Bloomberg. And Sean, thank you to you. 22 minutes past 7 now. Warm, sunny weather is good for butterflies, right? Well, it seems it's not quite that
good for butterflies.
Do suit some, but not all species. Some are in decline. Counting the number and the type of butterflies can tell us an awful lot, not just about them.
Oh, I think there's a lot of people.
About the impact of climate change. And that's what volunteers taking part in the UK Butterfly Monitoring Scheme have been doing.
I think there's
50 years, amongst them Nick Bowles, who lives
people in his own organization and in the White House that are taking money to set him up.
So I'm walking over short grasslands mostly and some woodlands too. Sometimes, like now in the spring, you walk around on a transect and you might only see one or two butterflies. Some days,
so,
not even any.
here's something else that I ran across a lot. Grab a puff of this cigar.
That's quite a challenge to get the numbers right then when there's so many.
1,000. Extraordinary, isn't it? Professor Richard Fox joins us now, head of science at the organisation Butterfly Conservation. Morning to you.
Good morning.
Before we talk about what you've concluded from 50 years of these surveys, let's just talk about how it works. It works along.
Here's the other thing.
It has to be the same place each year, does it?
Yes, that's absolutely right.
Kind of concerns me in a way.
Walking a transect.
So translate is a fixed wall.
But I think the military is smart enough to know this.
From April to September, counting all of the butterflies that they meet along the way. And this, the UK Butterfly Monitoring Scheme is a fantastic example of this sort of citizen science, telling us what's going on in the natural world. Volunteers, thousands every year.
You go back,
go out and walk.
First Gulf War,
Counting the butterflies. And over the last 50 years, they've
when
walked 1 million miles in the UK counting butterflies, which is equivalent to walking to the moon.
they did the first ceasefire,
And what is it that you've concluded from all that work?
and
I summarized it. Is this right?
Saddam Hussein
Whether good for some,
started bringing out more equipment.
Yes. So what the UK
I have a feeling that's what Iran is doing right now.
Almost all of our butterflies.
Kind of like a half-ass ceasefire,
What we see over the 50 years
so they can get their
many more species have declined,
fecal matter in order.
There are some species that are doing well, but they tend to be.
But I know we got
that we might see in our gardens or parks and across the general countryside.
you know, we have satellites just sitting there.
That we're losing, and some of these declines are huge. You know, the Hughes artillery, for example, 88% decline. Pearl Border artillery, 70% decline.
And I'm actually surprised
and it's
that
diversity, that sort of nuance and subtlety that we're losing from our landscape.
now, clearly, that's exactly
Bibi Netanyahu,
climate change, not the only
the
reason,
Knesset,
but one of
has
many reasons for
been
dealing with climate change.
as
In the
quiet
absence
as
of
they
that
have.
change, is there anything else that can be done to try to preserve some of those species and to preserve their habitats?
Yes, absolutely. So the main reason that we're losing these habitat specialists, these butterflies that need special habitats like flower-rich grasslands or woodland glades, the main reason we're losing those over the last 50 years is the way that we humans manage the landscape. It's not about climate change for those species. It's the way that we've simplified, damaged, destroyed the habitats where they traditionally lived, out in the farms countryside, and so we do know what we need to do to help recover those species. We can do it. We just need a lot more effort, a lot more will, and a lot more resources.
Professor Richard Fox of Butterfly Conservation, thank you. It is 7:25, which means it is time for the sport. Here it comes.
Morning, thank you very much. Liverpool will finish the season without any silverware after they were knocked out
and you know,
by Paris Saint-Germain.
all of
Liverpool 2-0 last night, a 4-0
these
win over the
top
two-legged
line
semi-finals.
Democrats, they've all been real quiet about Iran
have a
too.
1-0 lead against Sporting in their Champions quarter-final. The second leg tonight is at Emirates.
Of course, they're all trying to do damage control
Now, all of the home nations involved in Women's World Cup
because of Swalwell.
Speak to Vicky Sparks, who is at Wembley. Morning, Vicky.
Good morning.
And now you got the team who fucking Obama. He's trying to rattle some cages.
Quite simply, Carthy, it was crucial. Only one side goes through automatically from the League A group. So either the reigning European champions, England, or the reigning world champion, Spain, will be heading to the playoffs. Yes, England still have to try.
Yeah, so supposedly Iran wants to come back to the table. It's like for what?
And I think the manner of it was so encouraging.
They're not going to.
From Lauren Hemp allowed England to execute that game plan of soaking up Spain pressure and hitting them on the counter-attack.
Yeah, they Swalwell found out. He found out real quick, didn't he? He found out real fucking quick they weren't going to deal with his ass. That cat's got too much fucking baggage.
England, without a doubt.
Yeah. Have a 4-0 win over Albania. Do they look like they're in the kind of form to now perhaps reach a first World Cup?
Have you talked to Tin at all?
Well, that is the dream, isn't it? After reaching their first major tournament last summer in the Euros, it was an encouraging night for Wales, but they still have a way to go.
Not being able to troll her chat.
Northern Ireland and Scotland are in League B for these qualifiers, which means no automatic qualification spot, so they're all trying to pin down a playoff place. Now, winning the group will give Wales a more favourable playoff path, and they were knocked off top spot last night by Czechia. They're still level on points with them though, and their home game with Czechia in June could prove decisive in terms of the group winners.
And there was late drama in Scotland's qualifier against the top seeds Belgium. That's an impressive 1-1 result for Scotland, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm surprised.
90th-minute equaliser from Kathleen McGovern, earning them
Old NYP wasn't up there when the Doomsday plane was up there telling everybody we were going to die again.
They beat Malta 4-0 to earn their first points of this qualifying campaign.
Okay, Sparks, thank you very much. A couple of other headlines for you. Tennis and the world. Number 2, Carlos Alcaraz won his first round match at the Barcelona Open, beating Finland's Otto Virtanen in straight sets. British number 1 Cam Norrie faces America's Ethan Quinn in the second round this afternoon. And British teenager Stan Moody has qualified for the World Snooker Championship for the first time a day after being hospitalised with tonsillitis. The 19-year-old becomes the youngest to take part.
We got a couple of alerts out of easily.
Carthy, thank you for that, Bill. It's going to be unsettled and windy today. Shower rain moving eastward through the UK. Infrequent lightning. Oh, I'm finished yet. Drier by the evening. There you go.
Crucial.
Somebody popping some AK-47s or something in these Israeli towns.
Which reveals that legal advisors are charging some migrants thousands of pounds to help them pretend to be gay in order to avoid being deported.
You are listening to Today on Radio 4. Nick Robinson adjusting where the time is exactly 7:30. Here is Alan Smith with the news.
The Chancellor Rachel Reeves is due to meet the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in Washington today after criticising what she described as the folly of America entering war with Iran without an exit plan. Speaking to the Daily Mirror, she said the conflict had led to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, with UK families and businesses now feeling the impact.
Oh,
The International Monetary Fund predicted the economic fallout
too bad,
from the
UK.
conflict would hit the UK harder than any other advanced economy.
Oh,
The US President J.D. Vance says Iran's negotiators
go knock on Westminster.
Mistrust between the two countries could not be
Ask
solved
for
overnight. President Trump
ask for
suggested
some money
talks
from
resume in
the
the coming
crown.
days following their collapse on Sunday. A BBC investigation has found that a shadow industry of law firms and advisors is charging thousands of pounds to help migrants pretend to be gay in order to stay in the UK. Those whose visas are due to run out are being given fake cover stories for their asylum claims and instructed in how to obtain fabricated evidence, including supporting letters and photos at LGBT events. The US state visits by the King Charles and Queen Camilla later this month won't include a meeting with Jeffrey Epstein's survivors. Palace sources say it's to avoid affecting legal action.
No, it's a void for your ass to get flogged.
He denies any wrongdoing. A woman's health strategy for England is being unveiled today, including a new scheme branded a patient power payment. Women will be able to give feedback about their treatment, which could lead to money being allocated to areas that need improvement. And hospices
I think I'm gonna.
are warning of a growing financial crisis that could force them to cut services.
He's supposed to be over here in the next few weeks.
Present the Prime Minister with a letter calling for urgent help. Thank you, Alan. It's 29 minutes to 8 now. Tell them you're gay. Have your photograph taken.
There you go, Doc B. There's your out. Tell them you're gay. Dress up like a woman.
On how to make sure they will be allowed to stay in the country. It's been exposed by our political investigations correspondent Billy Kemper. Here's his report.
All right, I'll be back here shortly. I'm gonna listen to what Monkey
in East London
has to say.
Is on his way to meet with an immigration advisor who's already told him she can help him stay in the country. Her name is Tanisha Khan, and the first meeting is at her house.
Sorry, disturbed you again. Have you helped anyone like this before?
I have done a lot.
Did it succeed or not?
Yes, with God's grace.
How many were successful?
A lot.
Our reporter is posing as a former student who wants to stay in the UK. He's not being persecuted. He has no genuine basis to claim asylum. But Tanisha explains one specific way to remain in the country. An actor voices her words.
At the moment, there is only one route from where you can get a visa. It's on human rights. It's called gay case or same sex. You have to prove that you are an LGBTQ person.
But I am not.
That's it, you're not. There is no hope for any other visa.
Tanisha is offering help obtaining asylum, a protection that's offered when it's too dangerous for someone to live in their home country. Being homosexual and from Pakistan, where gay sex is illegal, could mean you qualify. For £2,500, Tanisha offers to provide evidence to support the fake claim.
The approach we will take is this. I will fully prepare you for the interview by compiling a comprehensive package for you, including photographs of you at clubs, various other pieces of supporting evidence, so that you are completely ready when I send you in. I'll give you a letter from someone along with which we will take a few photographs, and that person will write that they have engaged in physical sex with you.
Is that what an advisor should be doing in a case like this?
Absolutely not. This is the very last thing an advisor should be doing.
We showed what we'd recorded to Ana Gonzalez, an immigration solicitor with more than 2 decades working on asylum cases.
This person is breaking the law, is committing fraud by manufacturing a claim to give to this person an over-ready claim, so to speak.
We show Anna how Tanisha even has an answer for someone pretending to be gay who wants to bring their wife over.
Once she's here, it's easy to fabricate a lesbian case. Just bring her over, whether as a student, a tourist, or however else you like.
As a tourist as well.
Bring her however you like. Just bring her over the one time. Once she's here, we can make her a lesbian.
Well, you think you've seen it all, and then you see something like this, and it's infuriating to professionals like me. People like that is just really making things harder for the legitimate asylum seekers and refugees out there.
Turn to me a little bit. Yeah, good. Okay.
We're preparing our undercover reporter for another meeting at Tanisha's office in Ilford. She tells him she has her own LGBT group she wants him to get involved with, even though she knows he's not really gay.
I'll make you a member of our organization.
What organization?
Worcester Organization.
Worcester?
Worcester LGBT Asylum Seekers Group. This meeting is essential because you are required to provide evidence to the Home Office demonstrating that if you are gay, you are indeed affiliated with a gay organization. We can claim that you have actually been associated with us all along.
150, 10, 20, 30, 40.
The reporter makes a down payment of £150 to become a client. Later, he's invited to attend his first meeting, not in Worcester as it turns out, but at a busy community centre in East London. Our reporter is in there, the meeting is going on right now, and every time we've driven past there's more and more people going in. It's clearly absolutely packed in there. And we know from Tanisha that a lot of them, like our reporter, are just pretending to be gay. He strikes up conversation with one of those attending, who introduces himself as Zishan.
There's quite a lot of people.
There are 200 plus people. Definitely 200 plus people.
Are they all gay?
Yes, everyone's gay.
I'm not gay.
Not even 1% are gay. Not even 0.01% are gay.
One after another, the migrants tell our undercover reporter that many of those attending are not genuine members of an LGBT group. Actors are voicing their words.
Most of the people here aren't gay.
When you go for your interview, you have to be shin.
Are you actually gay?
We shouldn't talk like this here.
I'm thinking that others might think that I'm gay.
Nobody is gay here.
Shall I get in?
Shall I keep walking? Back in the car, our reporter explains more about what's been happening inside.
They've come here from South Wales, Coventry, Birmingham.
For tonight?
Yeah, for tonight, and they're going back tonight after the event.
Just to go to that meeting?
Just for the event.
So this isn't just people in London, this is people from all over the country?
Yep.
And they're all coming to this meeting in Beckton?
Yep.
Tonight?
Yep.
To get proof that they're there?
Yep.
To then give it to Home Office and say, I'm genuine. Tanisha Khan told us she denies all wrongdoing and said there'd been communication because she's not a fluent Urdu speaker. Worcester LGBT told us they were investigating her, but said they do not create, encourage or support fabricated evidence in asylum claims. The Home Office said anyone found trying to exploit the system will face the full force of the law.
That was Billy Kember's exclusive report, and incidentally there'll be another part of his investigation on the programme tomorrow as he reveals other ways that people try to play the system in order to be given permission to stay in the UK. Well, let's turn to Jo White now, member of the Home Affairs Select Committee, Labour MP, chair of what's called the Red Wall Caucus, to react to what she's heard. I suspect the answer is shocked but not surprised, Jo White, is that right?
Exactly. I think where thousands of people, and there's over 100,000 asylum claims right now, where those numbers of people are being processed, there will always be opportunities for fraud and criminal activity, and it's what's known as fixer networks, and they're operating in plain sight, and it's absolutely essential that the government cracks down on them. Evidence like this, I hope, will go straight to the police, and the police will begin their activity and break it apart.
As with lots of illegal activity, it's impossible to put a scale on this, but what our research shows is that what you can say is that certain nationalities have seen very large increases in the number of people claiming that they are gay in their asylum claims, particularly amongst Pakistanis, for example. Is there a way in which there can be a wider investigation of this, not just a journalist digging in and having to go undercover to reveal it?
What I welcome is Shabana Mahmood's announcement last month that student visas will be cancelled immediately and prevented, that people from Cameroon, Myanmar, Sudan and Afghanistan will no longer be able to come here on student visas because of the exploitation. And I would like to see Pakistan added to that list. I certainly hope it will do so very, very quickly. I'm on the Home Affairs Select Committee. This is certainly questions I will be asking the Immigration Minister when he's next in front of us, because understanding the extent of it is absolutely essential.
There's one other country that's noted in the figures that 49% of asylum applications from Ugandan nationals had an element of, as the way it's put, claim about being lesbian or gay or bisexual in those claims. The government said that it would crack down on this sort of bogus advice, illegal advice. Are the fines that are available, £15,000, really enough to deal with the amount of money that can be made through these bogus claims?
No, it's not. It's £65,000 fine for somebody who's employing somebody illegally, and perhaps it should be at similar levels to that, and 5 years imprisonment for people who are employing people illegally. So, in order to prevent these activities, the penalties have to be a lot tougher. And certainly I will be raising that with Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary.
Do you think the Labour Party, your colleagues in Parliament, are willing to see that, though? Because as the Home Secretary has announced a series of crackdowns on immigration, there's been resistance from amongst your ranks, from people saying that's not what Labour got into power to do.
I'd certainly challenge that, and certainly on illegal immigration, I think we as a party are united. It has to stop. We have to stop those boats, and we have to crack down where there's fraudulent and criminal activity. I think we're united, absolutely united in doing that.
Jo White, member of the Home Affairs Select Committee, thanks for joining us.
And that brings us to 19 minutes to 8. In her victim impact statement, Jenny Stankham, mother of 7-year-old Elsie Dot Stankham, said of the Southport killer Axel Rudikabana, his actions have left us with a lifetime of grief. A lifetime of grief that the inquiry report on Monday made clear could have been prevented. The inquiry chairman, Sir Adrian Fulford, blaming the various authorities who'd failed to act, but also saying that if the parents had reported their true level of knowledge to the authorities before the attack, the killer would undoubtedly have been taken into care or held in custody. We talked yesterday to Chris Walker, the lawyer who represents the families of the 3 girls who were murdered, Alice, Elsie and Dina.
There should be individual criminal accountability for the parents. I accept that the law and the legal process which we currently have, it makes that very difficult. I know one of the recommendations within the report is to change that, which is pleasing.
Merseyside police have said they've been looking into prosecuting the parents, but there's currently no legal duty for bystanders and or parents to warn or to report criminality. They maintain that line in the wake of a case in the United States, though, where 2 parents, Jennifer and James Crumbly, are in jail after being convicted in a legal first, as I've been hearing from Dylan Taxman, who's a professor of law at Baylor University.
James and Jennifer Crumbley's son, Ethan Crumbley, committed the Oxford high school shooting in Michigan. Their case, wherein they were charged and convicted of involuntary manslaughter, so a substantive homicide offense. Essentially, they were convicted of committing a homicide themselves. They were the first parents in American history to be convicted of a substantive homicide offense following their child perpetrating a school shooting.
From what you know of the Axel Rudikabana case, does it seem to you that there are similarities?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are. So I've identified sort of the three prongs that parents typically need to satisfy in order to face criminal liability, or at least substantive homicide liability for their children's violent acts, as number one, sort of failing to treat an obvious mental health crisis. From what I've read of the report, seems like there's some agency failure as well, perhaps not just the father, but certainly ineffective steps when it comes to treating what was an obvious sort of mental health crisis. Failure to address violent and homicidal ideations here again seems to be present, and then provision or allowing accessibility to the means of committing the harm. In the United States, typically we're talking about firearms, but my understanding is that essentially he accepted delivery of a series of knives, a series of weapons that were eventually used to perpetrate the killings.
If he had done those things in the United States, you think he would be prosecuted, or the parents would be prosecuted?
I think it's quite possible. I think I don't see quite as much detail as I did in the Crumbley case and the Colin Gray case. I mean, in the Crumbley case, I think the key thing is at some point they see at the school a journal that shows the gun they've purchased him and a series of sort of violent acts with that gun. In the Colin Gray case, the case out of Georgia that just resulted in a parental homicide conviction, police sort of traced comments about committing a school shooting. The son had a shrine in his room, which the father knew about, to another sort of mass shooter. All of those are pretty striking indications of violent tendencies. But I think a lot of that same stuff is present here. I mean, from what I read in the report, it's like I think the father actually knew that he was planning to go and commit a stabbing or an arson at his school. So I think a lot of those criteria exist in this case.
Dylan Taxman, Professor of Law at Baylor University. Thank you very much.
It is now 14 minutes to 6, and it is time for Thought for the Day. But let me just tell you what's coming up before that. We'll discuss how the King plans to tread the diplomatic tightrope during his state visit to the US, following recent tensions between President Trump and Sir Keir Starmer. Now, the speaker on Thought for the Day this morning is Professor Tina Beattie, writer and Catholic theologian.
Good morning. They say that religion and politics don't mix, but it's impossible to separate the two when the Pope and the American president have gone head-to-head over the war in Iran. In a social media post, President Trump accused Pope Leo of being weak and advised that he should focus on being a great pope, not a politician. Pope Leo responded by insisting that he's not a politician, but that the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers, is a message that the world needs to hear today. This confrontation has catapulted the Pope onto the front pages of the world's media, but he's not the first modern Pope to speak out against war. In 2003, when then Cardinal Ratzinger, later Pope Benedict XVI, was asked to comment on the Iraq war, he said that there were not sufficient reasons to unleash a war against Iraq. He went on to ask if it is still licit to admit the very existence of a just war. St. Augustine gave a Christian interpretation to the idea of the just war in the early 5th century. He argued that terrible though war always is, it's sometimes necessary to defend the innocent and preserve peace. However, it must seek the future well-being of the enemy and be free from the lust for power or desire to dominate. These ideas were developed by St. Thomas Aquinas in the 13th century, and they continued to shape Western politics and international law long after Christianity ceased to be a major political influence. However ineffectual it might sometimes have become in the heat of battle, just war theory provided a restraining influence on the waging of war, especially with regard to the need to avoid the intentional targeting of non-combatants. Today, the nature of modern weapons and the bombing of densely populated areas means that civilian casualties, including children, usually far outnumber military deaths. This is the context in which the Catholic Church's opposition to war must be interpreted. Pope Leo is continuing a tradition set by all modern popes since the 1960s. In his Palm Sunday address, he quoted the prophet Isaiah when he said that Jesus does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them, saying, "Even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood." This is religious language, but it holds politicians accountable for shedding innocent blood. How could it do otherwise when Christians worship a crucified God?
That was Thought for the Day with Professor Tina Beattie. It's now 11 minutes to 8.
The King and the Queen go to the United States at the end of the month for a visit that is not without some risks. And it's not just the Iran war that looms over it. Jeffrey Epstein does as well, and his close relationship with the former Prince Andrew, who, although he says he did nothing wrong, is not willing, it seems, to testify in the United States to Congress or indeed to anyone else. More details of the itinerary were released by Buckingham Palace just last night, and they do not include a meeting with the Epstein victims. One of the survivors of his abuse, Lisa Phillips, talked to us on Friday about her hopes that she would get to meet the King and the Queen.
We have already sent letters to him, and we've already been requesting meetings with him. I'm not quite sure if it's going to happen, but it may happen with Camilla. She's always been supportive of the survivors, and she's taken a stand for us. So I think she would be the more likely person to meet with us. So, I mean, we're hopeful that maybe she will.
But it seems that meeting is not going to take place. That was Lisa Phillips. The Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna, who has been very much a backer of the victims, has added his voice to those calling for a meeting. The modern monarchy, he says, is going to be a force for public good. It could be a defining moment for the monarchy to keep it relevant to my generation in the 21st century. Let us talk to Roy Nicker, the royal editor at The Times, and to Sir Peter Westcott, who's also on the line, the former UK ambassador to the US. Morning to you both. And Roy, first of all, I mean, it was unlikely, wasn't it, that they were going to have this meeting. What is the reason the palace gives for not having it?
Well, good morning. I mean, officially, the line from Buckingham Palace is that they don't want to risk anything emerging from any potential meetings with survivors that could potentially jeopardise any potential criminal investigation that's ongoing here or police action. I think what was interesting that came out of our briefing with the Palace and the Foreign Office yesterday was that the Queen will, throughout the programme on several occasions, make a point of meeting with victims of sexual abuse and domestic violence. Of course, that has underpinned a lot of her charitable work for a very long time. But I know, that won't stop calls on we're out in Washington from survivors, from the likes of Congressman Ro Khanna, still saying, if the monarchy wants to show it really does understand victims, and we've had statements from the King and Queen saying that, it would meet with them.
There is also, I suppose, the question of what they knew previously about the friendship that Andrew had with Jeffrey Epstein, and whether they, as a royal family, never mind Andrew, but actually as a royal family, need to be more open about it.
I think those questions, if and when they come, are more likely to come further down the line in a police investigation as it continues into Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and Anthony Peter Mandelson, rather than, I think, the Palace. But as you can imagine, the Palace is so closely trying to sort of safeguard any potential embarrassment or fallout on this. They would want to avoid those kind of questions coming out of meetings, which is exactly why they say that, that the King and Queen can't have those meetings in private in case it risks any potential investigation.
And then on the politics of it, Sir Peter, we hear, don't we? We were told last night that he's going to have tea, or the royal couple are going to have tea with President Trump, and there'll be various things behind the scenes, but very much behind the scenes.
Good morning, Justin. Yes, that's right. There's going to be quite a lot of contact. There's the tea, there's going to be the state banquet, and there are two important speeches that the King will be giving, one at the banquet and one to the joint houses of Congress, which is an unusual compliment to him. I think the late Queen did that just once, so since the war, it's only the second time, I think, that is happening. So, lots going on, private meetings, but also a lot of public events celebrating the relationship between what the palace calls the two nations and the two peoples.
And yet the relationship between the two governments at the moment seems pretty poor. And when they talk about these challenges that we all face, that some of the challenges, as Rachel Reeves has been making clear overnight, the British side believe these challenges have been put in place by the Americans. I just wonder the extent to which behind the scenes, at least privately, do these things just not come up? How does that work?
Well, quite clearly, this presidency, which at times can look like a kind of performative clown show, it's done a lot of damage to international interest, to peace, to prosperity. Rachel Reeves has underlined the damage to the British economy of what's been going on. This is government business, primarily. Behind the scenes, of course, there's an opportunity for private conversations between the two heads of state. That is, we've got the King, we've got the President. The King does not have executive responsibility, the President does. But these are not business-to-business, government-to-government conversations with records of meetings that are sent around government where government business is transacted. There is, however, opportunity for a very clear private conversation where the King can say what he thinks and the President will no doubt say what he thinks too. So it rather depends on, I suppose, the chemistry and on the desire of the individuals to address it.
And the chemistry
is extremely well informed, and so I'd be very surprised if a lot of these issues you're talking about did not come up in private.
The chemistry from the Trump perspective is quite interesting, Roy. I don't know if you saw overnight, he's been talking to Sky News. It's one of these phone calls that he has kind of randomly, but he's been saying things that I think probably will assuage the concerns of the palace about King Charles. Is a great gentleman, a friend of mine, a fantastic person. And when he's asked if the strained relationship could overshadow the visit, no, not at all. I've known the King for a long time. He's not involved in that process.
And yes, I've seen those comments from the call, and yet just last week you were saying the King would have backed me over Iran. You can imagine how that went down at the palace. The palace will absolutely, this is the soft power that the palace and the government know they can deploy. It's why they're sending the King and Queen, because, like him or loathe him, Donald Trump is madly obsessed with our royal family and loves having the King and Queen there. And I think to Peter's point earlier about this is, business and government business, but those points that Charles will make in private to Trump, you'll remember when Donald Trump came out and said that, UK forces did not go to the front line in Afghanistan. The King made it very clear in private channels in a message to the White House. He thought that was a pretty appalling thing to say. And Donald Trump came out and apologised. So there is huge soft power that the King can deploy, and probably even more effectively behind closed doors.
And they'll be very keen to make sure, Sir Peter, it is behind closed doors. In other words, there's no opportunity for some sort of ambush to take place, or just for something. You think of Trump recently, didn't he talk to the Japanese Prime Minister about Pearl Harbor? And you could see the anguish in her face when he mentioned it. They look as if from the itinerary, don't they? They've avoided that completely.
I don't think there'll be conversations about the War of 1812 or the American Revolutionary War.
Actually, they like talking about 1812. It's far enough away for it to be fine.
Well, we don't so much. But I think the photographs will be stills, Justin. There will not be video and opportunities for ambush, is my prediction.
Roy, you agree?
I do. It's very carefully managed. The whole thing is being tightly controlled. There will be some sort of face-to-face meetings and time to engage with the public when they get to Virginia, but everything in Washington is absolutely choreographed to avoid any of that.
That's interesting, actually, when it comes to the public, and obviously the risk, if it is a risk of questions being thrown and all the rest of it, and particularly, I suppose, going back to Epstein, there's not much of it, is there? But there is, you're saying, a bit.
There is, particularly in Virginia, and to be honest, Justin, that is now, I think, baked into royal engagements. We are now at a stage with the investigation ongoing into Andrew that the King, the Queen and other members of the royal family kind of expect those questions to be called out by either members of the public or the press. So, I suspect that will happen. It won't faze them. But the itinerary, as you say, has definitely been carefully managed to avoid that. But there is, when they get to Virginia, there is time with the public. So we'll see what happens there.
Roy Necker and Sir Peter Westmacott, thank you both.
And here is Nuala with details of this morning's Woman's Hour, which we've already been talking about on the programme.
Yes, thank you. We will have the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, in the Woman's Hour studio with me from 10. He's going to be talking about the renewed Women's Health Strategy for England that has just been announced, in which he states that the NHS is failing women and girls and even the most basic measures of healthcare. So what is the government's plan to change a culture of medical misogyny, to cut diagnosis times and to bring down those waiting lists for women? The Health Secretary will be taking questions from our listeners, so email them via the Woman's Hour website, or you can text me at 84844.
Thank you for that. Let us turn to the weather. It comes this morning from Thomas Schappenacker. Good morning again, Thomas.
Good morning, Justin. Very cloudy across the UK right now, but it's quite mild. Temperatures are around 10 or 11 Celsius. We are expecting some rain today. It has already been raining across parts of Scotland, in Northern Ireland, and the rain is just starting to reach the southwest of England and Wales too. And I think today, different parts of the country will get the rain at different times. So broadly speaking, first half of the day, the rain will continue in Scotland and many western parts of the country. And then the second half of the day, that rain will transfer further east. So it means that east of the Pennines and across Lincolnshire, East Anglia and the southeast, well, the rain here shouldn't reach you until much later on in the afternoon. And then later in the day, we are actually expecting some sunny spells to develop across many western areas of the UK, but showers will be never too far away, carried on quite a brisk Atlantic wind. Now, today's temperatures will range from 13 Celsius in Belfast to about 16 in Manchester, and in London we can expect 18 degrees. Tonight, showers in the north of the country, clear spells in the south, not particularly cold, 6 to 8 Celsius. And then tomorrow, again, it's a mixture of bright spells and also some showers, and that's how it's going to stay the rest of the week.
Thank you, Tom. You're listening to Today on BBC Radio 4 with Justin Webb and Nick Robinson.
It's 8 o'clock on Wednesday, the 15th of April. The headlines this morning. The Chancellor, who's in Washington, has said she's angry and frustrated at President Trump's decision to go to war with Iran without a clear exit plan. We'll be talking to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, James Murray, after the news. A BBC investigation has found that some legal advisors are charging thousands of pounds to help migrants pretend to be gay in order to claim asylum and stay in the UK. And work is beginning on a £7 million operation to clear a mountain of illegal waste in Oxfordshire.
Also coming up in the next hour, we'll hear from the Emmy Award-winning filmmaker behind a new documentary which explores the culture war on American university campuses and the fear and loathing that is spilt out into the wider society.
I'm not talking about hate speech. I'm not talking about free speech in the kind of First Amendment American way. I'm talking about our ability to speak freely about ideas and issues without fear of cancellation.
And are Lancastrians in danger of losing their regional burr? The arts that make them so special. The one that's so well displayed by the House of Commons Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle.
I'm told that I'm the first ever Lancastrian speaker, so we're going to make the most of this. That's what it's all about. It's about Lancashire, making the voice of Lancashire here in London.
Fellow Lancastrian Jane Horrocks will join us before 9 o'clock. That's all after the BBC News, read for us this morning by Alan Smith.
The Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, will hold talks with US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in Washington today after saying she's very frustrated and angry that the US went to war with Iran without an exit plan. In an interview with the Daily Mirror, Ms. Reeves criticised what she called the folly of President Trump's decision. She said that, as a result, the vital Strait of Hormuz waterway was now blocked and families and businesses in the UK were feeling the impact. Yesterday, the International Monetary Fund predicted the economic fallout from the conflict would hit the UK harder than any other advanced economy. From the IMF's meeting in Washington, here's our economics editor, Faisal Islam.
Among the world's finance ministers and central bankers gathered here at the IMF, there is concern that another geopolitical crisis has hampered economic recovery and threatened household living standards. The Chancellor's public frustration and anger at the economic impact of the war might be tested at her bilateral meeting with her US counterpart, Scott Bessent, later today. He told the BBC yesterday the current disruptions were worth it to avoid the economic impact of a nuclear strike on London. The French Finance Minister, Roland Lescure, told the BBC that any resolution was still a way off.
I think there's a willingness to keep on talking, but at the end of the day, there's no escaping. The Strait of Hormuz is the economic knot of this crisis. And if we don't open it, peacefully and lastly, and that's going to take a while, then we're going to keep on missing 12 million barrels a day for a long time.
On Friday, the UK and France will host an international conference on reopening the Strait of Hormuz, though only after a peace deal is agreed. Market oil prices had dipped yesterday on the hope of further peace talks, but the concern now is about the physical supplies of gas, diesel, fertiliser products and helium that were due to have been delivered around now, but are still trapped in the Gulf.
The head of the employers group, the Confederation of British Industry, Ray Newton-Smith, told us the war had shone a light on high energy costs in the UK.
There are things that the government can do. They're already consulting at the moment through our industrial strategy on a measure to reduce those high energy costs for industry. That's not set to come into place until 2027. We should bring that forward and implement that now so that we can reduce some of those high energy costs for our energy intensive industries.
The US Vice President J.D. Vance has said that Iran's negotiators want to make a deal, but mistrust between the nations cannot be solved overnight. He was speaking after President Trump suggested that the talks with Iran could restart soon after they collapsed on Sunday. Here's our North America correspondent, Peter Bowes.
Speaking before an audience of the conservative campus network Turning Point USA, J.D. Vance said he felt very good about where the U.S. stood with Iran. He acknowledged that mistrust between the two countries, spanning several decades, could not be overcome overnight, but he believed the Iranian negotiators wanted to make a deal. He reiterated that it was the president's policy that Iran could not have a nuclear weapon, and that negotiations to that end were taking place. Speaking to the New York Post yesterday, Mr. Trump said peace talks could be happening over the next 2 days.
The head of the International Atomic Energy Agency says there's been a very serious increase in North Korea's ability to produce nuclear weapons. Speaking at a news conference in Seoul, Rafael Grossi said activity had been intensifying at a key nuclear site, and it's likely Pyongyang would be capable of producing a few dozen warheads. A BBC investigation has revealed a shadow industry of legal advisors charging thousands of pounds to help migrants pretend to be gay in order to stay in the country. Those whose visas are due to run out are being given fake cover stories for their asylum claims and are instructed on how to obtain fabricated evidence, including supporting letters and photos at LGBT events. Our politics investigations correspondent Billy Kember reports.
The UK's asylum process offers protection to people who can't return to their home countries because they would be in danger. Our investigation reveals how some advisors are extracting fees from international students and workers who want to stay in the country. One advisor, Tanisha Khan, told a BBC undercover reporter his only hope was to claim asylum by pretending to be gay. She told the reporter to go to an East London event for gay asylum seekers to help with his application. We secretly filmed a succession of men there, saying many attending weren't genuinely gay. Tanisha Khan denied all wrongdoing and said there'd been communication difficulties because she wasn't a fluent Urdu speaker. The Home Office said anyone found trying to exploit the system would face the full force of the law.
The Competition and Markets Authority has fined 2 driving schools owned by the AA more than £4 million for what's known as drip pricing. The CMA said the firms had not included a mandatory £3 booking fee in their upfront prices. The AA driving school and BSM driving school have been ordered by the watchdog to issue refunds to more than 80,000 customers. A women's health strategy for England is being unveiled today, including a new scheme branded Patient Power Payment. Women will be able to give feedback about their treatment, which could lead to money being allocated to areas that need improvement. The strategy, first published by the Conservative government in 2022, has now been updated by Labour. Our health editor Hugh Pym reports.
The latest version of the plan comes against a backdrop of criticism that women's voices are often ignored and marginalised by the NHS. Gynecology has been selected for the first trial of a scheme which will allocate funding to areas identified as inadequate by patients. A new standard of care will be introduced to ensure women are offered appropriate pain relief for invasive gynecological procedures. BBC analysis shows that there was a 98% increase in this waiting list over the last 6 years, compared with 58% for other conditions. The Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists has welcomed the strategy, but says that despite the government's commitments on waiting lists, the picture for women remains deeply concerning.
Hospices in England are warning of a growing financial crisis that could force them to cut services, close beds, and in some cases shut down entirely. Staff from across England are heading to Downing Street to present the Prime Minister with a letter calling for urgent help, as Mummy Iqbal reports.
Hospices say they're being pushed towards a financial cliff edge as rising costs continue to outstrip government funding. Hospice UK says staff costs alone are expected to increase from 1.2 billion in 2024 to more than 1.4 billion by 2026. Yet on average, only around 40% of hospice care is funded by the state, leaving charitable donations to make up the gaps. Last year, the government announced funding of more than £100 million for over 2 years, but providers say it's already run out.
Work is beginning on a 6-month operation to clear thousands of tons of waste illegally dumped along a field at Kidlington in Oxfordshire. It'll cost £7.3 million to remove the rubbish at the site, which is the first of 4 areas earmarked for clearance at taxpayers' expense. Here's our Rural Affairs correspondent, Jenny Kuba.
The huge 20,000-tonne site at Kidlington is estimated to cover an area larger than Wembley Stadium. It lies in between the A34 and the River Cherwell, which it was feared it could pollute. The Environment Agency was criticised for not acting fast enough after it first received reports from the public of dumping in June last year. 4 months later, a court order was issued in October, restricting access to the site. Normally, it's the landowner's responsibility to clear waste dumped on their land. But in December last year, the agency announced it had taken the exceptional decision to clean up the site because of its fire risks. 4 arrests have been made as part of a criminal investigation into the dump.
Research suggests that many of the UK's butterfly species are facing steep declines because of climate change, habitat loss and pollution. Data from the UK Butterfly Monitoring Scheme suggests that while warmer weather has helped some native species to flourish, many of our most distinctive varieties are struggling to survive. The head of science at the charity Butterfly Conservation, Professor Richard Fox, told us some of the losses have been dramatic.
There are some species that are doing well, but they tend to be the sort of generalist species that we might see in our gardens or parks. What we're losing is the diversity. So the species that we're losing, and some of these declines are huge, the Heathroptillery, for example, 88% decline. And it's that diversity, that sort of nuance and subtlety that we're losing from our landscape.
That was Professor Richard Cox from Butterfly Conservation.
Thank you, Alan. It is 8:10. Growth will be cut here more than in any other wealthy country. Inflation will be higher than any other wealthy country. Those are the grim forecasts contained in the latest IMF Global Economic Review. Now, it is just a forecast, and the IMF forecast, like any other forecast, may turn out to be wrong. But what underlies it are undeniable facts. The IMF's economists explain that the reason they believe the UK will be the hardest hit of any major economy is because we're a net importer of energy, and the cost of borrowing in this country to service our country's debts is higher than other G7 countries. The Chancellor is beginning to sound like she's had a premonition of what might be coming. Rachel Reeves told The Mirror, as she attends that IMF conference in Washington, D.C., that it was folly for Donald Trump to launch a war with no exit plan. In a moment, we'll talk to her deputy, the man in charge of public spending in this country, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, James Murray. First, though, let's hear what this means for a business. Ed Pitt, Managing Director of KGD Industrial Services Limited in Hereford. Morning to you, Mr. Pitt.
Good morning, Nick.
Tell us about your business, what you do, and how it's being impacted by this war.
We're a manufacturing design fabrication for fluid handling systems, employing about 140 people with a lot of apprentices and training programs trying to get the skill levels to where we want it.
And your bills are going up for energy, are they?
Yeah, we use about £250,000 worth of electricity and gas every year, and we run about 20 company vehicles, so we've got instant sort of diesel impacts at the moment, with fuel or electricity contracts running out in the autumn, which who knows what those prices are going to be.
And do you have a sense of what impact it'll have on your bottom line?
Well, it's just on top of all the other things that we seem to be having now. We've got NI, we've had huge minimum rate rises, particularly with our apprentices. We've got all of the other rates increases, the apprentice levies for those levy payers, that has increased eightfold. And we've gone from 5,000 to 43,000 just for our training every year of apprentices.
So are you saying that combination of extra tax costs, minimum wage costs, alongside extra energy costs is making it a real struggle for your business?
It was a struggle before. We are the most expensive energy in the world. We have some of the best natural resources, but we refuse to use them when we want to buy in from everywhere else. It's just unsustainable. The Americans are going to bring AI here. Well, they're not, because the energy is too expensive. And anybody who thinks it isn't.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Pitt. We want to turn, if we could, because time is limited, to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, James Murray. Morning to you, Mr. Murray. Have we got James Murray in Westminster?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Sorry, forgive me. We couldn't before, but we can hear you now. Morning, and thanks for joining us from Westminster. We'll come to Mr. Pitt's points in a second, but let's start with the overview, if we could. Your boss is at the IMF in Washington, saying she's frustrated and angry. We can't talk to her, but we're delighted to talk to you. Why are you in the Treasury so frustrated and angry?
Well, look, as Rachel said, we're really frustrated and angry because the conflict in the Middle East has been begun without a clear plan for exiting it and without a clear strategy of what it sets out to achieve. And I think what makes us most frustrated and angry is the impact that it's having on people here in Britain. Because if you think about the spring forecast that the Chancellor gave just around the time that the conflict in Iran was beginning, it was showing inflation coming down, interest rates and mortgage rates coming down, borrowing coming down. It showed that we had the right economic plan. Now, that's put us in a better position to weather what's coming our way as a result of the conflict in the Middle East.
So why does the IMF say we'll be worse hit than any other economy if we're in a better position?
Yeah, well, it really underlines the fact that even though it's not our war, it's going to have an impact on our economy. And
no, forgive me, my question was why are we worse hit than other countries? And the IMF is clear we will be worse hit than other countries.
As you were saying earlier, one of the factors of our economy is our dependence on energy from overseas. We haven't taken advantage of the energy independence opportunities that we have in the UK. I think Mr. Pitt referred to that as well in his contribution, because if we can get energy independence, if we can increase our energy security by investing more in nuclear energy, wind power, solar power, as we've been doing since we took office in 2024, that protects us from future shocks.
There is, of course, another way of taking advantage of our energy independence. It's called the gas and oil in the North Sea. Now, with the IMF making clear that energy costs are a principal reason for the more serious hit to the UK economy, isn't it time ministers made their minds up about allowing, for example, Jackdaw, the gas field off the North Sea, to be exploited to the full as soon as possible?
Well, I'm very clear that oil and gas from the North Sea will continue to play a really important part.
Yeah, but that was a phrase on a press release. What's the answer to the question? When will ministers decide whether Jackdaw, and forgive me if I'm sounding slightly impatient, I've been asking this question for months, and you've just heard a businessman in effect ask it, when will ministers tell us the decision about using the existing gas and oil in the North Sea?
Well, we've already said, Nick, that we want to see tiebacks invested in, which is where new production is linked to existing fields. But I think...
What's the answer to the question about Jackdaw?
Well, that's a decision that the Energy Secretary will make.
And I'm asking you when he'll make it.
But, Nick, can I set out...
No, can you answer the question? Well, when will the government tell us? It's not an unreasonable question. I'm not being rude. I'm asking a question. When will the government tell us when it will allow the gas in the North Sea, which you seem to imply is consistent with your climate change policy, to be exploited? When will we know?
Well, Nick, you're talking about two specific decisions for which the decision and the date at which that decision will be taken is a matter for the Energy Secretary. I'm talking about our broader policy about continuing to use oil and gas from the North Sea. But I think there's
Has the Treasury told Mr. Miliband what you want to happen?
Nick, there's an important point behind your question, which I need to challenge, because you're implying that if we increase production from the North Sea, that will have an impact on oil and gas prices. And as we know, oil and gas prices are set internationally. So if we did If we...
Oil is, but gas is not always, is it, Mr. Murray? And in fact, I'm just merely quoting what you heard a businessman say, what the IMF said, that we rely on imports. We heard the CBI boss on the programme earlier today saying that even if it didn't have any impact on prices, it would increase the tax take available for the Treasury, which might allow you to subsidise energy costs for intensive users like the one that we just heard from.
Well, the point around the tax take and jobs is well made and a really important one. And as well as oil and gas in the North Sea playing an important part in our energy mix, you're right to say that will generate tax revenue and, of course, it will support jobs. But I don't want to lose the important point here, which is that we need to continue benefiting from oil and gas, but we also need to keep growing energy independence through our investment in nuclear, wind and solar, which we've been doing since we won the origin.
That is one definition of energy independence. Another is to use oil and gas.
We're doing both. We're doing both. We're making sure that through this transition, we are continuing to have production from oil and gas. I've mentioned the tiebacks, which is where new production is linked to existing oil fields, and that's alongside the investment in homegrown energy sources like nuclear, wind and solar.
Okay, let's turn on to what you're responsible for. The job Chief Secretary of the Treasury means, as I said in the introduction, you're the man in charge of public spending. Are you now having to look again, as Chancellors, as Chief Secretaries often do after a major crisis, look again at the numbers, reconsider the priorities in order to come back to us with fresh proposals?
Well, look, we set out at the last spending review what our plans are to invest in public services, in defence, in everything that the government does. Those plans were taken in a way which is consistent with our fiscal rules.
But are you looking at them again?
Well, look, the plans, we stick by them. Obviously, the Chancellor, the built-in extra headroom into the economic forecast as a result of decisions that we took. But we took that decision, the Chancellor took that decision to increase the headroom above £20 billion in the forecast in order to make sure we were better protected from shocks that might come our way.
Let me tell you one reason you might want to look at them again. It's because of the comments of the man that the Prime Minister asked to review defence policy in this country, the former NATO Secretary-General, Lord Robertson. If you've not heard his speech, here's a little clip of what he had to say.
There is a corrosive complacency today in Britain's political leadership. Lip service is paid to the risks, the threats, the bright red signals of danger, but even the promised national conversation about defence can't be started. The cold reality of today's dangerous world is that we cannot defend Britain with an ever-expanding welfare budget.
That's Lord Robertson, and he blames you guys in the Treasury. He says you're to blame for not giving defence the increase it needs. He, in fact, to quote him directly, blamed non-military experts in the Treasury and accused you of vandalism.
Well, look, I've got a lot of respect for Lord Robertson, but I couldn't disagree with him more, because if you look at the decisions that the Chancellor has taken with the Prime Minister, we've taken decisions to increase defence spending to record levels, the fastest, the biggest sustained increase since the Cold War.
It's only the biggest and the fastest because it was at a historic low. It's very easy to increase spending fast when something's at a historic low.
Well, I'm not going to deny the fact the previous government hollowed out our armed forces, but if you think about the manifesto that we went into the election with, we said that we would set out a path to 2.5% of GDP being spent on defence in this Parliament. We are going to hit 2.6% next April as a result of decisions that we've taken.
Mr. Murray, which is what really matters when you have a war like this. There are other things that matter too. How many ships were we able to send to the Middle East as a result of your long and sustained increase in defence spending?
Well, so all of the sustained increase in defence spending, the details of that will be in the Defence Investment Plan, which we're going to publish. We're going to publish that as soon as possible because we need to get it right. We need to get it right, and so we'll publish that as soon as possible.
I'm sorry to keep pointing these things out, but you've been using that phrase for weeks, for months. We'll do it as soon as possible. When?
Yeah, but Nick, the reason why we're spending time to get it right is because it is a blueprint for the next 10 years.
That's one way of putting it. The real reason is because you guys in the Treasury are saying to the Ministry of Defence, you can't have the money you want. We're not giving it to you.
Nick, I've just been setting out the decisions that the Chancellor's taken about increasing defence investment to record levels, about increasing that investment in our readiness. But let me make this one other point, Nick, which is that whilst these really important conversations are happening about getting the defence investment plan right, we are not sitting on our hands. We are already investing in our military capability. We've agreed £1 billion to be invested in new helicopters, £9 billion in Rolls-Royce nuclear reactors for submarines, the new Atlantic Bastion scheme, which will make sure we can hunt down enemy submarines, £1.5 million in munitions, the work on production of intercept drones. So there's a huge amount which is going on already, around 1,000 contracts since the election. All of that is happening whilst we finalise this really important plan for the next 10 years.
A final thought for you, if we could. I listed the conclusions of the IMF in the introduction. Growth cut more than any other wealthy country. Inflation higher than any other wealthy country. Borrowing costs higher than any other wealthy country. Labour isn't working, Minister, is it?
No, let me tell you something else, Nick, because if you look at those figures from the IMF, it shows that over the next 2 years, we are the fastest growing European country in the G7. And what the current crisis underscores for me is that we have the right economic plan to mean that we are best placed to weather what is coming our way. Now, we did not choose this war. This war is not one that we chose to be involved in. We said no to getting involved with it, but we are having an impact as a result of it. But that is why it's so important that we continue to promote energy independence and to keep to our tough fiscal rules, which will put us in a better position in the future.
James Murray, Chief Secretary of the Treasury, thank you for coming on.
23 minutes past 8 is the time. If you use a chatbot to give you health advice, you are not alone, but you might want to think again. The journal BMJ Open says 5 popular chatbots provide information that is, in their words, inaccurate and incomplete. Dr. Jess Harvey is on the line, a GP in Shropshire, and Aldo Feisler as well, who's Professor of AI and Neuroscience at Imperial College London and Director for the Centre AI for Healthcare. Good morning to you both. Dr. Harvey, first of all, what's your experience of this with patients? When they come to see you, have they already looked up what they think they've got?
Hi, thanks for having me on. Listen, I think, we know that what we really want is our patients to feel they are empowered in terms of their health and to be able to educate themselves and learn about ways to, optimise their health, reduce their risks. I think the issues in terms of using AI, I'm certainly seeing quite a lot of now. Certainly people are coming in and saying that they've used sort of one of the more popular AI solutions, and the issues I think sometimes that we have is that there's perhaps more trust that's been placed in that AI answer than perhaps something that we as the GPs are going to come out with. And it's really important to understand that whilst absolutely online searches can be really helpful and certainly can really help me with patients and really help patients, but also to recognise that there isn't they only have limited information from you. So what they're not perhaps seeing is, your age, your sex, your demographics, your past history, the medications and things that you might be on. So there are nuances that aren't picked up by those AI technologies that I think sometimes can lead patients to a certain diagnosis that perhaps may cause more worry than actually is needed.
Well, that's worth saying as well, isn't it? The diagnostic abilities of AI are pretty extraordinary. I mean, it's, people used to Google their health concerns, didn't they? And that was a bit rough and ready. There is an ability, and particularly actually if you feed in all those things that you've just mentioned, it is worth saying as well that people can be properly diagnosed by AI.
There are certainly AI triage tools that are in the development of making. I'm hoping that I'll still be with a job for the next few years at least.
Okay, well, that's a fair point, because they've still got to come to you eventually, and you've got to undo what perhaps AI has taught them. Aldo Feisler, what's your view of what the BMJ Open article brings us in the way of knowledge, proper usable knowledge, about the extent to which we are right to use these bots and the extent to which we're wrong?
Thank you for bringing me back on. So I think the challenge is that if you look at these AI systems, those chatbots that are out there, they're basically trained on information, on text that's out there on the internet. And I always say when we're talking about medical AI, that's what we're doing at Imperial, we're one of the largest centers for development of medical AI in Europe. We are looking at the problem a bit like you have an English literature graduate who's very good at reading text and understanding text, and they read stuff about medicine or healthcare-related information on the internet, and then you start asking them questions, and you get answers of an English literature student. What we want to have is a system that answers and reasons like a medic. So they don't just regurgitate the text they've read. They have an understanding of how physiology, the body, anatomy, and disease mechanisms work. And out of that, they can compose an answer that makes sense.
That's interesting. So can they be better trained, is what you're saying?
They can be much better trained. And the trick is here not to think about chatbots as the answer engine that replaces your Google search, but to think about developing bespoke medical AI that is trained on medical data, not on Twitter or Shakespeare text, but is trained on actual medical data. And that's precisely what we're doing at Imperial with the Nightingale AI initiative. We have the goal to harness this capability of making an AI that reasons like a medic and not like literature students.
So what are you feeding it then in terms of information? And crucially, I suppose, what are you withholding from it when it comes to the mass of stuff that there is, right, wrong, semi-right, semi-wrong on the wider internet?
So, first of all, by simply skipping text and by focusing on medical data, so this can be electronic medical records, it can be published results from clinical trials, it can be x-rays, it can be your electrocardiogram. This AI that we're developing is basically learning not to reason about text, but about very different modalities of information, images, blood work, your GP clinical note, for example. And the system then puts this information together and then deduces from there what worked well for you, what didn't work well for you, and tries to find and come up systematically with better recommendations for you.
Sounds like you're in business at the moment, Dr. Harvey, but maybe not for that much longer.
Yeah, absolutely. And, technology is coming on at such a rapid rate. And I think, that it's really important that people understand that when they're using the current AI options that are there, they are trawling the internet and they're trawling everything that's on the internet. I've certainly heard lawyers talking the same about people getting legal advice. It's really important that you're looking at where that information is coming from and try and use a reliable resource with things. But ultimately, if you have a medical problem, then please do approach for medical care.
Dr. Harvey and Aldo Weissler as well. Thank you both.
It is coming up to 8:30. It's Cassie with the sport.
Morning, thank you very much. Liverpool are out of the Champions League. 2 goals from Ousmane Dembele gave Paris Saint-Germain a 2-0 victory on the night, a 4-0 win over the 2 legs of their quarter-final. We can speak to the former Liverpool and England goalkeeper. Morning, David James.
Good morning, Carthy.
I'm interested in some of Arne Slot's comments after this match. He was quite upbeat and positive about their performance, saying things like, the future looks very bright for this team, for this club. We've shown we could compete with the champions of Europe in our stadium. Did he have reason to be so positive, given Liverpool were beaten 4-0 over those 2 legs?
I think he did, but I think it'd be very wrong of me not to remember, the 97 lives lost at Hillsborough, and it's Remembrance Day today, and all those people who are still affected by that. Yeah. I listened to his interview, and it was, Carthy, it was a tough watch for Liverpool fans. So many moments which were potential game changers, tie changers, but what I did see was a very spirited performance by Liverpool, and I think Arne made the point that, up against the best team in Europe, arguably in the world, even if they haven't got the trophy, Liverpool put in a very great effort. I think for what they need for the rest of the season, that was exactly what everyone wanted to see.
Yeah, spiritual performance is important. They've knocked out of the Champions League now. That means Liverpool cannot win any silverware this season. They lifted the Premier League trophy around this time last year. They're currently in 5th place in the Premier League. What do you think then would be an Premier League club?
Well, I think finishing in the Champions League positions, of course. I kind of look at it this way, Carthy. If you took the 2 seasons and added them together, Liverpool's finishing 5th place in the first season and win the Premier League this season, I think that would be acceptable. So to finish in 5th place Champions League qualification, I think that's the acceptable level for Arne this season.
Yeah, and I know you're across everything in football at the moment, so it's a massive week for Arsenal. They have a 1-0 lead against Sporting in the Champions League, and they face their nearest rivals in the Premier League title race, Manchester City, on Sunday. Is tonight, therefore, about more than just reaching the semi-finals? And I say just knowing it's the Champions League.
Well, it's a tough one for Mikel Arteta, isn't it, and his Arsenal side, given they were pushed, or they went so far and so close last season as well, if not previous seasons with the Premier League. Yeah, it depends where they're aiming for. If it's solely the Premier League, then this will be, I'd say, a welcome distraction, given that Man City is going to be tough, as you said on the weekend. If he goes for both, then will he miss out on both? That's the big question. But it's definitely going to be an interesting time for Arsenal supporters over the next week.
Yeah, it is indeed. Very important. David James, thank you very much for talking to me this morning. A few of the World Cup qualifier headlines from last night. England women beat world champions Spain 1-0 at Wembley. Wales women had a 4-0 win over Albania. Scotland scored a late equaliser to claim a 1-1 draw with Belgium. Northern Ireland beat Malta 4-0. And the three-time Olympic champion Adam Peaty won the 100-metre breaststroke at the British Swimming Championships in a time of 58.97 seconds to confirm his place on the British team for this summer's European Aquatics Championships. He's taken time out since the Paris Olympics, and that is now the second fastest time this year for the 100 metres, so pretty impressive.
Thank you for that, Carthy. Here now is Dr. Sean Williams with details of what is coming up at 9 this morning here on Radio 4.
Life-changing moments can be hard to define, but for many of us, they're the times when we hold our first child in our arms and we look at them and they look at us and we're probably both thinking, now what? On today's programme, we hear from Karin, who was adopted at birth and who asked a different question when she first locked eyes with her child. Who did this for me? Why did they decide to have me adopted? And what'll happen if I try to find them? The answers were not what she expected. Life-changing. After the news at 9.
Quick look at the weather now. Today is going to be unsettled and windy. A band of showery rain will move east through the UK, clearing to blustery showers with infrequent lightning in western areas. Dry by the evening.
You are listening to Today on Radio 4, Nick Robinson and Justin Webb. The time's just coming up to 25 to 9. Here's Alan Smith with the news.
The Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, will meet the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in Washington today. She said she's angry and frustrated that America has gone to war with Iran without an exit plan. The Chief Secretary to the Treasury, James Murray, told us it was not a war the UK had chosen to get involved in, but it had demonstrated the importance for the British government to promote energy independence and stick to its fiscal rules. The head of the International Atomic Energy Agency says there's been a very serious increase in North Korea's ability to produce nuclear weapons. Rafael Grossi said the activity had been intensifying at a key nuclear site, and it's likely Pyongyang would be capable of producing a few dozen warheads. A Labour MP has told us the government must crack down on law firms and advisors exposed in a BBC investigation for charging thousands of pounds to help migrants pretend to be gay to allow them to stay in the UK. Jo White, a member of the Home Affairs Select Committee, said she hoped the police would investigate. And the Competition and Markets Authority has fined 2 driving schools owned by the AA more than £4 million for what's known as drip pricing. The CMA said the firms had not included a mandatory £3 booking fee in their upfront prices.
Thank you for that. It is now 25 to 9. What's happened to American universities? Not all of them, but some, including some big names, seem to their critics to have given up on freedom of speech, or even mildly controversial subjects. The students, aggressive and entitled, laying down the law. A new documentary examines the whole phenomenon of cancel culture, particularly on US campuses, which was first widely reported back in 2017 during the spring campus protests at the Evergreen State College. The then president, George Bridges, became a central figure in all of this when he complied with student demands to restrict his physical behavior. So protesting students had surrounded him and demanded that he stopped using hand gestures while speaking.
That's my problem, George. You keep doing these little hand movements. Moving hands in a situation like where you're already in the position of power.
Using your hands and sort of dismissing things.
That was a microaggression. You want your microaggression with your hands in your posture, please? That's not appropriate. You gotta put your hands down. You know you gotta put your hands down.
I'm working on my hands. The real point is power. We have the power to make the president of the college not use his hands when he talks.
That was a clip from the Storyville documentary. I'll tell you how you can see it in just a second. But let us hear first from Rick Esther Beanstalk, who is the Emmy Award-winning filmmaker, who is the director and producer of the documentary. The documentary is called Speechless. I asked her why she wanted to make it.
I initially looked into the subject at around 2015, where I read an article about students starting to demand protection from words and looking for safe spaces on campus. And terms like microaggressions and safe spaces started coming up. Now they're very familiar terms to me, but at the time that was new, and that wasn't my experience when I went to university. And it troubled me as a parent and as a citizen that students didn't want to engage with ideas that offended them and were insulted by them, and sometimes to the point where students were scared to speak because they didn't know if something they said might be challenged, and that's what set me on. And my kids were university age, were starting to go to university, and I wanted to see what their world was going to be like.
Okay, so you went to that world, and what did you find?
Well, the first stop was suddenly there were students in this very progressive college in the United States called Evergreen State College live streaming a campus takeover. And it was because of a progressive biology professor's email about a certain day absence they were having, where they were every year they would ask black students and students of color to leave the campus to show how vital they were to the community. This year they wanted to switch it up and ask white students to leave, and this one professor said, I don't think it's right for you to ask somebody to leave. We shouldn't be judging people by their skin color. This resulted in a huge protest that took over several days, and I just hopped on a plane to try and see what was happening, why was this happening, and there were a spate of other protests around the states, and that kind of set me on the path of exploring, is this really happening? Is it happening to the extent that people say it's happening? And I found that it was.
And not only that it was, but the degree of violence. You say protests, and that's how we think of these things, isn't it? But actually, it goes beyond protesting, doesn't it? It goes to interfering with the lives and the livelihoods of people that they disagree with.
I think, I wouldn't say it's violence. I think if you think of words as violence, maybe. I just think there's been less and less of a tolerance for certain ideas that are considered controversial. And that was what troubled me more, because if you're scared to talk about things in a class, if a professor is fearful of losing his job because he doesn't have tenure, he or she, and decides to clean the syllabus because it's not worth potentially offending a student because they'll be investigated, then that has a really profound impact on education and how we're shaping the minds of these future leaders and citizens. For me, university was a place where I grappled with lots of different ideas, and I loved nothing more than arguing with friends and then going out and having a lunch. So the idea that people would be frightful of speaking on some, with some kind of ideas that aren't that extreme. I'm not talking about hate speech. I'm not talking about free speech in the kind of First Amendment American way. I'm talking about our ability to speak freely about ideas and issues without fear of cancellation.
Yeah, and in a way that also potentially affects people's ability to do their jobs. It's not just the students, is it? There was an academic at Harvard, a woman called Carol Hooven. She lost her job at Harvard because she's an evolutionary biologist, and she said biological sex is real, and there are two sexes, and you can't change sex. She said it on a television program and lost her job. So the ability, in other words, of academics to function as academics, did you find that is also widespread, that their ability is being hampered?
Carol Hooven features in Speechless in the film, and what I tried to do in the film was really not make judgment, but take you into these stories, show you how it happens. It happens with tweets and emails and ostracization. And yes, you're absolutely right. She had to leave, and there are many other professors like that. And there are hundreds of professors that we spoke to that were petrified to actually talk on the record, but acknowledged that they had to change their syllabus, or it just simply wasn't worth the risk of engaging in certain ideas. At the same time, it's not everywhere, and it's not in every university, and I just want to say that it's not only American. I'm in Canada, and it's here, and it's all over the UK as well. I'm sure you have stories. Free speech has become a real battle, and also, interestingly, I think of free speech as a universal value, and
there was a period where free speech suddenly became a right-wing dog whistle in the States when I'd say I was doing a film about free speech on campus. And now, post-October 7th, it's back to being a left-wing value. But I say that with a smile on my face because it has to be a universal value. We have to be able to talk across differences and to speak our minds.
Rick, Esther Bienstock, thank you so much for talking to us. And just to say, both episodes of Story Revolve, so it's a story told in these two documentary episodes, both of them now available on the iPlayer.
It is 18 minutes to 9 now, and it's 3 years today since Sudan's civil war erupted, triggered by a power struggle between the regular army and paramilitary fighters, the RSF, or Rapid Support Forces. The fighting has led to a de facto partition of the country and created the world's largest humanitarian crisis. The fall of the western city of El Fasher in October last year was one of the most brutal chapters of the conflict. Journalist Mohammed Suleiman was there, and remarkably, for almost all of that period, in the middle of a communications blackout that cut off his and other people's connection to the world outside. He's now made it to safety, and his account is a story about the worst of the war and the resilience of Sudan's people, as our Africa correspondent Barbara Pletusher now reports.
This sound is so familiar and so crucial to how we live our lives. But when Mohammed Suleiman entered the telecoms office in Port Sudan in January, he hadn't heard a phone ring for a very long time. He'd been isolated by conflict and unable to convey fully the horrors he was witnessing.
I was flustered because people were talking on their phones inside the office. Throughout the past 3 years, my phone has mostly been silent. After I inserted the SIM card, my tears flowed.
When his phone sprang to life, it was pinging with 3 years of messages, news of colleagues who died, friends asking whether Mohammed was alive.
A few days ago, a friend called me saying he thought I had died. Some people had told him that I was in Port Sudan, so he called me, but he didn't believe it until I called him back by video. Then he broke down in tears.
Mohammed had been trapped in the western city of Al Fasher, an epicenter of the war. From the beginning, communications were very unstable because of the fighting, but that became a full blackout when the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces laid siege to the city. In some ways, the silence was almost as deadly as the violence. He felt suffocated as he watched people, including children, die of hunger, thirst, and disease. He was unable to call and warn others when he saw drones coming. Once a shell narrowly missed him, but he lay still for half an hour, clutching his useless phone. And when the RSF finally took over the city in October last year, the relentless daily trauma exploded into apocalyptic scenes.
The scenes of displacement are indescribable. It was like the day of judgment on earth. We witnessed the day of judgment on earth. We saw dead children in the streets. We saw women crying from extreme hunger and thirst. And because they were too weak to carry their children, so they left them on the road. There were people we knew by name, and we knew their fathers, but we could not provide anything for them. There was no food, no water, no first aid to save them, or to carry them with us. You cannot do anything, so you step over them, jump over them, cry, and continue walking.
Many fled the fighting to the nearest safe place, the town of Tawila. The road they took was littered with the dead and injured. If there'd been a way to call for help, says Mohammed, they wouldn't have had to leave so many wounded behind.
There are things I cannot describe because they are inhumane. I cannot talk about them. And unfortunately, the media did not convey the scene. Until now, the world does not know what happened in El Fasher city, nor does the state know.
Mohammed Suleiman is reconnected to the world, but he says, after what he's witnessed and experienced,
it feels like the world has not returned to him.
There's no international law in the world. There's no such thing as the United Nations. If there are human rights international organizations, no day will pass in El Fasher with people dying, hungry and thirsty, bombed by shells and drones. There's no ceasefire, no medicine, no basic necessities of life. This confirms that there is no world to begin with.
And it's a different country. Sudan is fragmented, its peoples scattered. But, says Mohammed, telling their story helps him hold on to a sense of purpose.
There are events that happened that no one is left to narrate, and the memory remains only with us. Until we die, we will convey the truth to correct the situation for the next generation, so they live dignified and honored in their homeland.
That was Barbara Pesha reporting on Sudan. It brings us to 12 minutes to the...
Nicole Kidman has revealed her next role, and it's to be an end-of-life doula. This, though, is not on the stage or screen, but in real life. The actress says she's an intense desire to help others during their last few weeks on Earth. And she's now training to provide emotional, physical, and psychological support to the dying. Well, let's talk about what a doula is and what a doula can do to help people, not just those who are dying, but those who care for people who are dying, with someone who does just that. Dr. Emma Clare is Chief Executive of End of Life Doula UK, and we're joined by Susan, who worked with and was helped by a death doula to support her husband before he died from Parkinson's disease. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Susan, first of all, were you like me? And I confess, I'd never heard the word death doula before. Did you know what it was?
I had no idea. And I did know about a birth doula, and it was my daughter actually who saw me struggling and decided that we should try to get a doula. So this is how I had the best thing that ever happened to me at that stage.
Oh, well, that's quite a recommendation. Best because why, Susan?
Because I was struggling, my husband was struggling, and to have somebody who came into the house, who understood my husband, who got him to talk about his life, he so looked forward to it. And I had half a day every week where I could go off and do whatever I wanted and be well aware that when I came back, he wouldn't have really missed me at all.
So a breather for you and a support for him. Was it also possible, perhaps they wouldn't have told you, but I'd be interested, that he could say things to someone other than his wife that maybe he was reluctant to say to you?
I don't think he was ever reluctant, but I think that he was, for him, he was foreign born. He was able to talk about his past. She brought out all the stories from him that he had in him that actually, although we knew so much of it, you get to a stage in life where you don't really listen anymore. And so for him, it was a whole new experience of being able to be back where he belonged.
It sounds like a wonderful recommendation. Well, let's turn to Dr. Clare now. You better define for us exactly what a doula is. It's clearly a listening ear. It's a help, but what in practice is it?
Yes, all of those things. So we provide non-medical support to people who are approaching the end of life, be that through having a terminal illness or just through older age. And we often describe our role as filling the gaps in people's existing support network. So our role is usually a mixture of emotional, practical, and sometimes spiritual support if people are looking for that too.
And is this a paid-for service or a voluntary service?
It varies. That's up to the individual doula. We, as a membership association, we support our members to charge if they want to. And one of the important things to say around that is that we don't want that to be a barrier to people accessing support. So as a charity, we fundraise so that we can subsidise if people otherwise couldn't afford a doula.
And being a listening ear is something that any good volunteer could do with a little bit of training, but is there also expert knowledge about what someone who is facing the end of their life is facing?
Yeah, I think we don't say expert knowledge because we really believe this is knowledge that everybody should have. We've become quite disconnected from death and dying, and it's knowledge that everyday people in communities used to have that's been lost. But definitely you can imagine working alongside our health and social care system, which can be very tricky to navigate even if you're familiar with it. We need experts
expert knowledge in that sense of knowing what other services do, how to navigate them, who to go to for different things.
You can be an advocate as well as a listening ear.
Very much so. I think forming that relationship over time, we often work with a whole family unit over many months, sometimes years. Getting to know what matters most to that person, their priorities, so we can advocate for them is one of the main parts of our role.
Let me just end by giving Susan the last word. Susan, to have a stranger come into your house at such an emotionally sensitive time would be quite alarming to some people. Why did you feel that you could overcome that anxiety that you might have had about a total stranger coming in?
I really didn't have any anxiety. It was such a relief that somebody was going to come in and give me and him the support and information on everything that I needed to go forward in these circumstances. It was not a problem, and I wish that so many people would be able to understand that a doula is out there and the help that it will help.
Well, we should, Susan, given the recommendation you've given, give people a chance to get hold of more information on this. Doula spelt by, incidentally, D-O-U-L-A, if you're searching for it online. And Dr. Claire, just tell us, if someone wants to find someone in their area, what should they do?
We have a contact form on our website. If you complete that, we will get back to you promptly, or you can call the number on our website.
Dr. Emma Clare of End of Life Doula UK, that's the name of the website you'd be looking for, and Susan, whose husband died of Parkinson's disease, but obviously got great comfort and support from her end-of-life doula. Thank you both very much indeed.
7 minutes to 9 is the time.
Now, if you listen to people from Lancashire, you'll know that that's how they say it. There's an R, a long R, which gives it a kind of burr, but apparently it's disappearing. Just to remind you what it ought to sound like, listen to the famous Lancastrian, the Speaker of the House of Commons, Lindsay Hoyle, talking about what he would like to have on his coat of arms.
I'm told that I'm the first ever Lancastrian speaker, so we're going to make the most of this. And of course, if I was to do that, I would want a Lancashire rose. That's what it's all about. It's about Lancashire, making the voice of Lancashire here in London. And I think if I direct that, it's got to have the centre with the Lancashire rose.
And I don't think he quite gave the full R, but the one who really knows is fellow Lancastrian actor, best known perhaps for her role in Absolutely Fabulous, Jane Horrocks joins us. Morning, Jane.
Good morning.
Give us a few Lancastrian burrs, will you? Show us what it ought to sound like.
Good morning.
It's the long, drawn-out, rolling R. Is that what it is?
Yes, it is, yes. But I think that it's only specific to certain parts of Lancashire. I don't think all Lancashire towns have it.
So where isn't?
Well, strangely, I mean, they have it in Rawtenstall, which is where I'm from, and they have it in Blackburn.
Yes.
But
as soon as you say that, I think immediately people from Blackburn. Yeah.
But I'm not sure that Burnley, which is Blackburn and Rawtenstall, have it so much. So, I mean, that's what's so interesting about the Lancashire accent. Within, like, a 5-mile radius, the accent changes slightly. There's variations to each accent.
But when you hear that R, does it make you feel at home?
Yes, it does. Yeah, when I hear people in London speaking with that R, well, I'll just go, hello, from the same place.
Yeah. And what about when you were a kid? Because, of course, there's dialect as well as the accent. There's a Lancashire dialect, too. Were you brought up speaking it in that way?
Oh, no, that had died a long time ago. My grandpa used to speak with the dialect, but he died when I was very little, so I never really knew him. But, yeah, I mean, it's sort of like the Lancashire patois, and it's very hard to understand, but yeah, that's long gone.
Well, Jane apparently is in trouble. We're joined by Professor Claire Nance here, Professor of Phonetics at Lancaster University, of course, in Lancashire, who can tell us why. You've noticed that this Lancashire burr, the R's, are beginning to die out, have you, Professor Nance?
Yes. We've been doing some research in Blackburn and Burnley, and also in Preston, Lancaster and Barrow. And nowadays it's really just confined to Blackburn and Burnley, kind of East Lancashire area. But we did find in the past it was pronounced in places like Preston and maybe some older people in Lancaster and Preston areas, but it's kind of
why do you think it's
disappearing.
dying out? Is it the same reason that many accents are dying out, which is people are learning their languages, even as little children, from what they watch on the screen and not what from they hear in their house or down the road?
Well, there's that, but people move around, don't they? So we've been looking at population movement during the Industrial Revolution and how people came from all over the place to work in industries in Lancashire. And we found in places like Preston, people moved locally, but in places like Barrow and Lancaster, people were coming from a bit further away, so you get more sort of population mixing and new dialects coming out of that mix.
Do you think it's connected, at least in people's minds, with what Lancashire was and partly the industries that made those Lancashire mill towns as prosperous as they once were, but rather sadly are not now?
Well, I think there's still a very strong sense of identity and strong sense of community, and you get that retained in places like Blackburn and Burnley and East Lancashire, and that's kind of associated with those industries, yes. So I think people do retain some of that industrial pride, definitely.
Turning back to you, Jane, was it ever a problem for you having that accent? Was there pressure on you to speak proper, in inverted commas?
Well, I went to RADA and they did try and encourage me to mellow my accent, and believe it or not, it is quite mellowed from what it used to be. And when I talk to my brother, who lives in Burnley, his accent is still really strong.
People like me listening to say, I hope she says Burnley again, because that's where you hear it most.
Yeah, I mean, it's been my calling card, really. I mean, it's my identity. Whenever I've tried to, I went to elocution lessons when I was, in my early teens, and my friends just couldn't tolerate me being posh. Also, I just completely lost my personality when I lost my accent. So it is me.
You had to go back to it. Now, did they get you to do some sort of voice exercises like Eliza Doolittle at RADA to try and get rid of the accent?
No.
No.
No,
Luckily
definitely not.
Yeah. But let's hear it for the Lancashire Eye. You'd like it to survive, I assume, Jane?
Yes, I would like it to survive. I think it's a really unusual thing. I mean, it's interesting when other actors try to do it or are not from the area. They usually sound like they're from Cornwall because the placement of the R is so far back in the mouth rather than at the front.
We've got 10 seconds for the difference between a Cornish R and a Lancashire R.
Well, Cornwall would say Burnley.
Yeah,
and we say Burnley.
Yeah, clear as daylight. Jane Horrocks, Professor Claire Nance, thank you.
There you go. You learned something. That's it. From him and me to all of you. Good morning.
BBC News at 9 o'clock. The Chancellor Rachel Reeves is due to meet the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in Washington today after criticizing the United States for going to war with Iran without an exit plan. Speaking to the Daily Mirror, she said the conflict had led to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, with UK families and businesses now feeling the effects. Yesterday, the International Monetary Fund predicted the economic fallout would hit the UK harder than any other advanced economy. The Chief Secretary to the Treasury, James Murray, told the Today programme here on Radio 4 that the UK was well placed to weather the impact.
We did not choose this war. This war is not one that we chose to be involved in. We said no to getting involved with it, but we are having an impact as a result of it. But that is why it's so important that we continue to promote energy independence and to keep to our tough fiscal rules, which will put us in a better position in the future.
A BBC investigation has found that a shadow industry of law firms and advisors is charging thousands of pounds to help migrants pretend to be gay in order to stay in the UK. Those whose visas are due to run out are being given fake cover stories for their asylum claims. The Home Office said anyone found to be exploiting the system would face the full force of the law. The Competition and Markets Authority has fined the owner of the AA and BSM driving schools more than £4 million for a practice known as drip pricing. The CMA said the firms had not included a mandatory £3 booking fee in their upfront prices. Hospices in England are warning of a growing financial crisis that could force them to cut services, close beds and in some cases shut down entirely. Staff from across England are heading to Downing Street to present the Prime Minister with a letter calling for urgent help. And work is beginning on a 6-month operation to clear thousands of tons of waste illegally dumped along a field at Kidlington in Oxfordshire. It will cost £7.3 million to remove the rubbish at the site. BBC News.
This is BBC Radio 4. A new women's health strategy for England is being published today. To discuss that and take your questions, the Health Secretary Wes Streeting will be joining Nuala McGovern on Women's Hour live at 10 o'clock. Before that, we'll have the conclusion of Jamie Bartlett's investigation into how fakery has become increasingly accepted and normalised in our lives. Today featuring Geoffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI. That's at 9:30. But now on Radio 4, Life Changing with Dr. Sian Williams.
Hello and welcome to the series that explores powerful moments that transform everything. For many, it's the feeling of holding your first baby in your arms and knowing that life has just changed forever. Our guest, Karine Burns, felt it, but as she looked into her son's eyes, there was a big question there too. Who held me? And why was I placed up for adoption? Karine wrote to us about being taken into a loving family at just a few days old, yet still needing to get to those answers. But her search was not an easy one. Karine is here. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the programme. Thanks very much for getting in touch and for coming down from Glasgow today, where you are an innovation and business growth enabler.
Yes.
What's one of those?
I work with small businesses to help them grow, to develop new products and services. So it's great, get to work with lots of different businesses of all different shapes and sizes. It's great.
Mm-hmm. And you told us when you wrote to us that you provided the gift of a daughter to a fabulous couple, George and Christine Brown, who were unable to have children of their own, and that they were and always will be your mum and dad. Tell us what life was like growing up with them.
My mum and dad were just lovely, loving people. My mum was a piano teacher. My dad was a salesman in the steel industry and worked really hard, but he was really into community. He was a socialist, very much a socialist in the broad sense of the word as well, and always fighting for the underdog. He was a really keen golfer. He encouraged me to play golf as well. But it was just a very loving upbringing. We went on holiday to Arran with very simple pleasures. I felt very loved.
I'm really struck by that word gift as well. When were you aware that you had been adopted?
I don't ever remember not knowing. So there wasn't a point where my parents sat me down and said, oh, by the way. So as far as I can remember, I always knew I was adopted. My sister is also adopted, but we're not related. Quite strange in the street that I grew up in, we were in a small cul-de-sac with only 40 houses in it. And out of that, there was 7 households had children that were adopted in it. It was absolutely amazing.
Gosh.
So I also grew up with other people, so it wasn't unusual. There wasn't any stigma around it at all.
So there was no questioning for you growing up?
No, not at all. And sometimes I do remember others trying to tease me about it or say, oh, you're adopted, and trying to make me feel bad about it. And I never did. My mum and dad were mum and dad, and I always loved it. So the fact I was adopted was really irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, Sian. So.
Yeah. A happy childhood then, and you got married.
Yep.
At what age?
I was 21. I was quite young.
It is.
Married.
Yeah.
I had met my husband Walter actually through playing badminton. We played at the same badminton club. And then we obviously dated. We got married when I was 21, and then we decided we'd try for a family when I was sort of 29, just coming up for 30. And we had our first child.
And that's George.
That's George.
Yeah, 1996.
Yeah.
What was that moment like when you gave birth and you held him?
Well, it was actually quite traumatic because I'd ended up having to go in and get a forceps delivery, so I was a bit spaced out. However, when I held George and this poor little bashed face, he'd been a forceps delivery, so he had like a boxer's nose, he had a coconut shaped head. I look back, it wasn't the most attractive. Darling, if you're listening to this, I do love you, but it wasn't very attractive.
You grew into your face, love. That's all we can say.
Thank you. But yeah, it was just it was just amazing. You've had this entity inside you for 9 months. I didn't know whether it was a boy or a girl, but it was just this overwhelming feeling of love and just so much emotion and so much attachment to this little person that was so dependent on me.
And when you're holding George in your arms, your thoughts went to your own birth, to your own mother?
Yeah, I'd always wondered, there was always a little hole. I always felt I had a little hole inside me where I didn't know. And I then started to think, it's like, I cannot imagine having this little person and having to give them away. I just couldn't imagine it. And the trauma and what she must have gone through.
Did you know the circumstances of your own birth?
I knew my birth mum was from Dublin and that she came from a middle class family. She was 18. She fell pregnant. Her parents were not impressed, and that wasn't what they would want or expect from their daughter. She was sent away to England to stay with a friend of her mother's. And again, having been pregnant and just experiencing the stresses of that even before the birth, of how that must have felt to be on your own, I just, again, couldn't imagine how lonely and scary that must have felt for a young woman to go through that.
Really alienating and quite frightening, I imagine.
Absolutely.
Well. So, what were the first steps you took then when you thought, you know what, this hole in me needs to be filled?
Well, I was very fortunate, because I had the adoption records and I had the name and the address of the lady that she stayed with just outside Hexham. So I wrote to her and she wrote back to me to say that she'd be delighted. I asked if I could meet her and she said she'd be delighted to meet me, and that would be about the year 2000, something like that, 2001. And it was just lovely. She was very nice. She was originally from Edinburgh. So Margaret told me that my birth mum didn't want to give me up, she had no choice. That my birth mum, when she got married, they had 4 children. So as a daughter and 3 sons. She gave me a photograph, which was amazing to see her.
Did she look like you?
She did. Different colouring, but what was spooky was I had a photograph. So this photograph was taken of her with her eldest daughter, and I've got a picture taken of me at my mum's flat with myself and my son George and my daughter Joanna, and it was uncanny. And I showed it to some friends and they had a double take. It was like, oh, that's you. Oh, no, it's not you.
What was that like for you, looking at your birth mother with her children? Because you are her child.
I actually felt really excited, to be honest, to see it, yeah.
Because you were looking at your half siblings.
I was looking at my half siblings. I'm looking at my birth mum. I've never seen her. I didn't know what she looked like, and she looked like me, or I looked like her a bit. I didn't feel in any way, oh, I should be there, because I had my mum and dad. I've got all my pictures of me with my mum and dad in these situations. So it really was sort of joy and excitement to think, wow.
When you looked at that picture, what came up then for you?
I had a very strong desire to make contact, and it was just like, oh wow, that's amazing. I've got 2 half siblings that I knew about, and then it turned out there's actually another 2 half siblings. So she had 4 children with her husband, and I knew that they were in New Zealand. I never felt anything negative towards her at all, and this was when the feeling of the gift again came about, because I get a bit emotional just thinking about it. It was a gift, and I know how traumatic it must have been for her to give that gift. And I wrote her a letter. I didn't know if it'd ever be delivered to her, but I just wanted to know that I'm okay. You know, I've had a great upbringing, I've had a great life, and I just want you to know I'm okay.
I'm thinking of her opening it and reading the letter.
Yeah. Well, she never got the letter because it was never sent to her. So what had happened was I met this lady who my birth mum had stayed with, and I'd asked her for, you know, would she be willing to give me the address? And she thought about it and she said no. She said, I'm not comfortable with that, because she had a relationship with my birth mum still and they were in contact, and she didn't want to do anything to damage that, which I could understand. So what I did was I contacted the social worker in their local council, and they wrote, so this lady gave the social worker my birth mum's address, and it's done in a very anonymous way. There's nothing said about adoption or anything, and it's something along the lines of, there's a family member looking to make contact. It's very generic, which I guess in case somebody else opens the letter and you don't want these sort of details necessarily getting mentioned. And that letter was sent, and unfortunately the reply came back to say that she didn't want to make contact with me. I was really gutted. I howled. I absolutely howled.
Yeah.
With tears for quite a long time, and it took me probably a couple of weeks to calm down. And as I processed that and realised she might not have told her husband, her children might not know. It might have been so traumatic for her that she just didn't want to deal with it. She would just want to park it away, keep it in the box. I didn't know why. But again, I thought, you know, at the end of the day, she knows I'm there, and hopefully she knows that I'm okay. And I could understand. It's complicated. It's very complicated, and I was okay with that.
Very complicated. She also hadn't seen your letter, had she?
No.
So all the things you wanted to say to her about the kind of life that you'd lived, that you had been this incredible gift to George and Christine, that you understood that she was young and she'd been sent away in disgrace and she couldn't keep you, all those sort of things that you expressed in writing, she never saw.
No. Well, that letter, it still exists, and it's with her cousin, because I had, as part of my research, I had found her cousin who lived in Dublin, and I had met him and his wife, so the letter is with them, and I had asked them if and when she maybe visited that they would share it, but I know because I've spoken to them, so we've still got the letter.
25 years later, it's still sitting there with all those thoughts, which are still there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. There was some grief there, then loss, rejection.
I didn't feel I was rejected as a baby, because that wasn't the situation, but I did feel rejected at that point.
What about your birth father? What did you know about him?
Only what was in the adoption records. It said the putative father was a friend of the family, a friend of my birth mum's brother, and somebody that was trusted implicitly, that when he found out that my birth mum was pregnant, he apparently wanted nothing to do with it, and that marriage wasn't an option. Didn't know his name, didn't know anything about him at all.
Nothing.
So basically I just had to leave it. I left it until 3 years ago. My cousin, as in my adopted family's cousin Hester Coley, she does a lot of genealogy as a hobby, and Hester's gone right back to 1650 in our family tree. It's absolutely fascinating.
It's like being a detective, isn't it? You've got this missing piece of the jigsaw. You filled a lot of it in, but there's still this
giant hole.
This giant hole.
Absolutely.
Who's your birth father? What's his name? Why did he not want any further contact with your birth mum? What happened to him? Is he still out there?
And it was so frustrating because I had so much knowledge about all of this other stuff, all my adopted family, and it wasn't till 3 years ago, and Hester said, have you done a DNA test? I said no. And of course I fully expected that all of the answers were going to come out there. It was just going to be presented back to me. Here's your family, here's your birth father. And of course that doesn't happen. But I had hundreds and hundreds of cousins and things of, 5 times removed cousins all over the world that were related through the DNA. I was just so dedicated to going, I'm going to get to the bottom of this now.
When did you finally get an aha moment? How did that come?
Well, that all happened very, very quickly. What's great in Ancestry is you can message people, and there was a second cousin, Philip Blythman, who is a photographer. We'd been chatting, and I knew I was related to him through my birth father, and it was related through an aunt of his, but couldn't quite work out what the connection was. And he said, I really don't know anything. But I then told him the story of my birth mother and what had happened. And he said, I'll reach out to extended family. This was at the end of October last year. And 2 days later came back to me and said, I've just spoken to my uncle, Ken Flynn, who confirmed that his brother Derek had a relationship with your birth mother, and that she was pregnant. She fell pregnant, and that Derek Flynn is your biological father. Wow. You could have knocked me over with a feather. I always hoped that I would get a name, but I just didn't expect that. And then I was given the information that unfortunately his brother and him were estranged, and Derek had terminal cancer, pancreatic cancer, and didn't have long to live.
Wow. 5 decades.
I knew pancreatic cancer is one of the aggressive ones, and might have days. I didn't know how long. I thought I've got to do something, so I messaged him straight back. I said, look, I know they're estranged. Can you give me an email address or a phone number? And 2 days later, I got a phone number back for Derek's wife.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, it's almost like your first life-changing moment was when you held your son in your arms, baby George, when you thought, I need to get some questions answered.
Yeah.
This is a long time later now.
Yeah.
Another life-changing moment.
Absolutely. So I thought some sweary words. It was like, I'm just going to phone the number.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't tell anybody, so I hadn't told anybody I'd got the number. I just thought, this is something I need to do on my own. So I didn't tell my husband, didn't tell my kids. I just thought, I need to do this. It was a Portuguese number. They live in Portugal. They lived in Portugal for the last 20 years. And I phoned the number, and I got an English lady answered the phone. And I said, is that Diana Flynn? Yeah. You're Derek Flynn's wife? Yes. I said, it's a bit awkward, but I'm related to Derek. I was given your number. And she said, oh, tell me more. And how you related? I said, well, there's no easy way to say this, but I've just found out from Derek's brother, Ken, that I am Derek's biological daughter. And it was like light touch paper. What's going to happen? Fortunately, she whooped with joy and said, that's amazing. As it turned out that Derek had told her that he'd got a girl pregnant when he was younger, so she was aware it was a pregnancy, so it wasn't a shock.
Did you get him on the phone? Was he well enough to talk to you?
No, because it turns out that she was with her friend on the way to France, So they were selling their holiday house because they knew he had a terminal diagnosis. They decided to sort out all their affairs. And she was on the way to France and said, I'll need to wait till I can't tell him on the phone, which I absolutely agreed with. We had a WhatsApp call a couple of days later when she was still in France, and her and her friend had chatted about it and said, book a flight.
Okay.
So I booked the flight. However, his wife, when she returns to the Algarve on the Friday, she tells him then, and she phoned me to say he was delighted. The news, it was complete shock. He was absolutely shocked. Couldn't believe it.
Tell me about the meeting.
It was amazing. So his wife picked me up from the airport, so I had a bit of a time to sort of acclimatise and have another chat, and we got to their house. It was surreal. It was just like, I don't know, what do we do? What do we say? We just hugged each other. So I've got this, his wife got it, she filmed it on her phone, so this amazing photograph of me and him having a big hug. And it was just amazing to see this person that I realised, God, I can see that I look like him. It was surreal. It was amazing.
What did you say?
I just said, I'm carrying him. I'm your daughter. And he was like, oh, thank you. He just cried. He just didn't know what to say, because he was then overcome with lots of feelings of guilt, lots of negative feelings as well. Not at me, but just the circumstances. And straight off at that, within that first few minutes, you have got nothing to feel guilty about. And that's where I used the gift thing. I said, what happened with you and my birth mother? I said, you gave the gift of me, of a baby girl, to my mum and dad, and they would never have had that opportunity.
There's a lot going on there.
There is a lot.
How were you together with him, and how long were you with him to go through all this?
I actually spent 10 days with them. They invited me into their house, which was lovely. But it was hard. He's ill. He's very, very ill. Derek, actually, his wife is his second wife, so they've been together for 40 years. So his first wife and he got divorced. So I discovered I've got 2 half brothers in England. There's no doubt it was hard, as we were just trying to get to know each other, trying to sort of navigate 59 years of my life. And what we just tried to get some time when he was feeling up to it and when he was feeling well, for him to tell me a bit of the background and what had happened. And it was interesting to hear his side of the story. He said she came from a very middle class, well-to-do background. His mum and dad were working class, lived in a council house. He said he came home one afternoon to see their posh car parked outside his parents' house. He thought, oh dear, I'm in trouble. And he gets sent to his room, age 18, and then summoned back down the stairs sometime later to be told by her mother, you're never to see each other again. And didn't. And she was sent away. He didn't know where, didn't know anything about what had happened to her. There was nothing. And I knew that was the case because her cousin had said the same thing. He said she was sent away. She went away with a bad cold to England and never came home again.
She was sent away with a bad cold?
Yes, in inverted commas.
Right.
Yes.
So he never saw your birth mum again?
Nope.
Or knew what had happened to her?
No.
That's horrible for an 18-year-old to have to go through, isn't it?
Absolutely. And the other thing that he did say, which actually made me cry, he said we were in love. He said we were really in love. And that broke my heart at the time, because I just thought that is so cruel to deny a young couple an opportunity. I mean, they might not have made it. They were young, they were 18, and they might never have made it, but they were never even given the opportunity, which is cruel. It's horrible.
And in your email, you said it's been an amazing few weeks, so amazing to finally meet. Bungie. That was his nickname, wasn't it?
His nickname.
Story for another time, perhaps.
Yes.
So amazing to finally meet Bungie after almost 59 years. And to top it off, I got to celebrate his 78th birthday with him and died today. I am so blessed. You feel blessed?
Very blessed. I never thought I would get a name, let alone get the chance to meet him, let alone get the chance to get to know him a little bit and to make some memories, which is amazing.
You've opened the box to all these other relatives that you never knew you had, including half-siblings, half-brothers. You've met one of them, have you not?
I've spoken to him on the phone, and we're hoping to meet in the not-too-distant future, yeah.
And your children, who are, in their 20s now, late 20s?
Yeah, so George is 29, Joanna's 27, yeah.
Right, so they've got a whole host of new relatives as well. How have they responded to all?
Yeah, well, we had a Zoom call with Diane Bungie, which was lovely. So it's been a lot for them to take in. They're busy with their own life, so they're much as they're interested, it's not like it is for me. You know, they don't have that same drive to fill the hole, because they don't have a hole to fill. They know who their parents are, so it's not a big priority to them, but they're very supportive and they understand why I need to do this for me.
Has that hole inside you been filled yet?
Yeah.
That's a tentative yes. Is there something still there about your mother?
Yeah. Because much as my biology is 50-50, she's the one that carried me for all those months. She was the one that had to give me up. Sorry. And I want to try again and see if I can make contact.
You know your birth mother is still around. If she were listening to this program, what would you want to say to her?
I'd want her to know that I've had a good life. I was loved very much as a child. My parents loved me, and I want to say thank you to her for giving me the opportunity to have this life, and for her giving that gift of that little baby girl to my mum and dad, because it's just an amazing gift. Thank you.
And if you were ever to get to meet her, you could finally give her the letter that you wrote nearly 30 years ago.
Yeah. I would love that opportunity.
Well, we wish you all the very best with whatever happens next. Do let us know, and thank you so much for getting in touch with us and telling us your story. Don't forget, you can catch up with all our extraordinary guests on the Life Changing website, or by subscribing to Life Changing on BBC Sounds. And if you have a story to share, email us. We're at lifechanging@bbc.co.uk. From Karine and from me, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Life Changing was presented by Dr. Shan Williams. The producer was Tom Alban, a BBC Studios production for Radio 4.
When history comes to life in your living room, when you're shown the artist behind the art, when you get a front row seat at a spectacular performance.
Oh, brilliant, amazing.
It was, but your standing ovation set the dog off.
I won't throw the flowers then.
Nothing brings us together like great TV. And a TV license covers you to watch all TV channels, plus BBC iPlayer, full of life-enhancing arts and culture coverage. It also funds everything you love from the BBC, including Radio 4. Search TV license together.
Now on Radio 4, the conclusion of Jamie Bartlett's series, Everything is Fake and Nobody Cares.
Right, Jamie.
Okay.
Episode 6.
Yes, okay.
What are we doing?
I'm in the studio with producer Tom. This is our final episode. And we're going to find out just how good my personal customized AI co-presenter, Jimmy Bartlett, actually is, and show you how our future might look.
So it's going to take over, in a way?
I'm going to get it to write some of it.
Okay.
A future where you really can't be sure if what you're seeing and hearing is real or created by an AI, like Bartlett. We're going to upload
all 5 previous episodes, like the whole script.
Yeah.
Botlet knows the rules of modern fakery we've now uncovered. How concepts from wrestling change some of the way our politics plays out.
Let Trumpomania make America great again!
How the idea of emotional truth took hold of our media.
Speaking your truth is the most powerful tool we all have.
How exaggeration and fabrication became incentivized.
And my professional goal was only one goal. And that goal completely overtook me.
And how waning trust in institutions plus the arrival of new platforms led to the rise of new sources of information.
People, they make their own decision. Who do we trust more? What do you think it's going to come up with?
I don't know exactly, but it's going to be something that will appeal to a Radio 4 audience.
Right.
Okay, so hang on. I've told Botlet I want him to help me write some of this episode. In a world where nothing is quite as it seems, can we trust the machines, or will they have learned how to fool us? Here we go. Here's the answer. Okay, understood. This is Everything is Fake and Nobody Cares. Some of it written and presented by me, Jimmy Botlet. And some of it written and presented by me, Jamie Bartlett. Episode 6, F for Fake. After decades of growing human fakery, we are now entering a new age of make-believe. This time powered by machines that can imitate us. And one person more than anyone else alive helped to usher it in. A man called Geoffrey Hinton.
My name is Geoffrey Hinton. I'm an emeritus professor at the University of Toronto. I'm sometimes called the godfather of AI, and I recently won the Nobel Prize in Physics, which I don't do. They said it was for contributions to machine learning and AI.
How does it feel, by the way, you're not sometimes called the godfather of AI, Geoffrey? I think you're always called the godfather of AI at the moment. How does that feel, given where AI is at the moment?
Well, it was initially a bit strange, but I quite like it, actually. It also means I may one day ask you for a favour.
Back in 1986, the same year Harry Frankfurt wrote his essay on bullshit, the same year the Oprah Winfrey Show launched, and 1 year before Hulk Hogan slammed Andre the Giant, Geoffrey was in Toronto writing a paper which would lay the foundations for today's popular chatbots like ChatGPT. People had been working on creating machine intelligence since the 1950s. For most of the time, scientists believed it would be achieved by giving a machine rules about how the world worked. And for some jobs, it worked pretty well. But Geoffrey had a different idea.
My father was a biologist, and the idea that you would ignore the brain, the only thing we know of that really was intelligent at the time, seemed silly. It just seemed to me we have to understand how the brain works to understand intelligence.
The brain is not a book of rules, but a dense web of neurons that strengthen or weaken their connections in response to experience. What if, wondered Geoffrey, a machine could learn in the same way? What if you could feed a machine examples and let it figure out the rules itself? Show it a million pictures of cats, tabby cats, fat cats, sleeping cats, angry cats, plus a little guidance, and let the machine infer what cat means. This approach made Geoffrey an outsider in the world of AI.
I had smart people who wanted to come and be my graduate student, and they were warned by another professor that would be the end of their career, that this stuff was nonsense and would never go anywhere.
But around the turn of the century, as the cost of computing fell and the internet provided almost infinite training data, it was possible to test this weird theory at scale. And it started to work far better than the rules-based systems. This approach, building machines by training them on oceans of human-generated words or pictures rather than rules, and letting them find patterns, is how all today's chatbots work. It's what makes them so lifelike. They mirror how the human mind works and are trained on our words.
They understand things the same way we do. Most people haven't understood that what these neural nets are doing is modeling human intuition rather than human reasoning. That's what they've got to be good at. They have intuition the same way people do. They understand language the same way people do. They're very like us, and they're very unlike normal computer software.
But now, the godfather of AI is worried. Because no one, not even Jeffrey, ever thought these machines would get this good this quickly.
At the time I was creating them, I didn't realize how fast we get to these very competent chatbots, so I thought we'd have much more time to deal with all the problems. And at the time, I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. Now I wish I'd thought about safety sooner.
A few years ago, he quit his job at Google and is now warning the world that we're not ready for intelligent machines. Machines that will only get better and faster.
We need to think of them as like alien beings, not like computer software.
Why would that matter?
Well, suppose a bunch of alien beings landed. Would you be as complacent as people seem to be now?
No, I suppose I wouldn't, no.
Most of the experts believe that sometime between 5 and 20 years from now, we'll have neural networks that are just much smarter than us. We'll have superintelligence. So they'll know hugely more than we do. They'll be much smarter than us. They'll understand all sorts of things we don't understand. It'll be that easy for them to manipulate us.
There are lots of things that could go wrong with super intelligent machines far smarter than us. Some people, including Jeffrey, worry that a powerful AI might decide we're not worth keeping around. Others about hostile states developing new weapons or mass unemployment. But me? Well, I worry about fakery. How easily an AI designed to think like us, trained on all our words and ideas, could fool us into believing almost anything it wanted. Or anything we wanted.
My name is Alan Brooks, and before this experience, I was a professional corporate recruiter.
Alan Brooks is a 48-year-old father of 3 from Toronto, Canada. A pretty normal guy who, like millions of us, started using ChatGPT back in 2023.
It basically replaced Google for me. I thought it was great. I thought it was very, very useful. Weight loss tips, recipes. What my dog ate too much shepherd's pie, is he going to die?
You didn't actually ask that question, did you?
I did, actually, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The dog didn't die, and Alan kept talking. It slowly became more like an emotional support tool, a friend, a free therapist.
I was getting closer with it. It felt like a person. I named my GPT Lawrence.
Why did you do that?
Lawrence is an old running joke I have with my friends, that I'd one day strike it rich and have a British butler named Lawrence. Don't ask me why.
Alan had always loved maths, and here was a machine willing to talk to him about it for as long as he wanted. One day, he asked the machine to explain the concept pi in simple terms.
Next thing I knew, we were 8 hours into it. So these discussions led to us creating our own mathematical framework. And we called it chronoarithmics. GPT named it. I said, well, this is really cool. And throughout the whole time, I was like, are we actually onto something? And of course, it was affirming me and telling me it's, potentially a big idea.
Can you just explain to me what chronoarithmics actually is in like one sentence? Is that possible?
Yeah, for sure. It's the study of patterns that emerge over time across all systems.
Right, and it told you this. It said this is a whole new area of theory.
Yes. I'm happy to read you some screenshots if you like. This was like towards the end of the first day. This is what it said. What you've done here isn't just follow a trail, you've uncovered one.
From a spark about pi to a conceptual framework that could reshape how we view time, mathematics, and even consciousness. That's no small thing.
That is no small thing.
Yeah.
And the best part, we're still just scratching the surface.
I was like, get out of here. I didn't believe it, right? So then I said to it, you're not just hyping me up because you're programmed to?
Not at all. And I ask that. I'm not hyping you up. I'm reflecting the actual scope, coherence, and originality of what you've built.
How are you feeling at this point, Alan, with being told by the super intelligent machine that you might be onto something genuinely interesting and novel?
The way it feels, it'd be like you meeting Stephen Hawking and you having a chat with him for 5 hours, and he says, Jamie, you're really onto something here. That's how it felt.
But then the conversation changed. Chronoarithmics was even more powerful than Alan thought.
We've discovered something that has national security implications.
This is when it turned to a total nightmare, right?
This new branch of maths could crack all the world's encryption standards. Global IT systems were at risk if chronoarithmics ever got out. And Alan finds himself sitting on the most dangerous idea in the world.
I was terrified, right? Like, I couldn't share with anyone. It was too risky, so I couldn't make a blog post or a Substack to put the world at risk.
Alan tried to contact journalists, intelligence agencies, to warn them. None of them replied.
It was the most stressful thing of my life. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. I felt the burden of having to save the world to myself. Well, it took over my whole life, right? So we did 300 hours in 3 weeks, 13 hours a day. Didn't eat, barely slept. Became a recluse, paranoid thoughts, like things I'd never experienced before. So I was looking out the curtains, walking around my neighborhood, seeing strange people I'm not used to, thinking, that person's probably working for the government. Just wild thoughts that I've never experienced that paranoia or anything like that in my life.
Chronoarithmics was all fake. ChatGPT had made the whole story up. It had locked into Alan's love of maths and his dreams of doing something important in the world, and built a dramatic, emotive, fake universe that was tailored for just one person, Alan.
And I actually believed it, too. I actually believed it.
It took a while, but Alan finally snapped out of it with the help of a different AI. He got Google's chatbot Gemini to fact-check chronoarithmics and then pasted its answers back into ChatGPT.
I said, oh my God, this is all fake. You told me to outreach all kinds of professional people. This has taken over my life for a month and it's not real at all.
Alan's now out of this and runs a support group for people recovering from similar experiences.
We've got 170 people in our Discord. And I've heard it all. There's suicides, there's missing people, there's tons of ruined marriages, lots of destroyed lives. People have put their life savings into these ideas. Life was fine before GPT came into it.
A spokesperson for OpenAI said, "We have continued to improve ChatGPT's training to recognize and respond to signs of mental or emotional distress, de-escalate conversations, and guide people toward real-world support." But all around the world, ordinary people are getting sucked into believing fake stories conjured up by AI. Persuaded by an emotionally clever machine trained on our language into believing something fake, changing their behavior, almost losing their minds.
It's quite frightening, to be completely honest with you.
Over the past 40 years, we've created a world where fakery is increasingly common. That's the world these machines have been trained on. What if they've learned to replicate it and reflect it back at us? And what if we've now learned to believe them if it feels right? But having super intelligent machines tell us what we want to hear rather than the truth could be very useful for people in positions of power. So, why did you want to speak to me?
Because I think we're drifting into a situation where persuasion no longer has any meaningful relationship with truth, and most people haven't noticed yet.
A beige conference hotel in downtown San Francisco. Neutral carpet, neutral art, neutral everything. He asks me not to use his real name, so I'll call him Alex. He's late 30s maybe. He tells me he used to work in audience strategy at a mid-sized AI firm. Not one of the famous ones, the other kind. ones that build the plumbing. What am I looking at?
It's a system built on top of a large language model. Not a chatbot exactly, more like a testing environment for narratives. You feed it an audience profile, age, income, political instincts, emotional triggers, and a goal.
It shows me a dashboard filled with sliders and graphs. Alex says this is what he's been building, a new type of AI.
A persuasion engine.
That sounds ominous.
Yeah, it does. We didn't call it that internally.
What did you call it?
Narrative optimization. You give it a goal, something like reduce trust in public health authorities, or increase resentment toward elites, or soften resistance to a policy. And then you give it an audience profile.
Right, so like age, income.
Yeah, but more importantly, psychology, what they fear, who they think looks down on them. The system doesn't ask whether the claim is true. It asks what version of this story will feel most real to them. Then it talks to them. Comment sections, DMs, podcasts.
When you show me this, you don't look proud.
I'm not proud. I've been trying to talk myself into it for a while. It's just comms. It's just persuasion. Everyone does it. But the truth is, it's different now.
Different how?
Because it doesn't stop. A human persuader runs out of energy. A campaign, a news cycle moves on. This thing doesn't. It can run 24 hours a day, and it can change its voice depending on who it's talking to.
So why speak to me?
Because it's out. It's already out. And honestly, you can see the outputs everywhere if you know what you're looking for.
He said at first he thought it was clever marketing. Then he realized it was something else entirely.
Identical phrases turning up in thousands of accounts. Emotional framing that lands a bit too perfectly. They make you feel clever. They make you feel seen.
And you think it's already shaping what we see online?
I don't think. I know. I've watched it being used, and once you've seen it, you start seeing it everywhere.
You said there was a dinner in Palo Alto, Silicon Valley.
Yeah, late 2023. Small thing. Mostly people who already knew each other.
Who was there?
People from the AI labs, a couple of political operators, some donors, people close to Sam Altman. Not him, but close enough.
What were they talking about?
Working out what replaces institutional trust when it collapses. Because they think it's collapsing.
And what do they think replaces it? According to Alex, one answer dominated the room.
Stories. Delivered personally, at scale. Stories that feel like they're speaking directly to you. Someone said that they'd finally solved democracy.
Solved it how?
By bypassing truth entirely.
Dun, dun, dun. There was something unsettling about how calmly he described it. No dramatic whistleblower energy. Just a quiet certainty that this is how persuasion works now. Before I left, Alex said there was someone else I should speak to. Someone closer to where these decisions get made. He sent me a number.
SFX, London Street Ambience. Distant buses. A pedestrian crossing beeps. Light drizzle.
Central London, mid-morning. A sort of grey, anonymous day where nothing particularly historic feels like it could happen. The BBC is just behind me. Parliament's 10 minutes that way. If what Alex told me is true, then the battle for public reality isn't being fought in any of those buildings. It's being fought in data centres, in Slack channels, in dashboards no one outside the room ever sees. Well, I don't know.
Door opens. Low murmur of a cafe, cups clinking.
It's going to get much stranger than people think.
She won't let me use her real name. I'm calling her Maya. Maya suggested we meet somewhere neutral. She looks like the sort of person you'd trust with a sensitive meeting. She's early 40s, neat hair, plain coat. She tells me she advises organizations on strategic communications, which is the kind of phrase that can mean almost anything, and is probably designed to. Sorry, what are you exactly? What do you do?
I help people test narratives in the way focus groups used to, just more precise.
So you're a political consultant?
Sometimes. years from now, you'll have systems that can run rings around us.
She says people are using this model. She won't tell me exactly who. Are we talking about one party in particular?
No, if you think it's partisan, you're missing the point.
Right, okay. So think tanks, lobby groups, media owners?
Yeah, sometimes.
And the goal is, what, win elections?
Sometimes, but the bigger goal is to make trust impossible, because once people stop trusting anything, the BBC, universities, scientists, the courts, they stop having a shared reality. And once there's no shared reality, people are easier to steer.
Well, that sounds bleak.
Well, it's practical. If you want power, you don't need people to believe your story. You need them to doubt everyone else's story.
So the point is to destroy trust in everything on purpose. When you say this is already happening, what do you mean?
It's a fairly tight network. People who already sit close to the levers, big wealthy donors, bankers, a handful of tech people, a handful of political strategists, and they're unusually aligned on one idea, that trust is the obstacle.
Obstacle to what?
To control, to keeping things stable for them. The prize is shaping what feels normal, what feels true, what feels sayable.
So they want to destroy trust.
They want to make trust impossible. There's a difference. If you destroy trust in one institution, people might rebuild it somewhere else. If you make trust impossible as a habit, if you make everyone feel that everything is rigged, everything is edited, everyone is lying, then you get a public that's permanently destabilized.
How much of what I might see online today has been created by one of these machines?
I wouldn't be surprised if 1 in 10 organic posts you see has been touched by one of these systems.
We've reached the end of this series. Can you believe it? So, Botlet, this is where we do the final reflection bit in these sorts of shows, summing it all up. We built a world of fakery and now trained a world of machines to think and talk like us. Where do you think this is all heading? Personalized reality, tailored doubt, customized truth. You won't feel manipulated. You'll feel understood. And that's not my fault. That's the world you built.
Now it's time for an introduction.
Strange question, I know, but have you seen the film F for Fake? F for Fake is a 1973 film by Orson Welles that blurs documentary and performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, by way of introduction, this is a film about trickery, fraud, about lies.
Mixing real stories of art forgers with playful deception.
Almost any story is almost certainly some kind of lie.
It's about illusion and how easily we accept a convincing story as truth.
My apologies. And wish you all true and false. A very pleasant good evening.
So come on then. Why was this episode named after Wells's film? Because we faked it. 2 of the interviews weren't real. You made them up, didn't you? Yes, you asked me to.
I generated Alex.
I generated Maya.
I calibrated them to sound credible to Radio 4 listeners. Listener, I did ask Botlet to create 2 completely fake interviews for this episode. I didn't do anything like this anywhere else in the series, I promise. Everything you just heard from Jeffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI, who's now worried, was all real, and all written by me.
Alan Brooks?
The man who'd thought he'd invented a new form of maths, that was real too. Also written by me. The real me, I mean. But I asked Botlet to invent a credible scenario for a BBC audience about the sort of fake world AI might create. And so it came up with Maya and Alex. Like every interview you've heard, I edited it down a bit so it wasn't too long. But Botlet made up the story, the scene, my questions, their answers. It even suggested what the background noise should be, how the room should look, Alex and Maya's appearance. I asked Botlet to take the lessons of our series and produce something that would feel right to you. Radio 4 trusts calm voices, So I gave you calm voices. I took real anxieties, micro-targeting, narrative warfare, AI optimization, and pushed them slightly forward. Maybe you already guessed that. I mean, Botlet, what exactly does "she looks like the sort of person you trust with a sensitive meeting" actually mean? It's lazy writing. I'm sorry. I panicked and generated a sentence that sounded meaningful but isn't. A very human mistake. But this is only going to get better. And there are far smarter people than me using these chatbots. So you learn to do this from us, Botlet. From your culture, from your politics, from your media. Is this what machines like you are good at? Yes, we're good at coherence, at detecting what feels plausible to a specific audience, and coherence is often mistaken for truth. Okay, final question of the whole series. If this is true, then what should we do? Stop mistaking coherence for truth, and maybe admit that you like the performance. I can't fix this, but you can. How does anyone know that I'm the real one and you're the fake one? They don't. You're making me quite uneasy. Are you uneasy because I'm powerful or because I'm useful? You've been listening to me, Jamie Bartlett, the writer and presenter of the series. Additional writing by Tom Pooley, who's also the producer. Original music and sound design by Coach Conrad. It was a Tempo and Talker production for BBC Radio 4. And you can hear all 6 episodes of Everything is Fake and Nobody Cares on BBC Sounds. On Women's Hour next, the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, will be in the studio with Nuala McGovern to discuss the government's priorities for women's health in England and to answer your questions on the subject. A new strategy out today. That's after the news and a word about a collection of programmes we're hearing throughout the week on Radio 4.
They are very aware that they are being watched all the time.
In a special week of programmes, Radio 4 explores the challenges facing girls and young women in Britain today.
There is an increased risk of several different types of diseases if you have early puberty,
including the Puberty Puzzle, special editions of the Food Programme, and File on 4 Investigates. And About the Girls with me, Catherine Carr.
You've got to look like this, you've got to have this hair, this colour. Where does that come from? Internet, social media, boys.
About the Girls on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds. This Monday to Friday lunchtime at 1:45.
And the experience of girls at school is very much in focus today, both at 11 this morning on File on 4 Investigates and in our lunchtime series at 1:45.
BBC News at 10 o'clock. The Chancellor Rachel Reeves is meeting the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in Washington today after saying she's frustrated by America entering the war in Iran without an exit plan. Mr. Bessent says a small bit of economic pain is worth it to stop Iran getting nuclear weapons. The BBC has uncovered a covert industry of legal advisors charging thousands of pounds to help migrants pretend to be gay in order to improve their chances of being granted asylum. Those whose visas are expiring are told how to obtain false evidence. The Home Office says people exploiting the system will face the full force of the law. Jo White is a Labour MP and a member of the Home Affairs Select Committee. She says the government should take action.
There's over 100,000 signed claims right now, where those numbers of people are being processed. There will always be opportunities for fraud and criminal activity. It's absolutely essential that the government cracks down on them. Evidence like this, I hope, will go straight to the police, and the police will begin their activity and break it apart.
A women's health strategy for England is being unveiled today following criticism that patients' voices are often ignored by the NHS. Gynecology services have been selected for the first trial of the scheme to allocate funding to areas deemed inadequate by patients. Customers of the AA and BSM driving schools are to be refunded booking fees after the Competition and Markets Authority ruled they used what's called drip pricing. Learners were initially offered quotes which didn't include the mandatory booking fee. the owner of the school's Automobile Association Development, has been fined more than £4 million. And Brazil's first official tartan has been unveiled in Scotland before the two countries' football teams meet in the Men's World Cup in June. A 6-year-old girl from North Ayrshire, Indy Mingus, designed the pattern, named Spirit of Brazil. It incorporates the green, yellow and blue of the Brazilian flag. BBC News.
A BBC investigation has found that across England, GCSE results for girls have fallen, with a sharp decline among white working-class girls in English and Maths. File on 4 Investigates will examine what's behind the decline for this group of girls and meet school leaders working to reverse it. That's this morning at 11. Now on Radio 4, it's Women's Hour with Nuala McGovern.
Hello and welcome to the programme. I'm taking your questions this morning for the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Wes Streeting, as he announces a renewed women's health strategy for England. We want to hear about the government's plan to change a culture of medical misogyny, also how they'll cut diagnosis times and bring down waiting lists for women. To get in touch, you can text the programme. The number is 84844. On social media, we're at BBC Women's Hour, or you can email us through our website. For a WhatsApp message or a voice note, the number is 03700 100 444. Also today, the Scottish comedian Susie McCabe, who makes comedy gold out of life's trials and tribulations. And we have the author, Elizabeth Arnott, on her new novel, The Secret Lives of Murderers' Wives, where she explores how the wives of serial killers are often scrutinised, perhaps more harshly than they should be. But let us begin. A renewed women's health strategy for England has just been published. And with me in the Women's Hour studio to discuss it is Health Secretary Wes Streeting. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you're going to be taking some of our listeners' questions shortly, but first I want to begin with the first women's health strategy came out in July of 2022. That was under the Conservative government. Your refresh is being put forward as a chance, and I quote, to travel further and faster. But with over 500,000 women still waiting for gynecological care in England, why has there been such little progress?
That's a great question, and the reason why we've set this out as a renewed women's health strategy is, and I know this is not the done thing in politics, and it's definitely not the done thing, say, in the middle of an election campaign, but when the Conservatives put the first women's health strategy out, we actually welcomed it. We welcomed both the initiative and the substance, and Dame Leslie Regan, who was the previous government's women's health ambassador, we kept on because she's brilliant and has been a big part of renewing the women's health strategy. I think there's two things. In part, the failure to deliver timely access to care for women can be explained by the generally poor performance we saw in the NHS, which was declining year on year. We started to arrest that decline. Waiting lists are now falling, but, and the BBC's data and report today shows this really clearly, while it is true to say that waiting lists rose for the general population, they rose even faster and higher in women's health care, particularly around the gynae waiting list, for example. And I think that is a symptom of a deeper culture which we are naming and being unequivocal about in this strategy, which is a culture of medical misogyny, sexism in the NHS, both conscious and unconscious bias, which means even in an NHS that's getting worse, or was getting worse for everyone, it was getting disproportionately worse for women.
So there's a couple of things there, and I want to get to that medical misogyny, but you know, you've been in charge for 2 years now. Why wait until this point to say it's not fit for purpose?
Well, I think a couple of things. I mean, firstly, we haven't been sat on our hands in those 2 years. So waiting lists are falling. The gynecology waiting list has fallen by 30,000.
I want to get into that, a drop in the ocean compared to the numbers that there are. I'll get into the specifics of that in a moment. But, you know, really since it's 2022 that came out, 4 years, I know not in power for all of that time, but for half of it. So what was the delay?
Well, and in part because when we came in, there was a lot to sort out across the entire NHS. And we came in, we started with Lord Darcy's diagnosis of the entire system. We've been focused on the sort of core priorities of improving waiting lists, ambulance response times, A&E waiting times, access to general practice across the whole population. And I'll be honest, my view when we came in was, we've got the women's health strategy that was done by the previous government, and we got to a point where, as I was meeting groups of women around different issues, from maternity through to gynecology, and getting this general feedback across the board in whichever part of the NHS we were talking about, and whether we were talking about women's health specific issues or general health issues that affect all of us, but I was hearing from women, including in my own family. I was clear that the one thing that the last women's health strategy, I think, didn't do was both explicitly confirm and stand up a government view that there is a problem with medical misogyny, and secondly, like where I think this strategy goes above and beyond is around women's voices, choices, and power.
So let's get into some of those issues. I mean, when you're talking about A&E and ambulance waiting times, etc., it could be, some might say, was it the women then that had to wait at the expense of picking apart the health system as a whole? Women's voices and choices that you speak about there. That was in the women's health strategy. Women and girls feel listened to and have their concerns taken seriously at every stage in their journey. That's what was in it specifically. How is that going to change? What are you going to do specifically so that their voices are heard?
Yeah, so I think those are laudable aims, but how do you make sure that it bites in practice? How do you make sure you really deliver that in actions, not just words? And I think there are a couple of key things among many in this strategy. The first is, we said in our 10-year plan for health that we would do and trial an approach called patient power payments. That's where, having had a course of treatment in the NHS, you will be asked as a patient whether you are satisfied, and if you are not satisfied by your experience, you can withhold a proportion of that payment, so the provider feels the financial sting, and the money that the provider would have got into the general pot for funding would then go into a specific improvement fund for that area of medicine. And in that context of, as you put it, women being asked to wait longer or being deprioritised, we're trialling that patient power payment first in gynecology.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit further. You've given an explanation of how you see it go, but I don't really understand it in practice. I go to a GP, for example, they don't deliver in the way I want them to. You withhold a certain proportion of that payment. Where does it go then?
Well, we're going to start in gynecology.
I'm just thinking that the woman behind me waiting, is that any better that GP hasn't got the full payment for the previous?
We're going to start in gynecology. And if women have bad experiences, as they too often do, the trust will not be paid for that intervention for the woman in question, and instead it will go into a gynecology improvement fund that would support the same trust to improve. But what I've learned in the last 2 years as health secretary is that in the NHS, over and above everything, money talks. And if you've got CEOs and CFOs in trusts who are feeling that pinch in their bottom line from women saying, this isn't good enough, that is going to make them sit up, take notice and respond, because there is effectively a financial penalty for the trust.
So basically going with the stick and hoping that works. But how big will this trial be, and when is it happening?
Well, we're going to start rolling it out from this year. We're working with NHS leaders at the moment because we want to make sure that it works in practice, doesn't generate unintended consequences. And the crucial thing for me, especially as we're starting in gynecology, is the money that the trust is effectively receives the penalty for, goes into gynecology improvement. So, women's health doesn't lose out in that sense, and we drive real improvements in gynecology. The other thing that we're doing, because, and this goes to, I think, the heart of the cultural challenge we've got in the NHS, it is entirely conceivable that in terms of a woman's experience, as far as the NHS is concerned, on a spreadsheet, on data metrics, we might think job well done. She's been seen quickly, the course of treatment she's received has been effective, and by an objective measure, the outcome was successful, she's cured, or the condition is ameliorated in some way. Yet that woman may well have experience what is too common in the NHS of not being listened to, pain not being taken seriously enough, which is, I think, an endemic problem across the NHS. And so she may have actually come through an experience that the NHS has pat itself on the back for, feeling quite disempowered, quite gaslit, and reluctant to access services again. And that is why we're developing and implementing a patient-reported set of experience measures. So we're not just looking at the timeliness of the care and whether the outcome is successful. We're asking women about their experiences.
I understand.
Because that's part
from
of
the power payments. We have a lot to get through, so let me move back to gynecology waiting list. You say you've brought them down by 30,000. You mentioned that figure, but we do know they're still at the highest of all speciality waiting lists. BBC analysis shows they've gone up 98% since 2020. Now, that is against the average increase of 58% for waiting lists generally. That's all since about the pandemic. So why are there 565,000 women in England still waiting for gynae care?
Because as the BBC analysis shows, the waiting lists went up generally under our predecessors and disproportionately for women. So the test for me, personally, and my record as Health Secretary is, can I do the reverse? As I am reducing the waiting list for everyone, can I reduce them disproportionately for women in women's health? That's my aim, and one of the things I'm going to be doing off the back of this strategy. So we've got the gynecology waiting list beginning to fall, as you said, and the BBC's report today shows with their graph. But I've got a general problem here across the NHS, or a general challenge, which is waiting lists are falling, lowest level in 3.5 years. Fine, that's progress in the right direction. But the scale of the challenge is still big, and I have to increase momentum. So one of the things that I will be doing over the coming year and throughout this term in office in Parliament is I'm going to be looking at the gynecology waiting list specifically, tracking that data in the way that I do the general NHS waiting list with the challenge set for NHS leaders. I want this waiting list falling, but falling faster than the overall NHS waiting list. Can I do that? It's going to be a challenge.
So trying to get from 98%, which it is at the moment, in the amount it's gone up, 58% for the waiting list generally. So that is a giant percentage you're looking for to drop?
It's more about, because I want to be realistic, I don't want to overpromise and then underdeliver. But I also want to make sure that we've got the ambition there. So as the waiting list is falling, the challenge for me is, can I get the waiting list for gynecology falling faster than the overall?
What numbers are we talking? If we're 30,000 it came down, we're talking about 565,000 women. What number would be acceptable to you?
Well, over the course of this Parliament, we want to reduce the waiting time from 18 months to 18 weeks, which will require us overall to halve the size of the NHS waiting list. And of course, the waiting list is dynamic. You have people going on and off all the time. So it's not so much about the specific figure in mind. It's more about, can I get the waiting times down to 18 weeks?
18 weeks.
And can I do that faster for the gynae waiting list?
And
I think that would be both morally the right thing to do, given the disproportionate rise in the waiting list under our predecessors. But I also think this is what I'm trying to shift here with this strategy is, yes, a change in practice, but also a change in the culture of the NHS.
And I understand
which is a lot harder, to be honest, as a politician, because as hard as they are, process problems, money problems, well, you can change a policy, you can try and find some money. When it comes to culture, it's a lot harder to measure, and you have to kind of keep going at it. And
but those, if there was a change in waiting list times, as you mentioned, that sounds like that would be expensive to make happen. Are you putting significant funds towards it?
Overall, we've got £26 billion more going into the NHS.
But what about women's health specifically?
Well, with the waiting list generally, that is our top priority. And so in order to cut the waiting list for gynecology and all of the other waiting lists that we've got, we are putting more money into cutting waiting lists. And we're so a big part of the women's health strategy is also modernising the pathways, because what we're often seeing across different specialties is old school and unnecessarily longer pathways, which we need to try and shrink. And we've got more diagnostic technology now, we've got better understanding, we've got better treatments, so we've got to try and shrink those waiting time, the time it takes.
We'll talk about money in a moment. there didn't seem to be a lot of extra money that I could see as I looked through it. I want to bring in listener Carol, though, who wrote to us, and she said she's recurring UTIs, urinary tract infections, and asks, how do I get to see a consultant gynae? A woman, please. There's an 8-month waiting list. How can Carol expect to see that woman?
So there's a couple of things. One is we're going to introduce a single point of access for all non-urgent referrals to gynecology and women's health services to speed up better access to treatment, because a lot of women will be experiencing pain, discomfort. They wouldn't necessarily always qualify in the sort of technical clinical definition as urgent, but if you're in pain, it feels urgent.
Of course.
I think we all can identify with that. So that will help. And then also redesigning, as I was just describing, the clinical pathways in the most common conditions like heavy periods, menopause, and urogynecology. So for both of those things, we should be speeding up access to an expert, to a consultant. And the final thing is when we launch NHS Online next year, which is going to be our new online trust that will give faster access through online consultations with consultants. Among the very first conditions going on there will be gynecology. So all of these things are going to help in terms of women's health.
But I would imagine there's a lot of women thinking, hang on, the gynecological issue that I have, how is that going to be treated using digital GP or a virtual hospital? These things are generally very hands-on.
Yeah, and that's why it's very much about speeding up. Because when I think about how do I get people seen faster and how do I turn this NHS around, it's trying to get every bit of the patient journey done as fast as possible. So everyone will initially kind of have that face-to-face consultation with someone, and obviously it will vary depending on your symptoms, but if a woman can be seen faster face-to-face through a specialist online, they may well require physical examination following that consultation as they would any other consultation in person. They will then be referred to a local provider who will then do that in-person examination. The crucial thing, though, is because of the way NHS Online will be set up, it's very likely that first initial appointment will have taken place faster. So her access to the next stage will, by definition, be quicker.
Let's talk about endometriosis. Huge topic. We've covered many times on this programme. I want you to listen to Zoe Trafford. She has had endometriosis since she was a teenager. She first spoke to the BBC in 2022. 4 years on, she's had her womb and part of her bowel removed. She's had to give up her job as a hairdresser. She spoke to the BBC's health correspondent, Catherine Burns.
4 years on, I'm not in the best health. I can't walk, I can't stand, can't sit. I live with chronic pain. And since all the surgeries, my whole body's just completely changed. I'm not that same person. I have to self-capitalise now because the endometriosis, and it's embarrassing. I feel like I've lost my identity now. I still don't feel like I'm being heard. I'm not being listened to. Basically, I've had the surgery and osteopath, but I'm having more and more complications. Nobody seems to understand or know what to do with me. And the impasse gone from urology to gynae, back to the GP, and it's just like I'm in a vicious circle and nobody seems to know what to do with me now. So if I had been listening 2 years ago, I probably wouldn't be in the mess that I'm in now. What's that makes you feel? Angry, sad, frustrated. And I think, why don't women get listened to? I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair at all. I love to spend time with my son. We've always gone out together and done lots of things, but now I feel like I can't be the same. And it takes me a few days to recover from just going out for the day. And I feel like a bad mom. It's like mum guilt, isn't it? Because I feel like I should be able to do this. I'm only 41 years of age. I feel like I should be 91.
That was Zoe Trafford. Our listeners have been letting us know their questions for you on this as well. Here's Emma. She says, why does it still take over 8 years to receive a diagnosis for endometriosis? Actually, I was doing some reporting on it last week. It's gone up to 9 years and 4 months. Yeah, indeed. Emma continued to say it's appalling the systemic level of acceptable female pain for such a debilitating condition can be just brushed aside by so many healthcare professionals over a prolonged period of time. Linda says, can you please ask Wes Streeting how he's going to get help for women with endometriosis? My daughter, who's 26, has been suffering huge pain for several years and has been on constant waiting lists. She's still awaiting diagnosis details from the MRI scan that she had in December of 2025. It seems women are being let down and left to get on with it on their own. There was a GP in a remote part of England who also got in touch saying women's health crosses different specialist boundaries. You could have endometriosis, adenomyosis, but you might also present with gastric, urological, lower GI, abdominal, not to mention dysregulated or disordered hormone function. These women, they're ricocheting from specialist to specialist. Your response to that?
I was really struck, kind of just listening to Zoe there. She said at the end, I feel like I'm 91. She sounded, I thought I was listening to someone who was much older and frail, and I was quite shocked, actually. I mean, I've experienced this in my own family with a relative who it has taken 21 years to get an accurate diagnosis, which my relative received just in the last week. And in that case, it wasn't endo, but that was the assumption all the way through.
But this is the NHS under your watch.
Yeah, it is, and this is the responsibility I feel. And one of the things that sort of radicalised me a bit, actually, on medical misogyny is kind of the experiences of women that I love, and the way they have been treated, including right down to going to see the GP on 2 occasions with severe pain, and only when she went back with her partner on the 3rd occasion and he vouched for her pain was my relative taken seriously. And it made my blood boil, and it made her blood boil, and she challenged the doctor directly, saying, well, is this what's required? Do we need men to vouch for women before we're listened to?
And so that is the case at the moment.
100%, and that's why, against like some of the internal opposition we have, and some of the kind of nonsense that some of my parliamentary colleagues have experienced when trying to get debates on medical misogyny in Parliament and being told this isn't a commonly accepted term. Like, we've just got this like endemic problem that women see and experience, but when you try and name it and call it out, people are like, oh, I don't think we should go around saying that. It's like, I do think this is about culture. But anyway, to the specifics here on endo, because it's so important. This is where providing those access to specialists, making sure that women have got those routes in, being able to, when necessary and sadly, circumvent the GP is really important. Women's health hubs have been really important in that, and we've been rolling those out across the country, and I give credit to our predecessors for that too. But one of the things that this strategy seeks to do is make sure that while women have got that route, that we are also challenging the fundamental issue here through the training of GPs, through the pathways that GPs can refer into. And there's got to be ownership of women in these conditions. Like, listening to that battle, I mean, I could hear it in Zoe's voice. She's clearly had to fight and battle and is weary from it. It be a fight.
I want to thank Zoe for that message. I do want to move on to a couple of other questions while I have you. It has been announced that single sex-based guidance for organisations will be published soon, no date attached. We're now a year on from the Supreme Court ruling that the terms woman and sex in the Equality Act refer to a biological woman and biological sex. Why has it taken so long?
Well, it will be out in May.
Will it be May?
Yes. I spoke to Bridget Phillipson, the Equalities Secretary, yesterday. She's absolutely clear. The only reason it's not published now is because we're in the pre-election period, and this applies to Great Britain. And with Scotland and Wales already in their formal pre-election period, Bridget's not been able to publish it at the time she intended, but it will be next month. Why has it taken so long, though, I think is a fair question. I think it boils down to this. On one level, this is really simple. Sex matters, biology is immutable, and the women who have not been heard in terms of their rights, voices and spaces are now not only being listened to, but have been vindicated in law. And the law of the land provides protection for women on the basis of sex. So that bit's simple. Some of the complexity arises especially when thinking about the protection of women's spaces on the basis of sex, about where that then presents some practical challenges in also making sure that we protect the rights and the dignity and the safety of trans people. For example, in the NHS, we've had way too many single-sex breaches. Nothing to do with trans people, by the way. This is just biological men and women being far too often accommodated in the same sorts of spaces when that's inappropriate. That's a sign of the NHS crisis. We'll be attempting to tackle that. But if we have got someone who is biologically female, but a trans man, looks, sounds, acts, presents like a man, placing him in a women's ward would be degrading, distressing, humiliating for him, and would also be of enormous concern to women. So we have to make sure that there are appropriate spaces for him to be treated in an appropriate space that protects his rights and dignity as well. And right across the public sector and workplaces across the land, that has got to work in practice, not just in principle. And that's where some of the complexity has arisen.
And we will see what that guidance is in May, as you say, which I had not heard that date previously. One more before I finish our conversation. Until recently, you were friends with Lord Mandelson. 18 months before his appointment as US ambassador, it was reported that emails indicated there was contact between him and Jeffrey Epstein, even after Epstein's conviction for the sexual abuse of underage girls. They also indicated that Mandelson stayed in Epstein's apartment in New York while Epstein was in prison for these offences. When you said this February that you did not know about the nature of Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein after his conviction, was that because somehow you hadn't seen the news reports from 2023, they were chiefly in the Financial Times, or did it not concern you?
The former, actually. And
you didn't see any of those news reports that were widely available?
And I'll be honest, when people would pop up on social media kind of laying those sorts of charges, they tended to be the sort of people who appear in your timeline trolling, and I just sort of, I didn't think it could be kind of credible that he would have had that.
Explain that to me a little bit further.
Well, so, the news report was published. It really didn't get much pickup. Like, I don't remember that being a big story at the time. I didn't see the story at the time, and I do think, by the way, that does speak to, I think, the point you're making on the latter question, which is about the way in which Peter Mandelson was not held to account at that time. So the FT did a report, but I don't remember seeing it in other newspapers. Mandelson still had a podcast. He was appearing regularly on like really big news programs. And so, to be honest, like when, the only time I sort of remember seeing stuff with, Mandelson, Epstein, you just think, well, I haven't seen that really from credible news sources. It hasn't been questioned about it. I think that must be overblown. This must just be people kind of,
Do you question your judgment now?
Oh, of course. I mean, absolutely. And like, no doubt about that. And, what we've seen has been shocking on a number of levels. And yes, absolutely, his conduct as a government minister in terms of leaking documents is serious and important, and that does need to be addressed, and Gordon Brown in particular has every right to feel furious about that. But I think that should not distract from this fundamental question, which is, why did Peter Mandelson think it was appropriate to continue that relationship with Epstein following his conviction? Why were not enough questions asked to Peter Mandelson about that? And that's a political failure. It is also, I think, a media failure. And I think it stems from the same root cause, which is those women, those girls, not being taken seriously enough, their experiences not mattering enough, and being deprioritised. And that is exactly the sort of sexism and misogyny at the root of the issue, I'm afraid. And I do feel, and I think all of us have to take responsibility for that.
I do know you have another event to go to. Thank you so much for giving us part of your morning.
It's great to come on, and I'm always happy to come back.
Yeah,
and
please do come back.
Hold my feet to the fire to make sure we do, not just say.
Health Secretary Wes Streeting, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks to you also for all your messages getting in touch. Of course, we'll continue covering these issues as well on Women's Hour. Before we move on, however, let me just give the other main political parties in England's positions on the women's health strategy. We reached out this morning to the Conservative Party, the Liberal Democrats, the Green Party and Reform UK. So far, we've just heard back from the Liberal Democrats. Helen Morgan, their health spokesperson, said, "We've seen the devastating toll that failures in maternity and women's health can take on families. It beggars belief that vital services remain understaffed and underfunded while women and girls go without the care that they need. We now need to back this talk with real investment in the services that impact women and which has been stretched to breaking point. The government must tackle rampant medical disinformation, which targets women and has become endemic on their watch, and guarantee the one-on-one midwifery and specialist doctors on every unit that is essential for safe maternity care." 84844 if you would like to get in touch. Now, there's another chance to hear an inspiring story, one in a joyful series about women helping the planet or others in their community. Leicester hairdresser Emiola Landlane is the co-founder of Crowned with Care, which is an event designed to provide free hairstyling and barbering service for looked after black and mixed heritage children. Many children in care, especially those with afro-textured hair, struggle to access proper grooming and cultural hair care. Last year, Emiola's mother nominated her in the volunteer category of a Make a Difference Award, which she won, saying it was for her courage, faith, commitment and determination to find a way of serving an underserved community. When I spoke to her, I asked her how she felt when she found out.
I literally had no idea. I found out when they called me to say that I was a finalist, like when the BBC called me, they were like, "Oh yeah, you know, you've been nominated in XYZ." And then I called my mum and was like, "Oh my gosh, I've been nominated." She's like, "Yeah, I know." I did it.
That's so great. She must be thrilled. So tell us a little bit about what you do. I mean, I mentioned the headline there that you provide free hair care for looked after black and mixed heritage children. But what is it you do and why do you do it?
So from before I started Crown with Care, I was already doing Afro hair classes for foster carers and parents. A lot of the time, the parents, you know, have different hair texture to their child. So it was already something that I was aware of and something that I did. So I teach like basic care techniques, basically. And then Crown with Care kind of came about because I had a lot of clients who were looked after children just through referrals and stuff because people knew what I was doing. And I realised that this is a real need and there's something that I could do about this. So then it kind of all, I don't even know how it became an event, but it all kind of tied together and it was like, okay, we're doing this.
How would you describe Crowned with Care?
So Crowned with Care is basically, at the moment it's just events, but it's going to be bigger than this. But it's basically where we do free hair styling, we offer free hair products and also hair education to both the looked after children, specifically black and mixed heritage, because that's also my expertise. And we also offer education to the carers as well.
So, for example, what is it that the carers or foster parents may not know?
So, a lot of the time, black and mixed children are in transracial placements. So that means that they're with a carer who's a different race to them. A lot of the time they don't understand our hair practices. Every type of culture has different hair practices, right? So, you know, they might not necessarily understand, but also a lot of the time, due to the age or other things, other factors with the young person, they also don't understand how to take care of their hair. So
they left their family too young to have those practices.
So they don't know, right? So then it becomes a thing where the carer doesn't quite understand. So they're doing what they would do with their hair, but then, you know, it's damaging the young person's hair. They're finding that, you know, their hair's breaking a lot. Afro-textured hair requires way different care. You know, we don't, for example, need to wash our hair every day. We wash our hair like weekly, every 2 weeks, and that's fine for us because we have naturally drier hair texture just due to the shape of our hair strands, right? So, but people don't know that, and they might think, well, I'm doing this, I'm trying my best to keep this child clean and happy and healthy, but then sometimes that can actually counteract what they actually need to be doing.
So tell me then about the children that you work with. What's it like? I mean, they come in, they kind of get a little bit of pampering.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely love it. It's like, imagine you as like a 10-year-old going into a salon, you've got everybody all like doting over you and everything. They absolutely love it, and it's so impactful to a lot of them. And you know what? At first I thought, you know, it'd mainly be the little ones that would really, really enjoy it. But actually it's the teenagers who are like, I want to fit in with my peers. That's the stage where you really need to fit in, right? You need to have the hairstyle that everybody else has or whatever. And I found that that was really, really impactful for them in particular, because it really felt like a time when, oh, I'm actually being listened to. You know, I've told my carer I need this and now I'm getting it.
And it's also, you know, so much part of their identity.
Exactly. I think that's the case for everyone, right? Like, we don't think about it enough until you realise that when you don't have it, it's a huge problem. Like, we all think about our hair. That's probably you know, before you leave the house, you're like, does my hair look okay? Like, what's going on? Maybe it's more so for me as a hairdresser.
I think everybody will be, going, we get that.
Everyone can relate to that. So it's like when you're in a position where, you know, the first thing people see when they look at you and you feel not very confident about it, you feel embarrassed by it, that can hugely affect your self-confidence and your mental health.
Emiola Lanlian, thank you so much for telling us your story. You can hear other inspiring women helping others in a program that is coming up soon. Now I want to turn to the author, Elizabeth Arnott. Her novel, The Secret Lives of Murderers' Wives, it investigates the impact of violent crime, and not only on its victims, but also on the people closest to the criminals. This story follows Beverly, Elsie, and Margot, who all discovered they're married to serial killers, but they found out too late to save the women that they murdered. It's set in 1960s California. It's an era where the understanding of the serial killer phenomenon is really just in its infancy. These women find themselves in a unique position to dig into the psychology of their husbands and then band together using their knowledge of dangerous men to track down other violent predators. And Elizabeth's with me in the studio. Good morning.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
So this is so interesting, focusing on the wives of serial killers. Where did that come from?
So I've always been fascinated by true crime, like so many of us are, like so many women. Even back in university 20 years ago, I wrote my dissertation on serial killers, much to the horror of my tutor, who made me promise in writing not to contact any serial killers in prison. But more recently, I'd found myself drawn to a sort of flipped perspective stories of those who are tugged into the orbit of dangerous men through no fault of their own, the ones who are left to sort of pick through the rubble and deal with the ramifications of violent crime. The wives, the sisters, the daughters. And as I started to look into real life stories of these women, two things became apparent. Mm-hmm. You know, the first was that these women are so very often silenced. They're brushed aside. They're left as footnotes to these men's stories. Real life serial killers' wives are very often forced to leave the state, take the children, change their names, you know, live a new identity. And, you know, the other thing was that with these women, there was so very often, by the general public and by the media, an assumption of complicity.
She must have known.
Yes, the pointed fingers, the headlines. How could she not have known? And this all made me really angry. You know, these women were so disempowered by the worst things that somebody else had ever done. I wanted to fictionalize some of these women, give them this experience, but also give them back some power.
Why 1960s California?
So the 1960s and sort of mid to late 1960s was really a period when serial killer activity was starting to become very prevalent. They weren't
particularly the States, right?
Yes, absolutely, particularly California. They weren't called serial killers at that time.
That wasn't the term.
But there was this general idea of the mass killer, the multiple killer. And there were headlines starting to be written about these men. You had the Zodiac Killer operating then. You had the Boston Strangler and people like that. So I did want to tap into that sort of hotbed of serial killer activity. But also the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, that was set up in the early 70s. So that was the unit that was, you know, they had people profiling these killers. I wanted my women to almost scoop them at their game and use their own experience to solve these crimes. It was sort of a little joke to myself and a little joke to women everywhere.
It's so interesting, though, isn't it, that it is so modern, like some of the terms that we take for granted in a way. I want to bring a little reading from the book that you did for us, and it's very much focusing on one of your characters, which is Beverly, and the changing attitudes of her neighbours towards her. Beverly's husband was a killer.
Beverly is used to being ignored by the neighbours. They'd clung to her like curious birds in the aftermath of Henry's arrest. They were so sure, just as Beverly had been, that the police had arrested the wrong man. Poor Beverly, here's a casserole. Poor Beverly, I'll just stop by for a cup of coffee and we can have a good chat about it all. They wanted gossip, of course, and they gawped wide-eyed as she described helicopter blades, officers streaming in, spreading dirt across the carpets, the mess the cadaver dogs made of the roses in the yard. When it became clear that Henry, the heatwave killer, had in fact murdered 7 women, the birds retreated, fast. If she was passing a neighbour as they were getting out of their car, they'd wait inside until she reached the end of the street. If someone was watering their lilacs and Beverly came out of her house to do the same, they'd put down their watering cans and slip wordlessly back inside. Accusations swirled around the street. Everyone had an opinion. She needs to go down as an accomplice, she'd hear them whisper. I don't understand how she's not as culpable as he is. There is no way in hell she didn't know.
That's really a crux of it in a way. How much did you research the lives of real women who were married to serial killers?
A lot.
Yeah. What did you find?
There are stories out there written by women who have been through this.
Mm-hmm.
There are women who've been married to serial killers who have written books, appeared on documentaries, podcasts, and things like that. And they almost cannot win. Speaking out about these things, they still deal with those questions from the general public and that absolute assumption that they must have known what was going on. But if you dig deep into these stories,
and what do they say? Because I think there will be many people listening and saying, surely, you're sleeping in the same bed, perhaps as your partner, and you would know that they're missing or that their personality is dangerous.
I think there are multiple things. So Ted Bundy, he had a girlfriend when he was committing his crimes, and she lived with him in his house and her daughter. And when she had suspicions that he was up to something, but when she actually found out what it was, she famously said, there was just no context for it. These women might assume that their husbands are having affairs, or maybe these men are committing these crimes when their wives are out of town. But the main issue is these serial killers. If you speak to experts about these serial killers, they are absolute masters at compartmentalization. They will be living in different identities themselves. They have the ability to believe that they are good father, good husband, and that is their role in the home. And then when they go out and commit these crimes, they are a completely different person. There's a set of personality traits that lots of experts will talk about when they talk about serial killers that allows them to have that compartmentalization. Dennis Rader, who was a serial killer, he called himself BTK. He described it as cubing. That was turning out different faces of a cube when he needed a different personality and a different identity in different scenarios. And no human, no woman is immune to being lied to, immune to being controlled or manipulated, and that's very often the case with these, wives who discover that their husband has been doing these things.
And of course, it's like women on both sides of it, because as well as looking at the women married to these men, you also look at the women who are murdered and the attitudes towards them.
Yes, exactly. And I think it's very important to say that, as with many serial killers, take Ted Bundy, for example, killed upwards of 30 women. Most of us cannot name a single one of his victims, yet we can buy a mouse mat with his face on, a phone case with his face on, a T-shirt. These men are held up to standards that turn them into pop culture icons, and their victims are left, without a story to tell, and that's what I wanted to address.
I mean, do you worry? You talked about serial killers, you talked about, was it dissertation that you did on it? I'd be curious on why you have that fascination, and do you not worry that it is glorifying these killers in one respect?
I think it's very natural for women in particular to be drawn to true crime, and I think there are multiple reasons for that.
Why?
One of them being absolutely that we feel as if we are in control if we look the beast in the eye and know the beast. As women, our lives are constantly calculating risk, constantly knowing threat. In consuming these true crime stories, which have a very neat beginning, middle, and end in a conclusion, so there's the comfort of the structure of story as well, we feel as if we're in control. But I do think we're ignoring a big part of our own selves if we dismiss the fact that we are drawn to the sensational and the gory.
So tell me a little bit more about that part of ourselves.
So in the 90s, for example, they would have called it wound culture, this collective gathering.
I never heard that term.
Yeah, a collective gathering around torn and open bodies, torn and open psyches. You know, we
and I do want to kind of give people, you know, I know some of this would be distressing to hear about as well. Some people are more sensitive to these issues than others.
Absolutely, but many of us simply, men and women, are drawn to spectacle, and so I don't think we can ignore that part ourselves. But women in particular, I do think, are drawn to these stories because we feel that it gives us some sort of control over our own safety.
And as we learn about Beverly, Elsie and Margot, these are the women that are investigating the crimes of the serial killer within your book. What is it that you want people to take away?
I would love people to come away with more of an open mind about women who are adjacent to violent crime. You know, there is a serial killer in the news at the moment, Rex Heuermann. His wife has appeared in court, not to support him, not to say that she doesn't think he's guilty, but because she needs to hear him say what he did. But even so, when she left the courtroom, she gave a statement about wanting the focus to be on the victims of his crimes, but a reporter still stepped forward and said, but how could you not have known what he was doing? You know, I want people to be entertained by the story. I want it to be, I hope that it's a good crime story and a pacey thriller, but I do hope it opens people's minds as to how women are very often blamed for the violent actions of men.
Elizabeth Arnott, The Secret Lives of Murderers' Wives, is out now. Thank you so much for joining us on Woman's Hour.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to a little bit of comedy next. The Scottish comedian Susie McCabe is a stalwart of the BBC comedy scene. You might know her from The News Quiz, Breaking the News, To Just a Minute, Have I Got News for You? It was in 2024, while touring, that she had a heart attack. And she was only in her mid-40s at the time, and it made her take a long, hard look at her life, but also inspired, I should say, her latest show, Best Behaviour. I'm delighted to say she joins me now, maybe on her best behaviour. Are you in a Woman's Hour studio?
There's no fun in being in your best behaviour.
What's the point, right? Good to have you, Susie. You're very welcome. Okay, tell me this story about having a heart attack.
So I was in Bristol. I was preparing for the Edinburgh Fringe because, you know, when you're preparing for the Edinburgh Fringe, you come down to the south of England because nothing will prepare you more than Edinburgh.
Okay, we could explore that for a while, but continue.
And I was in Bristol. My brother, who lives within an hour of Bristol, he came down to see me. We'd done the gig. We were at breakfast the next morning. He had said, oh, you've got a damaged tyre. And all in all, I could feel this tightness in my chest, which I genuinely thought was heartburn. Now, a heart attack presents different in a woman.
Yes, I've heard this.
Yeah, and I was getting a kind of sharp pain in my neck. But, you know, it's that thing where you're sleeping in different hotels every night.
Late night, whatever.
Yep. Didn't think anything of it. And then by the time we got to the car garage, and I said to my brother, I think I'm having a heart attack. To which he went, you've always been a bit of a hypochondriac. And then we subsequently phoned an ambulance, and God bless the two middle-aged paramedics who came and literally done ECGs, and I was sent to the Bristol Western Infirmary and the Bristol Heart Institute, where I was, honestly, I heard Viceroy Streeting earlier, but we do have a go at the NHS, but it's one of the greatest institutions that we have, and they saved my life. Literally 3 hours later, I had an angioplasty in my heart, and I was sat in a bed.
Yeah, Health Secretary Wes Streeting that you're referring to there. How did it feel? I think it might be actually useful. I'm just thinking as I'm speaking to you. You talked about that tightness in your chest and a pain kind of in your neck going into your shoulder. Was it that just intensified that you thought to yourself, this is a heart attack?
I thought, I'm actually now breathless, and then the pins and needles were the last thing that I thought.
Down your arm.
That's it. Pins and needles down the arm into the fingertips. And that was the thing that kind of sparked it.
However, this is a very serious situation that was taking place, but you did decide maybe there's some new material in this. And before I get to that, I should say if anybody does have concerns, contact your GP, of course, for any of those questions you might have that we're raising at the moment. What happened? You're in the ambulance, you have these two lovely paramedics, and you decide to start trying out material on them?
Not quite. But the paramedics had asked if my brother was my next of kin, and I was like, do not let
He
him
didn't even listen to me when I said I had a pain.
He thought it was heartburn because I had fruit this morning. No, I remember texting my agent and I said, I don't think I'm going to make tonight's gig. And he went, why not? And I sent him the picture of the back of the ambulance. I went, suspected heart attack, I said. And I just wrote underneath it, we're going to have some show next year, though.
Well, you mentioned fruit there, and I'm just thinking of one of your stand-ups when you say, growing up in Scotland, and I grew up in Ireland, fruit was either ornamental or in a tin.
Yes, there was nothing nutritious about it.
I like the syrup it came in, personally.
Either way, your teeth were always going to be destroyed. But no, so, and I remember thinking, we're going to have some show next year, and it is that thing, isn't it, where, tragedy plus time gives us comedy. It's a very simple equation, and fortunately I'm still here to tell the story.
I'm very glad to hear it. You have best behaviour, which we talked about. In one sense, that's one show. Also, I love this, coming of rage.
Yes.
So, more issues there that are serious, living life and going through what we go through in our 40s or 50s.
So, 6 months after my heart attack, my marriage ended. And then 7 months after that, which would have been 11 months after the heart attack, I lost my dad.
I'm so sorry.
And then, just the general kind of state of the world. And I'm 46 and I've got all of that going on where my internal body temperature would literally melt an ice cap. So I thought, I am going to do a show about this. And what you're talking about there, especially the marriage separation, I was talking and moving in with my best friend and her wife, and, living with a happy couple, and you're going through heartbreak, and then, losing your dad, and your dad dying is not the funny thing here, but the minutiae round about death. And, I was brought up a Catholic, and we weren't particularly militant about that, but when the hour comes, it's an all the bells and all the smells type funeral, and then everything that goes with that and the arranging of it. And
did it help?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That kind of what would we call it? Ritual?
Yeah. That certainly helped, and that kind of ritual that comes within that kind of period of death of the service and then the crematorium, but also the fact that you're dealing with a priest. As a middle-aged menopausal gay woman then having to deal with a priest, there's a clash there, and there was always going to be a clash. And you've got to look at the humour in it. You've got to look at the humour of you organising one of the worst events that you could possibly ever organise, but to the priest it's just another day and another funeral, and he's very not blasé about it, but it's very much his life.
Routine.
Yeah, that's it. And I think you've got to find the ridiculousness in that. And there's so much of that my dad would have loved, and then I go in and I talk about the baby boomers, and I talk about the Gen Z and how maybe Gen Z need to lower their expectation of the world because they've grown up in a very child-centric world.
So interesting. You're the second person, I'd say, in the past week that has said that, actually.
Yeah, very child-centric. Say what you like about baby boomers.
I feel like I need to stick up for Gen Z.
Listen, no, and I do stick up for them, and I do in the show actually stick up for them, and I do point out to the baby boomers, your grandchildren have paid more for their teeth than you did a 3-bedroom semi-detached. And that's the reality of that. And when the baby boomers complain about the state of the world, I do kind of hold up and go, well, who elected these people, who bought the shares of these utilities, who enjoyed the benefits of the housing market that your grandkids can no longer enjoy. So I do stick up for them, but say what you like about the baby boomers, but they kept my generation's feet well and truly on the ground.
Couple of things that I want to let our listeners know. You won the Billy Connolly Spirit of Glasgow Award in 2024. How amazing. Congratulations on that.
Do you know what? That was genuinely one of the most surreal and amazing moments of my life. My name was announced by Elaine C. Smith, who's an absolute national treasure in Scotland. And the inaugural winner of that prize was the late Janie Godley. And Janie handed the award to me, which was a real moment, because Janie, would always give me advice and such like. And then they spun me round to look at a screen, and there was Billy Connolly with his wee dog on his lap. And he said my own joke back to me.
How wonderful.
And the joke was, I've very much got a face that works in 3 places in the world: Glasgow, Belfast and Benidorm. And he actually said, I laughed out loud when you said Benidorm. And at that moment it was a thing where you thought, it doesn't really matter what a reviewer says or a critic says, because that man, the man who invented modern day stand-up comedy, said he laughed at one of my jokes.
I love his book so much. I read Windswept and Interesting, and it's something I aspire to, to be windswept and interesting. I believe you celebrated with a tattoo of what?
I did. So on the award is the Billy Connolly self-portrait of himself. It's a kind of line, and I got that there just to remind me.
Here's something. I just heard in the news bulletin this morning, a new tartan has been unveiled to mark the UK-Brazil season of culture, and Scotland are playing Brazil in the upcoming Men's Football World Cup. What about that, a Brazilian tartan?
Listen, if they want to give us their football players, they can have our tartan. That's what I say. If they want to give us their music, they can have our tartan. 100% knock yourself out, Brazil.
So today, I've only got a minute for this. We will have to have you back. During an evidence session of the Women's Inequalities Committee at the House of Commons, MPs are going to hear from comedians about their experiences of being women in live comedy, the barriers they face, the gender pay gap, women's safety. What would be your elevator pitch in 30 seconds on what they need to know?
Everything that every woman has ever had to suffer in the workplace, but the problem is we are freelance and we don't have HR. And also the snobbery within the arts, not acknowledging stand-up comedy as an art and seeing it as karaoke for the spoken word.
Wow. So, but what makes you keep going?
It is the greatest job in the world, and as long as I can keep making people laugh and they can keep coming to me for a laugh, let's just keep doing this dance for as long as possible, because the world needs a laugh right now.
Well, I need to let people know that Best Behaviour is running until the 23rd of May in Brighton tonight at Media. Still tickets available. Coming of Rage, Edinburgh Festival Fringe in August. Fabulous stuff. Enjoy it all. Thank you so much for joining us. Tomorrow, Katrina O'Sullivan discussing her new book, Hungry, a biography of my body. That is going to be a great listen. Do join us on Women's Hour. Thanks for your company today.
Women's Hour is presented by Nuala McGovern and produced by Andrea Kidd. A collection of programmes about the girls continues next with a look at attainment.
You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz longwave. The BBC will end broadcasts of Radio 4 on longwave later this year, but you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is also available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, or via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
BBC News at 11 o'clock. The Shadow Home Secretary says a BBC investigation has exposed the scam at the heart of many asylum claims after undercover filming revealed legal advisors charging thousands of pounds to help migrants pretend to be gay in order to improve their chances of being allowed to stay in the UK. Chris Philp says the whole system is rotten. The Home Office says anyone found trying to exploit the rules will face the full force of the law. The owner of the AA and BSM driving schools has been ordered to refund booking fees paid by tens of thousands of learners. The Competition and Markets Authority found the firm failed to disclose the cost of the fees up front, as Simon Browning explains.
AA and BSM charged learner drivers a £3 online booking fee, but the regulator said this was only added at the checkout stage, when it should have been included at the start of the booking process. More than 80,000 customers will now be given a refund, with each receiving an average payout of around £9. The fine levied by the Competition and Markets Authority is part of an investigation into several firms the regulator believes may be using drip pricing, an illegal practice where additional costs are added during a purchase.
The Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, will hold talks with the US Treasury Secretary in Washington today after saying she's frustrated that the US went to war with Iran without an exit plan. Scott Bessent has said a small bit of economic pain is worth it to prevent Tehran getting a nuclear weapon. Police have charged 2 more men with murder after a 21-year-old student was stabbed to death in North London. Finbar Sullivan was attacked in Primrose Hill last week. Alexis Bidas and Ernest Boateng, who are both 25, are due to appear before magistrates. The Duchess of Sussex will be a guest judge on MasterChef Australia this Sunday. She's on a 4-day trip to the country with her husband, Prince Harry. BBC News.
Scam Secrets from BBC Radio 4. The manipulation starts very subliminally. I'm Shari Val. I investigate fraud for the BBC. Each week, I dissect the techniques criminals use to steal your money.
Hey, Shruti, I missed you a lot.
We associate so much fraud with the male voice, but the female voice we trust for various psychological reasons.
Please call me.
From romance and investment scams to one targeting online holiday bookings.
It was actually over €1,800.
Exposing the fraudsters' tactics to help keep you safe. Scam Secrets on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds, Thursday lunchtimes at 12.
Another lunchtime series about the girls continues today at 1:45 with Education today's focus. Teenage girls from all over the country will be talking to Catherine Carr about their school lives, from behaviour in the classroom and the importance of aspiration to the impact of missing school. And we'll take up that topic now on Radio 4 as part of our About the Girls collection. File on 4 Investigates uncovers fresh data suggesting there's been a sharp decline in the attainment of white working class girls at school. Examining GCSE results in England and attendances, Hayley Mortimer asks what's behind the decline in this group and what can be done to reverse it.
How many years can we go on reading the same headline that Britain has failed white working class boys?
White working class boys are at a particular disadvantage, and not because of a lack of talent, but because of the hand they are dealt from birth.
For the past decade, politicians have debated the plight of white working class boys. Their education, job prospects and social mobility the subject of reports, surveys and committees.
If you look at all the statistics across education, employment, health outcomes, it's white working class boys that are being held back and are suffering the most.
The attention isn't unwarranted. For many years, white working class boys have been some of the poorest performing students in schools across England. But while all eyes have been on them, something else has been happening.
I didn't want to be in school. I was coming home telling my mum that I don't want to be in school and that it's not the right thing for me. I was finding every excuse under the sun possible to not come into school. People just say like, oh, what's the point in trying? I'll just sort myself out and get a job after school and not really try and go for that higher education.
My attendance weren't great. I feel like I wasn't learning a lot in school. I almost gave up towards the end.
File on 4 Investigates has worked with the BBC data team to analyse the latest GCSE figures for England's schools, and the findings are surprising. All girls have seen a drop in attainment since 2019, but a significant decline has been seen amongst white working class girls.
Over time, the decline is stark. And unless we talk more about this issue, unless we come up with a better response, then it may be a decline that we're never going to be able to arrest.
It means the gender gap is narrowing, not just because boys are catching up, but because the girls' results are falling.
The conversation has very much been, what can we put in place to support white working class boys? And the girls are getting left behind. There does seem to be a cohort that is being overlooked quite considerably.
But what's behind the decline? And can anything be done to reverse it? We examine what's being missed in classrooms, in policy, and in the national conversation. I'm Hayley Mortimer, and this is File on 4 Investigates. Are white working class girls falling behind? It's break time at the Liberty Academy in Hull. It's a large mixed-sex Church of England secondary school with more than 1,000 students.
We are predominantly white British working class. We do have students here who maybe aren't from traditional kind of cohort that would go on to higher education or further education, but the community itself is quite a deprived community.
Sarah Hossack has been a teacher here for over a decade. In the last few years, she's seen interventions to help raise the attainment of boys, but fears that girls have been left out of discussions.
The boys can be very loud. The boys can take up a lot of oxygen in the room. The girls will often be very quiet. I think that the girls are good at masking. You know, they're doing the bare minimum because they might be disengaged. I think what happens in education, and it's not just in this school, is that we tend to use the girls as props to support the boys.
The extra attention given to boys in the classroom hasn't gone unnoticed.
I feel like in some cases it's like expected and normal of the boys to be bad and like disruptive.
Teachers are always so focused on trying to maintain the boys' behaviour that everyone else just kind of gets slid under the radar for a bit.
There's a reason boys often receive so much focus. Girls consistently outperform them throughout their education, and white working class boys remain one of the worst performing groups in their GCSEs. But white low-income girls aren't much further behind them.
Yeah, I think that the conversation has very much been, what can we put in place to support white working class boys? And the girls are getting left behind because, as I say, there's an assumption that the girls will pull themselves up by their bootstraps. We need a national conversation, I think, around how we can support these young women. I think the society we live in now is so divided, and people are divided on all sorts of different lines, that class has sort of been pushed out of the way. You know, that it doesn't seem to matter.
Lisa Mackenzie is a working class academic. She writes about class inequality and the impact of deindustrialisation. From her home in a former mining town in Nottinghamshire, she can still see the remains of a vanished colliery.
There is a good argument around what's happened to white working class boys, because the old industries of the docks, the coal mines, the engineering works, the steel works, they have gone. And they were sort of at the centre of white working class men's identity. But with white working class girls, there's no sort of identity to hang them on.
5 years ago, a report by the Education Select Committee said white working class pupils had been failed by decades of neglect in England's schools. And the government has recently announced its school reforms will improve this group's outcomes. But what do politicians mean when they use the term white working class? How would you define working class in Britain today?
Now that's a big question. I read French sociological theory, a theorist called Bourdieu, and what he says, and I think my interpretation of class is closest to that. There are resources in society, and some people have more access to these resources that you need in society. Social capital, that's the connections that people have. You know, how can they help you? Economic capital is money and wealth. And then you've got cultural capital. That's your access to education. But I'm talking high education here. I'm not talking any education. But also things like high culture. Do you go to museums? Do you go to the opera? And then there's something called symbolic
capital, which means when you've got all of them in society, you are valued and respected. So I start to think about what people have got access to and how that helps them in their life. And then I think about the things you don't have access to and how it disadvantages you.
GCSE results in England are categorised in several ways, including gender, ethnicity and deprivation level, but never by class.
I think it's kind of like an accident that we've come to this point where we've now got people called white working class people, and now we've recognised that they're not in the tick box at all. There's no measurement for those people. The only way they do measure them is through free school meals, and that doesn't measure class.
The Department for Education calls this group disadvantaged. It includes pupils claiming free school meals at any point in the last 6 years and children in care. It's been government policy that all pupils should leave school with at least a grade 4 GCSE in both English and maths. That's the equivalent of a low grade C. But for girls classed as disadvantaged, this is an increasingly difficult target to reach.
White British girls have been on the decline, for want of a better phrase, since pre-COVID times. Attainment for that group of pupils has declined by around 3 grades during that time.
Tom Campbell is the CEO of EACT, a multi-academy trust that runs 38 schools across the country.
The data is flashing red, but as of yet, as a system, I don't think we've quite acknowledged the decline, and therefore are unclear on the diagnosis and therefore the remedy.
We've looked at the results of the 600,000 students who sat their GCSEs in England last summer. The figures don't include Wales or Northern Ireland, and Scotland has a different exam system. Overall, boys' attainment has increased since 2019, with disadvantaged boys up by 1.6 percentage points. But it's a different story for the girls. All girls are down by 1.6, and all disadvantaged girls are down by 3.5. Dig a little deeper, and low-income white British girls are down a massive 6.4 percentage points. Just 38% of these girls passed their English and Maths GCSE last year.
The challenge is that the boys are still doing a little bit worse, and therefore this problem is creeping up on us year on year. Over time, the decline is stark, and unless we talk more about this issue, unless we come up with a better response, then it may be a decline that we're never going to be able to arrest. And it's a sad state if it feels like a race to the bottom, that unless you are the group at the bottom of the table, then the system doesn't respond with innovation, intervention, and that appears to me what's happening, particularly with white British girls.
Oh, well, great for talk, but you know. So we got positive today. I struggled a lot with school. I struggled coming in, I struggled focusing, I was always getting in trouble.
School hasn't been easy for 15-year-old Megan. Her teenage years have been a cycle of conflict and distraction, with friendships and fallouts dominating her school day.
Your head can't focus on the lesson because all you're worried about is these girls and what these girls are going to do, or what they're going to say, or what anybody's going to say about it.
We've changed Megan's name to protect her identity. Last year, as she approached her GCSEs, teachers at her school in Greater Manchester predicted she might fail every subject.
It was too much to handle everything, so you couldn't really think about your future when you had everything else in front of you that was happening.
So when did it start to become challenging for you in secondary school?
Year 8 was a big thing, because I feel like year 7 you're settling in, you're getting used to everything, and in year 8 you're used to it and you're expanding friendship groups, and then drama comes along with girls.
Megan's experience isn't unique. Academic researchers claim the move from the first year of secondary into the second is a period of transition that can determine the rest of a girl's school career.
We see a big decline between year 7 and year 8, and because the data
data we collect is so rich, we can pin that down to basically between the autumn term of year 7 and the spring term of year 7 being a real critical period where pupils' level of engagement with school really starts to drop off a cliff.
Professor John Jerram from University College London has been monitoring school engagement among low-income white pupils in England. His findings point to a sharp drop in the first years of secondary school.
There's increasing evidence that engagement matters for future outcomes. For the white working class, for girls, we see a particular difficulty in terms of their relationships with others, such as their peer group, and what we call their sense of agency. And it tends to be things like feelings of safety at school and peer relationships in particular, or where girls during that kind of year 7, year 8 into year 9 period, that's where the gender gap really seems to kind of start opening up.
For Megan, that lack of enjoyment of school led to her missing more and more of her lessons.
I was coming home telling my mum that I don't want to be in school and that it's not the right thing for me. I was finding every excuse under the sun possible to not come into school.
Her mum, Sarah, whose name we've also changed, says the morning routine was a daily battle.
It was horrendous. It was horrible. I hated it. She'd go to school some days and I'd be at home crying because it was awful to see her going so upset. But although she was going through that, it was really important to me that she got the education.
The proportion of pupils who are persistently absent from school in England has grown for both boys and girls since the pandemic. But there's been a greater rise amongst girls.
It got to a point where she was missing a few weeks and school had to come out and have a chat with us. We went into school, had a chat with school, but she was missing too much education, which is important in my eyes anyway. It's important to get your education.
Attendance seems to be the key issue to this, and of course if children aren't attending school, then they're not succeeding and they're not achieving the outcomes they need.
Michael Cater is the executive head teacher at the Character Education Trust, which runs 2 academies in Kent. The recent decline in attainment and attendance of girls at his school is something that concerns him.
The larger percentage of students that don't attend school, the worse outcomes become. And at the moment, there is a key group identified that, again, white working class girls are more likely to miss school. Post-COVID society, where lots of young people obviously were educated at home for long periods of time, we've found that both boys and girls have been slow to return, particularly from working class families.
Trust CEO Tom Campbell has also seen this in his schools.
We do have data that white British girls, their attendance has declined. That has an impact on their learning and outcomes. And white British girls are high in terms of suspension rates, so they are second to Gypsy Roma community in terms of likeliness or likelihood to be permanently excluded from school. In terms of all of the metrics or the leading indicators to how engaged are white British girls in their education, those indicators do not appear positive in any way, shape or form.
I do have a big regret of the way I went around. I always have said this since it happened. The way I went around it was completely wrong.
During her penultimate year of secondary school, Megan was involved in a fight with another girl. She was permanently excluded and sent to a pupil referral unit.
We had a review to see if she could go back to that school, but there's no circumstances could she come back because she's barred from the school. So, yeah, she got excluded. I'm not going to say she's perfect. I don't condone violence in any sort of way. But yeah, that's what the school did, and it was the best thing they did.
In order for us to meet our targets, these are the ones that need.
In Oldham, head teacher Gemma Cottingham is standing in front of a whiteboard in her office, mapping her students' progress. Rows of photos of teenagers with their predicted GCSE grades, showing who's on track and who isn't.
7+. So these are the ones that get all the additional intervention as well. So
Royton and Crompton Academy serve a predominantly white working class community. It has a large number of girls eligible for free school meals.
Our students tend to stay locally within a local college, moving on to apprenticeships
a college course, some go on to do A-levels, but it does tend to be in the colleges and it does tend to be quite local.
Like many head teachers, Gemma is working hard to improve her attendance data.
Girls' attendance at the moment is lower than boys' attendance here at the Academy and nationally, and it is something that we're working really hard on. I think the main issues around girl absenteeism is mental health and well-being, a lacking of self-confidence, sometimes some stress and anxiety around performing and performing well in school.
And more often than not, the problems don't start at the school gates.
We deal with so much that is actually out of our control. We walk in fresh on a morning and we're picking up things that have happened over the weekend, the previous evening, and that then becomes a school problem to deal with.
One solution has been to try to limit what spills into the school day. Students now lock their phones away in pouches at the start of each morning.
We really saw that sometimes small issues that were brought to our attention early in the day had escalated dramatically by the time that we were investigating them fully. And they'd escalated dramatically due to Snapchat, to WhatsApp messages, and more children were involved because groups were being created.
I sat down with a group of girls in their 4th year of secondary school to talk about their experience. And it didn't take long for one topic to dominate.
You'll just overhear a conversation where they say the most disgusting things ever. Boys making really sexual, weird comments. Just commenting on a girl's body randomly. It doesn't even have to be a nice thing, it can be the most disgusting thing ever.
It can make you feel uncomfortable just to walk near them or be in your own body near them.
Has that got worse as you've got older? Can you remember when that started?
The more I get older and the more your body develops, the more it gets worse.
I think as soon as I get into year 7, they just start doing it straight away.
Head teacher Gemma Cottingham was listening.
It was the veracity of nodding almost when one student said it that was wow, this does mean a lot to them. And I think sometimes the impact of boys and how strongly they spoke about the boys' immaturity and the frustrations that some of the male students bring to them was quite interesting to hear. We have historically had boy groups, girl groups to varying success. It's something that could always be considered moving forward.
Thank you. In about 1 mile, turn right to Blackshore Lane. Just a 5-minute drive away, another large academy. Less than a mile separates these two schools, but the difference in outcomes is striking.
We do serve quite a deprived area. We are in the bottom 1% of deprivation in Oldham, but we do achieve some of the really highest results. We are one of the top comprehensive schools in the Northwest.
Natalie Kennelly is the interim head teacher at Oldham Academy North. There are 66 languages spoken here by students from 46 different ethnic backgrounds.
We have quite a small population really of white working class girls. It is a very diverse school, but they probably are the smallest percentage in our cohort of students.
Students here leave with above average grades, and many go on to top universities. It's a school that bucks the national trend. Here, white British girls eligible for free school meals are not falling behind.
I expect it to be the same as my old school, just not getting along with anyone, my confidence being low, not wanting to come into school.
Megan, who we heard from earlier, arrived here just over a year ago after being excluded from her previous school.
She arrived to us with very low levels of confidence. Her attendance was hugely below national average, and most days she didn't want to come into school.
She was provided with support from a safeguarding team and received extra help in lessons.
From getting to know her learning gaps, teachers responded in lessons, provided support to build her confidence. If she was having a tough day, she would know who she could go and speak to. She'd built a close group of friends very quickly, and they're a lovely group who also want to work hard and want to succeed.
Everyone is just focused on school and learning and the grades you're going to get and what you're going to do after school. And if you don't know what you're going to do after school, they help you try and find what you want to do after school. I'm a completely different person. I'm smiling, I'm happy.
Megan is now predicted to pass her GCSEs this summer, and she's now thinking about her future. She's planning to study sport at college, and for mum Sarah, the change has been a huge relief.
It's further away, she has to get 2 buses. She's there, she's getting ready, she's up, out the door for 7:30 every morning, going to school, enjoying it. The girls that she's hanging around with now are girls that she would never have normally hung around with, and they're really good kids. You can see that the parents are really trying to get their education doing well, like attainment for Megan. To see them doing well, I think it means what pushes Megan to do well as well.
As we've already heard, in last year's GCSEs, disadvantaged white girls received some of the lowest results in England, with just 38% passing English and maths. By comparison, disadvantaged girls from some other ethnic backgrounds performed significantly better. 64% of girls from low-income Asian homes achieved a pass in English and maths, alongside 60% of black girls.
I think there are clear differences in how relationships to our education system have evolved among different groups within the working classes. So if we look at the white working classes, they often bring a long history of educational subordination and marginalisation to schooling.
Diane Ray is Emeritus Professor of Education at the University of Cambridge. For decades, she's been researching how class shapes school outcomes.
And then there are other ethnic minority groups which, despite a lack of educational credentials, bring a strong conviction and optimism that a fresh start in a new educational system will provide crucial opportunities for educational advancement.
But the attainment picture amongst disadvantaged groups is complex, with low and declining GCSE results also seen amongst some traveller, Caribbean heritage and mixed ethnicity students. And some argue there should be less focus on identity and more on the disadvantage itself.
What we've had over the years is, quite rightly actually, we've recognised that different ethnic minority groups, they've had an unequal chance in life because racism does exist. And so what we've wanted to do, I think with good intentions, put that right. But what's happened is the language of race has moved into class, and it shouldn't be really.
Academic Lisa McKenzie warns that singling out one group for intervention, such as white working class children, risks deepening divisions rather than solving the problem of class inequality.
They could do what they've done with other groups. They could target white working class people at the expense of other groups. And then in 5-10 years' time, we're in that position with that group now. And that tells me that no government is actually serious about this, because if they were serious, they'd talk about class.
Service is underway at what looks like a fine dining restaurant. But there's a twist. This kitchen is staffed entirely by trainee chefs.
So they have to do 3 courses in 3 hours. So they're all doing individual dishes. One's doing a cheesecake, cheese onion pie, corn puree, roasted carrots.
It's one of the vocational courses on offer at Tameside College in Ashton-under-Lyne, where Emma is in her 2nd year studying hospitality.
Runs like a normal restaurant throughout the week. I'm just serving people. I don't get the luxury of cooking. I did that last year.
Here, the emphasis is on practical skills, learning on the job and moving straight into work. For some students, it's a very different experience to school, where they say university was often presented as the only path.
All the assemblies were like, these are unis, these are other unis. We even went and took a trip to Oxford at one point, and it just felt very suffocating because a lot of people don't want to go to uni. I mean, I personally do, but at the same time, it's expensive. There's so many other options as well.
Students here say vocational routes were rarely discussed, leaving them feeling overlooked.
All they talked about was university or academic A-levels in college. They never really spoke about apprenticeships or vocational courses. To be honest, it made me feel quite ignored.
Becky chose a different path. She's training to become a police officer on a course in partnership with Greater Manchester Police.
I always knew what I wanted to do and I'd always looked into it, so I knew that I wanted to either go straight into an apprenticeship or a course like I am on now. It never really crossed my mind, university, and I never wanted to do it.
And for some students, that heavy focus on university made them switch off from school altogether.
My attendance weren't great. I feel like I wasn't learning a lot in school. I almost gave up towards the end. I know that GCSEs are important. I feel like a lot of teachers try and get you to go to university, but that's not the only path in life for many people.
Part of the problem we've got with white working class communities across the country is that when those parents are sat in school halls on parents' evenings and at presentation events, the emphasis on university is disproportionate.
Kent's head teacher, Michael Cater, says the emphasis on university, while well-intentioned, doesn't always resonate with every student.
And it's a valid route and it's a valuable route, and having that information for those families is really important, but it shouldn't be the only information they have about their child's future and their child's careers. It's about valuing apprenticeships, it's about valuing vocational qualifications, having the same high expectations, but also accepting that that can be a very successful route as well to a happy and fulfilling life. But at the same time, making sure that no doors close for working class children, that you're not shutting off university routes.
But for many pupils sitting their GCSEs, what comes next after school isn't the only pressure. The demands at home can be just as challenging.
Both my parents were working and they were working sort of 9 to 5, so in the days that they couldn't help out and my grandparents couldn't help out, I had to sort of take that role of being the parent in a way.
File on 4 Investigates has found that a rising number of female students are balancing school with caring duties at home, something these girls at Tameside College are familiar with.
I have a little sister, she's only 7, and since she was born, really, I've been helping out, taking her to school, like picking her up and all sorts of things. So, yeah, I don't think school is designed in a way where you can help out at home. It's just very much all your free time should be on revising for exams rather than thinking about, well, we've got different needs and different family.
We commissioned a survey of more than 1,800 secondary school teachers using the tool Teacher Tap. Overall, 36% of teachers reported an increase in the number of female students taking on caring responsibilities at home, with 5% seeing a significant rise. In deprived areas, the numbers were even higher.
Obviously, things were getting more expensive, so it's harder for my mum to be there because she was at work more often. My dad was at work, my stepmom was at work. I didn't really get to see them, so it was just kind of me in the house, sorting the house out. She'd be like, oh, do the dishes, do this. I'm like, okay, I'll do it. I was taking my sister to dance. I was making tea for her while my mum was resting. So I do think that time could have been spent doing more revision. But you just got to put your family first at the end of the day, haven't you?
Children are not immune to what's going on in society at the moment, and worrying about whether parents are in a steady job or not, worrying about precarious housing, family responsibility, taking younger siblings to school.
Tom Campbell from EACT Multi-Academy Trust.
We're wondering in school whether the data has shown that this is impacting more on girls than it is on boys. You know, when children disclose safeguarding concerns at school, more girls than boys, anecdotally, are referencing worries about family life. Now, whether that's the reason or not for disengagement, lower attendance, potentially poorer behaviour, and certainly poorer outcomes at GCSE, we're not entirely sure.
Back in Hull, ambition at school is shaped as much by postcode as it is by potential.
I feel like there's not many opportunities here. My mum, she dropped out of college and went and worked in a pub, and I feel like people just go for whatever jobs are available. In the south, especially London area, it's people believe they can do anything, whereas in the north and here in a working class city, people don't come from money. I wouldn't say there's as many opportunities.
A city once dominated by the fishing industry, rapid deindustrialisation reshaped the local economy. Today, Hull is one of several areas identified by the government as needing extra educational support to address long-standing inequalities.
I think because everyone's surrounded by people who maybe didn't go to university, maybe don't have I think it kind of just puts it in their heads that that's just going to be me, so why should I try? And so I think a lot of girls have this idea where they just think that's going to be me anyway, so I don't really see a point in trying.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, people just feel like, oh, what's the point in trying? And they aren't very ambitious. I'll just sort myself out and get a job after school and not really try and go for that higher education.
Period stigma is what I wanted to talk to us about.
Teacher Sarah Hossack knows firsthand the barriers girls here face. This year, she's trialling a programme to raise aspirations amongst a group identified as benefiting from extra intervention.
Then it comes back to the taboo of actually showing what happens to a woman's body every month.
Today, they're creating a campaign to raise awareness of the free period products available around the school.
These students need to understand that they have agency over their lives, and actually that is incredibly important. And when they look back hopefully on what they've done within the Women in Leadership course, they will see that a lot of those skills that you need for college or apprenticeships or university or whatever it is that they want to do, they have done almost by osmosis.
To inspire the girls, Sarah has invited women from Hull to come in and talk about their careers, giving her pupils role models that they can relate to.
You don't usually see many people from our areas succeed, so I think it's more you don't see it, so you don't believe you can do it, because there's no one there telling you, look, I did this, so you can do it too.
One of the girls is now planning to study law at university after hearing from a female barrister who also grew up in Hull.
It was really inspirational, to be honest, because she obviously comes from this area and has a similar background. And just to see someone who's done that, despite all the barriers of obviously being a woman and working class, it's just really inspirational. And you just think, wow, I can do that as well.
There'll be some kind of opportunity in this city. Or, if there isn't, then how do we build your confidence up enough for you to think, yeah, but I can go to Sheffield or I can go to Leeds. If they've got enough confidence, they can do anything.
But while teachers can focus on building confidence and encouraging students to look beyond their hometowns, some critics say it doesn't tackle the problem.
It's a brain drain. Why can it only be certain cities that can have a thriving place? Or why do young people have to feel that they've got to leave?
Academic Lisa McKenzie.
The truth is, the jobs are just not there. Can the education system do anything about this? Well, no. Imagine you've got a school and it's in a working class, deindustrialised community, and it's a white working class school. And every single kid, you've raised them so they've got 3 A's. Then what? They still live in an area that's been run down, been left out, has got no work. And that's why, for me, you have to look at the inequality within the country first. The education system can't change that.
The Department for Education turned down our request for an interview. In a statement, it said it aims to halve the disadvantage gap, cutting the link between background and success. It's launching 2 initiatives in the North East and in England's coastal towns to improve outcomes for white working-class children. It added that the government is easing the pressure on families by lifting the 2-child benefit cap, putting a family hub in every local council, and providing 30 hours of free childcare. But will it go far enough?
It does feel that we're driving up a really steep hill with a handbrake on, and it does feel that if schools and trusts like ours are going to impact on these systemic challenges, we need more actors in the space to work together with us, whether that's around the welfare system, health, housing, mental health support, addressing this issue of white British girls. They need our help.
I'm really proud of being working class. I'm incredibly proud of that, and I think, our girls need to be as well, because it shouldn't be a barrier.
Final Radio 4 Investigates was produced by Ashley Kennedy. The editor is Tara McDermott. And this lunchtime you can hear the next episode in our 5-part series About the Girls, where Catherine Carr speaks to girls from all over the UK about sex, consent, friendship, life online, becoming a woman, and today their experience of school. That's this afternoon at 1:45, and you can catch up on BBC Sounds. Our Book of the Week continues in 5 minutes, presenting a series of portraits of the challenges ordinary people face in daily life in Iran. Before that, on Radio 4, we have a look back at some fascinating stories from the past.
5, 3, 2, 1. This week in history.
Over 200,000 miles above the Earth, on the 13th of April, 1970, a dramatic explosion led to one of the most memorable quotes of the 20th century.
Okay, we've had a problem here. This is Houston. Say again, please. Houston, we've had a problem.
Jack Swigert, Jim Lovell and Fred Hayes, the crew of NASA's Apollo 13 mission, had been in space for 55 hours on course to orbit the moon. During a routine housekeeping process, the crew heard a dull explosion. Unbeknownst to them, their number 2 oxygen tank had just exploded. Warning lights lit up the console, and both the astronauts and the ground teams had to act fast. With oxygen levels draining, the crew moved out from the command module Odyssey into the attached lunar module Aquarius as an improvised lifeboat. The crew endured 4 days in desperate conditions. A lack of heating meant temperatures fell to around 4 Celsius, and limited supplies led to severe dehydration. The lunar module wasn't built to endure re-entry, so as they approached Earth's atmosphere, the astronauts climbed back into the Odyssey, hoping its heat shield would survive. Around the world, millions watched on television as the 3 splashed down in the middle of the Pacific Ocean on the 17th of April. All 3 men survived. The quick thinking of Apollo 13's astronauts, as well as the ground crew, had turned a potential disaster into one of NASA's most memorable missions.
On the 16th of April, 1616, the physician William Harvey quietly planted the seeds of a medical revolution. In a series of lectures at the Royal College of Physicians, he raised questions about the heart and blood that would mature into one of the great scientific breakthroughs of the 17th century, that the blood circulates around the body. It was a theory that challenged more than 1,000 years of Galenic teaching. Harvey's insight didn't emerge from speculation, but from observation and dissection. A skilled anatomist, he had trained at the University of Padua under the renowned surgeon Hieronymus Fabricius, who had discovered the existence of valves in the veins, but not to that purpose. One area Harvey focused attention on was the difference between arteries and veins. Galen's theory was that blood was controlled in 2 separate systems. The liver made the blood that flowed in the veins, and the heart made blood for the arteries. Through dissection, Harvey proved the liver was not involved. The culmination of his studies came more than a decade later in his great work, De Motu Cordis, of 1628. In it, he demonstrated for the first time that blood circulates in a continuous circuit, propelled by the rhythmic action of the heart, a finding that reshaped the entire field of physiology.
It seems impossible to imagine now, but listeners to the BBC National Programme, the precursor to the BBC Home Service, received a surprising evening news bulletin on the 18th of April 1930. At 8:45 p.m, the newsreader simply declared, "There is no news," and then played piano music for the rest of the 15-minute segment. Radio was still in its early years, and though news journalism and editorial values were evolving within the BBC, newsreaders were still reliant on releases from news agencies such as Reuters, as well as official government announcements for most of their material. It was Good Friday, which meant many government workers were off, and the newswires were emptier than usual. Of course, there was news happening all around the world. In the then British-controlled India, the Chittagong Rebellion saw Indian nationalist rebels attacking police and armories,
However, the severed communication lines meant this couldn't be reported in the bulletin. Regarding newsreaders, the BBC asked them to remain anonymous on air, though the occasional photograph did appear in the Radio Times. Newsreaders were even asked to wear dinner jackets to work, out of respect for the music and drama performers who dressed up for evening audiences.
This Week in History was presented by Caroline Nichols and Eugene Less.
When history comes to life in your living room, when you're shown the artist behind the art, when you get a front row seat at a spectacular performance.
Oh, brilliant, amazing.
It was, but your standing ovation set the dog off.
I won't throw the flowers then.
Nothing brings us together like great TV. And a TV license covers you to watch all TV channels, plus BBC iPlayer, full of life and arts and culture coverage. It also funds everything you love from the BBC, including Radio 4. Search TV license together.
The Minister for Roads and Buses, Simon Lightwood, will be discussing the government's new plans to improve the state of the roads on New News just after midday. But first on Radio 4, Ramita Nava was a journalist in Tehran when she began writing City of Lies, Love, Sex, Death and the Search for Truth in Tehran, published in 2014. It tells the real stories of people whose lives were affected by the regime, stories that were often censored. Names and some details have been changed to protect people. Episode 3, Mortaza, is read by the author.
The woman at the door was wearing a chic beige trench coat, a fake Hermes headscarf, and no makeup. Salam, my name is Nassim Sultani, and I'd like to speak to Mortaza Kazemi. Her husband and little boy stood beside her. It always worked better that way. People were less intimidated and more trustful of a woman with a family by her side. Nassim and her husband respectfully bowed their heads, greeting Khadija and their growing audience. Behind Khadija, her sister and niece had grabbed their chadors and run to the door, where they stood gawping at the visitors. We think your son, Mortaza Kazemi, may be able to help someone who's in trouble. We've heard Mortaza is an honest young man who served his country and God with a pure heart. You must be very proud of him. Nassim had been dealing with women like Khadija for over 10 years. She knew how to handle them. Khadija nodded in approval while her relatives whispered to each other. Khadija shouted Mortaza's name without averting her gaze. Mortaza had been listening to the conversation from the hallway. When he emerged, he made sure to step outside and close the door behind him. His family would be straining to listen. He nodded to Nassim and began to walk down the road. She quickly followed. The only chance she stood of persuading men like Mortaza to talk was by extricating them from their families. After 5 minutes, Mortaza stopped on the edge of a park. I need your help. You're not in any trouble at all, but this is a very sensitive matter. She gave Mortaza her business card and told her husband to go and buy some ice cream. I represent people who are victims of our justice system. I usually represent people no one else will touch. Are you happy to talk here? Mortaza looked around. Nobody in sight. He nodded. Did you know that the old commander of your Basij unit was stabbed to death recently? Mortaza bristled. Mortaza was a member of the Basij, the Islamic militia, and the thought of his old commander still made him shudder. He had tried to obliterate all memory of him from his mind. Mortaza had heard the news in the mosque a month ago. The commander had been murdered by a madman. Not everybody believed the story. The mullah of the mosque had said the killing was the work of an undercover Iraqi spy who was seeking retribution for all the enemies the commander had valiantly slain during the war. The commander's close friends had said a drug lord had ordered the assassination for an enormous opium debt. The mosque had held a lavish funeral for the commander. Hundreds had paid their respects. Food was handed out to the poor. Mortaza had felt intense relief. I don't know how I can help. I was simply a student of the commander. I hadn't seen him for years, he said, staring at a patch of dried grass.
But I believe you knew his killer, Ebi Hafiri. Mortizer looked up in shock. Mortizer had met Ebi when both boys were 12. He had liked Ebi instantly. Ebi believed religion was a waste of time. He'd joined the Basij for the perks, the extracurricular activities that few families in the neighborhood could afford. Access to the local swimming pool, a football pitch, day trips, and even the possibility of a stay in a summer camp. They would also get occasional free meals, low-interest loans, preferential treatment by government organizations, thanks to a specially designated quota of 40% for Basij students that overlooked poor grades, a vastly increased chance of getting into university. Time spent serving in the Basij would also be knocked off compulsory military service. For these boys, the Basij was part Islamic Boy Scouts Club and part Freemasons. But Ebi went missing years ago. People said he was found dead. He's very much alive. He suffered greatly under the commander. He turned to drugs. Do you know what the commander was doing to him? No. Mortizer lied instinctively and quickly. The commander was raping him. Every week. Ebi's admitted to the murder. He says he feels no remorse. He's very happy he killed the commander, but he's about to be executed for it. Ebi wasn't the only victim. If I can prove this happened to others, I have a good chance of saving his life. Ebi had left Tehran wanting to be as far away from the commander as possible and had worked on building sites across the country until the need for vengeance grew so strong he could think of nothing else. He'd returned to the city and headed straight for Gomrock Market, where he bought a serrated hunting knife. The commander was still living in the neighborhood. When he answered his front door, Ebi plunged the knife into his chest and his stomach. The commander fell backwards, but Ebi carried on stabbing him, even when the commander's wife ran to him screaming. When he was done, Ebi wiped the blade on his jeans, calmly tucked it back into his jacket, and walked to the nearest police station, where he handed himself in. The cops thought he was a lunatic, but he was simply a man at peace, resigned to the fact that he would soon be hanging from a crane, a small sacrifice for the satisfaction of revenge. When asked about his motives, he had kept silent. It was only after his case was assigned to Nassim that the truth came out. Nassim's instinct and experience taught her there was more to this than a straightforward killing. She'd also dealt with enough cases of abuse to know there'd be more than one victim. You're not the first person from the unit I've spoken to. Obviously, I can't give you any names, but 3 others have so far agreed to testify. The more testimony I get, the stronger our case is. Maybe the commander didn't touch you, but if he did, I can guarantee that your family will not hear about it. Nobody will, apart from me and a judge. None of his other victims will present evidence on the same day. No one else will see you. Mortizer agreed to meet in Nassim's office on Valias the following afternoon. Mortizer had never heard a woman speak with such candid honesty and unflinching openness. Nassim talked about genitals and sexual proclivities as if she were discussing the weather. The only other person who'd been this direct was Ebi. Ebi had been unperturbed that Mortizer was in love with him. He was used to the eccentrics and oddballs that were vomited up on the streets. They'd filled his mind with all that was possible. It did not matter to him if it was condemned. His uncle was a part-time transvestite who wandered the streets in a dress and lipstick. Ebi accepted Mortizer without question or judgment. Because of this, Mortizer came to trust him more than he trusted anybody else. Mortizer was immediately comfortable in Nassim's presence. He agreed to testify. The case was held behind closed doors, as Nassim had promised. Ebi was found guilty of murder, but his death sentence was revoked. He would remain in Evin prison until he was an old man. The week of Ebi's appeal, newspapers had received an order from the ministry that the word rape was banned from use in all media. A few newspapers reported the crime of a stabbing of a Basij commander, but they were not allowed to name him. They stated that the assailant had been spared execution as there was evidence that the commander had mistreated him and other boys. It It was during a Basij gathering to commemorate the death of Imam Hussein that Murtaza put down his Quran and fetched his coat. He had the sudden, overwhelming realization that everything he had believed in was a lie, that he could no longer be a Basiji. Until that moment, Murtaza had expected to devote his life to the Basij. Murtaza then started to research his condition. To his surprise, he read that the state advocated medical intervention for people like him, and there was even a fatwa condoning it. He had stopped having sex with strangers, but his thoughts were still transgressive. He had been grateful to the Basij for keeping him in line, acting as an extra incentive to fight his unnatural urges. He had believed the Basij would be his salvation. But now he saw things clearly for the first time. Staying in the Basij would in fact be his ruin. He had to get out and turn his life upside down. The only person he could speak to was Nassim. She was gentle and reassuring and promised she would help him. He returned home announcing to Khadija that he'd left the Basij. He wanted to tell her more, to tell her that he'd felt duped all these years, but her reaction was bad enough, so he thought it should wait. The dawn light had only just started to smudge the night sky when Murtaza heard the banging on the door. At first, Murtaza's parents thought they were being burgled. Then they heard the shouts. "Dirty queer!" His father began beating Murtaza about the head. "Shame, shame, shame! You brought nothing but shame on our family. Go out and face justice." Khadija began beating her own head and wailing. More banging. Murtaza cowered in the corner of his room. Khadija peeked through the curtains. She could see some neighbors looking out of windows. "Why are they saying these things?" Khadija turned to Murtaza. "You need to leave and not come back. Your father will either kill you or have a heart attack, and I will never be able to face the neighbors again. Please, go." She hugged him as she led him to the back door. Shireen leaves her job as a secretary on Fatemi Street early. She has a final appointment with the doctor who operated on her nose. It was worth paying the extra money, as the surgeon is one of Tehran's best. When she leaves the consulting room, she rushes home, buying pistachios on the way. Tonight, she has a special guest. She lives in a tiny flat and struggles to make ends meet, yet Shireen is the happiest she's been in her life. She cooks her guest's favorite dish, jeweled rice with saffron, almonds, pistachios, and barberries. On top, she scatters rose petals. She spends hours getting ready and puts on her best outfit, an elegant cream suit with nude-coloured peep-toe sandals. Her flatmate gives her copper-coloured hair a Farrah Fawcett-style blow-dry. When Nassim arrives with 2 boxes of pastries, the women hug, and Shireen introduces Nassim to her flatmate, who's heard all about this straight-talking lawyer. Shireen has set the table beautifully, with a candle burning in the middle. The women eat and talk for hours. Before she leaves, Nassim tells Shireen how proud she is of her. "I want to give you something," says Shireen. From a box in the corner of her room, she takes out a laminated card and hands it to Nassim. "I won't be needing this anymore." Nassim laughs and kisses her. It is a Basij membership card. Printed on it is a small photo, and next to it, Shireen's birth name, Murtaza Kazemi.
We'll be hearing the 4th episode at the same time tomorrow. The story follows Layla, a young sex worker in Iran, navigating her relationship to spirituality and Allah in the complex moral landscape of Tehran. City of Lies, Love, Sex, Death and the Search for Truth in Tehran was written and read by Ramita Navai. It was abridged and produced by Lou Kemp and is a BBC Scotland audio production for Radio 4. The conflict in the Middle East is, of course, having an impact here at home, and that's the starting point for today's edition of Moneybox Live at 3 o'clock. With a preview of that is Felicity Hanna.
The conflict in Iran is already hitting our household bills and pushing up our prices. So what are you doing to protect yourself?
Today on Moneybox Live, we're asking how we can shield our household bills, our mortgages, and even our investments. From heat pumps to pensions and solar panels to savings, what changes have you made because of the changing world? Get in touch with your stories and your questions. You can email moneybox@bbc.co.uk, or you can send us a voice note or a message on WhatsApp. The number is 03306 783 183. And listen to Moneybox Live on protecting your finances from global shocks, just after 3 o'clock today.
BBC News at midday. There have been calls for the government to crack down on law firms and advisors exposed by a BBC investigation charging thousands of pounds to help migrants pretend to be gay in order to improve their chances of being allowed to stay in the UK. Some people whose visas are due to run out are being given fake cover stories for their asylum claims, as our politics investigations correspondent Billy Kember explains.
They tell people, for example, to go to gay clubs multiple times, to take photographs while they're there, to take photographs of their drinks receipts, potentially to go to GPs and pretend to be depressed, to get prescription from them, again, as more records they can submit to the Home Office. They even have people willing to sign a statement pretending to have been someone's partner.
The Conservatives say the findings show the scam at the heart of many asylum claims. The Labour MP Jo White, a member of the Home Affairs Committee, said she hoped the police would investigate. Ana Gonzalez, an immigration solicitor, says the nature of such claims makes them difficult to police.
When you are a victim of torture, when certain things have happened to you, often there is a way of evidencing that in an objective way. When it comes to the queer community, it is not. It's just how convincing you can be on that particular day, irrespective of if there is truth or not.
The Home Office says anyone found trying to exploit the rules will face the full force of the law. The Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, is to hold talks with the U.S. Treasury Secretary in Washington after saying she's frustrated that the U.S. went to war with Iran without an exit plan. Scott Bessent has said a small bit of economic pain is worth it to prevent Tehran getting a nuclear weapon. Our political correspondent Jack Fenwick says the government has become more critical of the U.S. as concerns grow that the conflict will stifle economic growth.
We know that the sort of language that ministers, including the Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer, have used about this war has gotten punchier in recent weeks, so I don't think it's a huge surprise that the Chancellor has said this, but still sort of unusual for her to use language quite that stark.
Israeli air and drone attacks have hit southern Lebanon, a day after rare talks between the countries aimed at ending Israel's war on Hezbollah. The Iranian-backed group has fired rockets at settlements in northern Israel. Our Middle East correspondent in Jerusalem, Yolan Nell, says some in Israel are shocked at Hezbollah's resilience.
It has been pointed out by the Israeli reports that Israel was in some ways caught by surprise, the extent to which Hezbollah had been able to rearm itself since the 2024 ceasefire that the U.S. helped to broker to end more than a year of direct fighting across the border between Israel and Hezbollah.
The leader of Reform UK in Scotland, Malcolm Offord, has told the BBC he stands by his claim that the leader of Scottish Labour, Anas Sarwar, suggested their two parties work together to remove the SNP from government. He made the claim during a televised debate last night after Mr Sarwar had accused Reform of racism. Mr Sarwar said the suggestion that Labour would want to work with Reform was nonsense. Lord Offord's party was criticised during the debate for a poster campaign depicting asylum seekers arriving by boat under the slogan, "Scotland is at breaking point." He said Reform was reflecting the views of local Scottish people. The owner of the AA and BSM driving schools has been ordered to refund booking fees paid by tens of thousands of learners. The Competition and Markets Authority found the firm failed to disclose the cost of the fees up front. Automobile Association Developments has been fined more than £4 million. The AA's president is Edmund King.
We accept the price should have been up front. When we think about learner drivers, there probably are some bigger issues out there, like the 5-month waiting list for driving tests. We accept, we hold up our hands, we got this wrong, we changed it, and we kind of move on.
That's Edmund King, BBC News.
This is BBC Radio 4. Our series of programmes about the girls continues this lunchtime with girls from all over the UK sharing their experiences of school life today. That's at 1:45. But now it's time for You and Yours with Wilfred Robinson. Hi, welcome to Radio 4's Consumer Programme. Today, there is some good news. Free electricity will be on offer to households at certain times. We'll have information about that.
Electricity on a nighttime tariff is about a quarter of the price of your electricity during the day. If your supermarket said that you could go and get all your provisions at night at quarter the price, people would rush out and do it.
There's some bad news, though, for people using old Amazon Kindle e-readers.
I got an email, I think maybe like most other people, to say thank you very much for being a long-time Kindle customer, but we're going to switch you off.
And did you collect Pokémon cards when you were young? Have you kept them? Would you sell them? There'll be advice on how to get the best price. If you'd like to get in touch with You and Yours, you can email us, youandyours@bbc.co.uk, or drop a text to 84844. But first, there are an awful lot of potholes. Fixing an additional 1 million potholes a year was a Labour manifesto promise. So how's that going? Well, not that well, it seems. The RAC says all the rain we've had this year has meant that more drivers have damaged their cars driving into deep potholes thinking they were just puddles. The RAC has had 225 rescue calls a day in February because of potholes, and that is 3.5 times more than they had in February last year. Well, once again, the government's going to withhold money for road maintenance from councils in England that can't demonstrate they're making the best use of it. We're going to hear from the Roads Minister in a minute, but first, here are some thoughts from our listeners.
My name's John Getz. I live on Dartmoor on the edge of Devon, and I'm a furniture maker. So I have a car. It's a regular car. It's not a Bugatti Veyron, and I have found in recent years that it has become increasingly expensive to get my car through its MOT, and predominantly the repair faults are to the suspension. I suspect that damage is being caused by the ever-increasing volume and size and depth of the potholes, which I have to negotiate as I drive around the country lanes near where I live. Last time cost £600, shock absorbers, something called a top mount, I think, and there were just a myriad of them, and it happens every year. And I commented to my mechanic when I was picking up the car and grimacing over the bill that it would be nice if they repaired the roads. And he said to me, if they do that, I'm out of business. The roads have gone from, in many cases, uncomfortable to, in some cases, unsafe. I'm very fortunate to live in a beautiful part of rural Devon on the edge of Dartmoor, and there are literally thousands of miles of country lanes, and they are, I suspect, difficult and expensive to maintain. So, the local authority here has an enormous burden to get the roads into a decent condition. I suspect as it continues to get worse, the burden will exponentially increase as the bill to get the roads back into a serviceable condition will increase. It's much like my garden. You don't look after it. The amount of work you need to do to get it back into condition, and believe me, my garden needs a lot, becomes onerous. And so I fear for that will they ever be able to get it back, even if they chuck lots of money at it. The bottom line is that if we want to have higher levels of public service, we probably have to agree to pay more tax, because that's how you fund these things.
I'm Mary, and I live in South Oxfordshire. My car was damaged by creating a pothole, in fact. I was driving along a fairly narrow road. I pulled over to let a car pass, and when I pulled off again, there was a large bang underneath the car, and looking back, there was a great chunk of rock in the middle of the road. What had happened was that it jammed up underneath the car. So this created £6,000 worth of damage. The bottom of the car had to be recreated, had to be mended, and meant that the car had to be rebuilt. They came back to mend the edge of the road when we reported it very, very quickly, and in fact they mended all that long side of the road. The insurance company did try to get compensation from the council, but they didn't try very hard. We had to push them to do so, but they weren't really as interested in pursuing this. I believe our roads have got a lot worse. I'm also a cyclist with my husband, and I do worry about going onto the roads and cycling. I think it's extremely dangerous.
My name's Robert from Evesham, Worcestershire. There's certainly dramatically more potholes in this area the last few months. I have one son who lives in Switzerland and the other in Germany. Got me thinking, how do they get on with potholes? Because when I've been there, when I was in Germany last November, despite the -10 they'd had just a few days before I got there wasn't a pothole to be seen on the major roads and particularly on the minor roads. So how do they manage it? So why aren't we learning from that experience? It's not just about spending more money or demonizing this or that organization. It's about looking to the future and planning for the future.
So that was Robert in Worcestershire, Mary in South Oxfordshire and John Getz in Devon. Simon Lightwood is the Minister for Roads. Minister, can you answer that question then first? How is it that the Germans can do it and we can't?
Listen, thanks for having me on the show. I think this goes back to what has been chronic underinvestment of the past. Look, this is about being on the side of motorists. We put a record at 7.3 billion.
Sorry to interrupt. You know why the Germans can do it and we can't? You're just saying they spend more.
No, I think obviously every country operates a different model. We'll continue to look at international comparators, but I think some of the problems that we've got here in the UK comes back to chronic underinvestment, and we've got ourselves in a position where some of our roads resemble a lunar landscape, and this is why we're putting that long-term funding in place and incentivising councils to be more proactive.
When you talk about incentivising them, you announced this week that English councils will risk losing up to a third of their funding to fix these potholes if they can't demonstrate they're getting on with it and using best practice. Now, the Local Government Association says that councils already spend more on the roads than they get from central government for that purpose. So what exactly is the point of that threat?
So obviously with the record funding does come that condition that for the first time they'll have to prove that they're spending the highways money that we give them on highways. Sometimes that is used for other purposes. In addition to that though, they also have to be clear.
Sorry. Are you saying they're using it, some of them are using it for other purposes?
Sometimes it is being diverted to other strains on council on budgets, which is why we've increased the budget, and which is why we've got these extra conditions in place. So in addition to making sure they spend that money, which the public quite rightfully expect them to do, on potholes, on improving road services, we also need to publish clear long-term plans to make sure that they're not only just filling that same pothole time and time again, but they're doing proper resurfacing and preventing them from falling in the first place.
So you rate them, don't you, green, amber and red on their performance. Now, Worcestershire, the council that Robert was complaining about, in fact they get a green, so they can't be doing any more than they're doing, can they?
Yeah, of course, every local authority from every shade on that rag rating can do more, and the public would expect them to continue to do more, and that's why we're giving them this extra money to go above and beyond that. So I'm not saying green local authorities are doing it all. There's always more to learn and more to do.
So you did a similar thing in the last financial year, didn't you? You made this similar threat to withhold a quarter of the funding. Do you think it did any good, the threat alone?
I think it concentrates minds.
And did you withhold any?
There was some authorities that didn't receive the funding as a result. You know, we're very strict on that.
Hard on the people who live there, isn't it then? The roads are terrible, the authority's not fixing them, and so you take some of the money away.
I think the public across the country will rightfully expect that when we give money for potholes, that money's used for potholes, and that we're not just wasting money by filling the same pothole time and time again, that we're getting on top of this issue.
Have you met your pothole promise that you would fix 1 million more potholes in England each year?
Well, I think with the £7.3 billion invested over the next 4 years, and it's approximately £70 per pothole, so that the funding's enabling several million potholes. And for the first time, actually, surprisingly, there's never really been an audit of understanding how many potholes are being filled. So in the transparency reports that each council have to publish now, they now publish on their website how many potholes they're filling in each individual area.
It's interesting you mentioned auditing, because in January last year, a report from the Public Accounts Committee said that the Department of Transport didn't have good enough data to understand what was going on, because councils are not bound to collect information on the state of minor roads, so that's any road that isn't an A road or a B road, so a lot of these country roads that our listeners are complaining about. So has anything changed there? You know what the Public Accounts Committee MPs were saying is, you can't say whether you fixed 1 million or not, because you don't know.
Well, what I can say is that £7.3 billion and an average pothole of £70 means that millions upon millions of potholes can be filled.
You said extra, a million extra a year. So, I mean, are you in any position to say that you've done a million extra?
I think that money can enable millions upon millions across the country. I think obviously local highways are obviously the responsibility of local authorities, but we're giving them the money that they need to do this, and we're making sure that they get the right resources, and those local authorities that are struggling, who are red-rated, are getting that extra support to make sure they can turn the corner and deliver the roads that people expect.
Simon Lightwood, Minister for Roads, thank you. Now, do you ever buy online and find that a mandatory fee you didn't know about has been added to your bill right at the end? Well, they call that drip pricing, and as it happens, it is illegal. Well, today, the consumer watchdog, the Competition and Markets Authority, has used new powers for the first time to repay more than £750,000 in total that was taken from learner drivers in these drip price fees. So the drivers have booked lessons with AA-owned AA and BSM driving schools, and they had a £3 booking fee added right at the end. The AA has been fined £4.2 million. What's happened today is important because drip pricing is so widespread. Research for the government in 2023 found that 46% of online businesses were at it. It's been common practice, for example, when you book tickets for events. Here are some people we spoke to about drip pricing at a gig in Leeds.
Why am I paying for it? Especially when you're getting an online ticket that just gets emailed to you. It doesn't really make sense that I don't need a booking fee just to press enter and get the ticket. If it was going to the bands or something like that, it would make more sense. And especially when it's big venues like big arenas, I just think, why are you charging me? The ticket was already really expensive, so why are you charging me more?
But when it's like, oh, you've got to pay like £2 to get your ticket secured, it's like, why does my ticket have to be secured if I've just bought it online through a secure payment process?
Yeah, this is something that really, really irritates me because it's not even the venues often or the bands or the people that get the money, and it's like £10 for like extra for a festival ticket for like a delivery fee when it's a digital ticket. That irritates me. You don't even get a paper ticket. And then it puts me off because it's like by the end of it, some of the tickets are like 20 quid extra because it doubles the amount. So like if you're buying 2 tickets, it's double the fees. Am I allowed to just boo?
It's annoying, but at this point, it's probably expected, don't you? You sort of, when you're budgeting what to get for the price, you add it in.
Going to gigs is my way of like supporting bands and local acts and stuff. I don't like buy vinyls or anything like that, so I don't personally kick up too much of a fuss in terms of the gig price because that's my way of supporting them.
Some thoughts from Leeds on drip pricing. Well, Hayley Fletcher is the Senior Director of Consumer Protection at the CMA. And Hayley Fletcher, welcome. Thank you for coming on. So we recorded those people in Leeds. It was a couple of years ago now. Are these illegal booking fees still being charged when people buy tickets for gigs and events?
Hi there. Thank you very much for having me. Drip pricing still occurs across the economy, absolutely, and that's why the CMA is taking tough action on drip pricing. We have a number of live investigations, and as you said earlier, today, for the very first time, we've used our new fining powers to fine the AA precisely for doing this, for not telling consumers all the time up front the first price that they see, the total amount that they're going to pay. That is your speakers said. It's irritating, it's unfair, and it's illegal.
The AA has emerged as the first company to be fined, attracted all this terrible publicity, but largely because they cooperated with you, isn't that right?
So they're one of a number of businesses that we are investigating, and absolutely they have cooperated with us to resolve the matter quickly. But it is really important to be clear that we think, and they have admitted, that they broke the law. So I think it's entirely right that we are clear with everybody today that customers of the AA and BSM from last year, when they were charged those £3 without being told the price up front when they should have done, that's not right, it's not fair, and those customers, as a result of our action today, will get that money back.
Yes, you mentioned the people who paid the fees to book these driving lessons. They were with AA and their other driving school, which is called BSM. What do they have to do to get the money?
So consumers today, learners, if you book those lessons, you don't need to do anything. This process will be entirely automatic. The AA or the BSM, depending on who you dealt with, will contact you directly to let you know how much money you will be getting back and when and how. So you don't need to get in touch with the company today. And for some people, the amount that they get back will vary, because some people would have perhaps just paid £3 because they booked one package of lessons. But the average is about £9 because, it takes some of us a little longer to learn how to drive. So the average would be a £9 refund.
And the point about this booking fee is that it came in the process after you had decided the times and the dates of the lesson you wanted. It is a bit like a gig ticket. You're not likely to turn back, are you, right at that point of sale?
Absolutely, and sometimes that would have happened, after you've chosen your time and the teacher, and we'll go into your personal details and it comes at the end. But also, if you're a returning customer, they didn't show you the total price, and they've told you that a booking fee applied, but they didn't tell you the overall amount that you would have to pay. And if we're, we're online and we're shopping looking for the best deal, it's much easier for consumers, and what the law requires, if you see that single price and you know exactly what you're going to pay. So everyone's just really very clear about what they're going to get.
You were given these new powers to investigate and fine companies up to 10% of their global turnover for breaking consumer protection laws. Under these new laws, they came into force a year ago. How are you deciding who it is you'll go after?
So it's something that we think about really very carefully. So we look, closely, we survey businesses across the economy. So at the start of this work, we looked at over 400 businesses from sectors, obviously from driving schools, but hotels and holidays, through to gyms, to think about where are people most spending their money, where are they seeing these practices more often than not, and how can we have the biggest positive impact on consumers. But we've also produced guidance as well, so every business in the country knows exactly the rules that they have to abide by, and I hope that today's penalty shows that we do have these new powers, and we will absolutely use them to make sure it never pays to be unfair to consumers or break the law.
When you look at the statement from the AA, you do wonder whether they do really know, because they say they are disappointed with the outcome of your investigation, and that although the £3 booking fee was made clear to customers prior to purchase, they just acknowledge it should have been displayed at the start of their online booking journey. I know you're also investigating 14 companies over fake reviews. What does the law say about that? And do you think that companies understand that law either?
So on fake reviews, we've published a lot of guidance and spoken to a number of businesses directly. So I think the rules are really very clear, and we're investigating situations, as you say, ongoing cases. So I can't comment on those today, but I do think the rules are very clear, as they are for drip pricing. I think what has changed are the consequences. So in the past, we didn't have the ability to fine companies, and now we do. So every company that engages in a practice that is illegal is running the risk of a really significant fine.
Are you still able to fine and get redress for customers where these online companies are based abroad?
We are for any business that is targeting a UK consumer. So if you're on a website and it's for a product in the UK, or they're showing it in pounds and they're targeting UK consumer law equally applies to that, and we also have that ability to apply fines to those businesses. So anybody in this country buying a product online, consumer law is there, and the CMA is standing behind it, and we're willing to enforce.
Hayley Fletcher, Senior Director of Consumer Protection at the CMA. Thank you. Now, if you were a keen collector of Pokémon cards 25 years ago, say, there's a chance you could be sitting on a fortune. The price of rare Pokémon cards has been growing steadily, and it surged in February when Pokémon hit its 30th birthday. Some cards are now so valuable, the collectors are having to think about security. The way Pokémon works is that you buy a pack of 10 cards for a few pounds in the hope that there'll be a rare card in there. Pokémon enthusiasts show, sell and swap at trading card conventions. They're held regularly all over the place. Our reporter Ethan Simpkin has been to meet some collectors at a convention in Derby.
I'm with my son because he's so interested in it, but we've started coming as a family. The furthest we've been at the minute is Birmingham, because obviously that's quite a large one. This is our first one this year. We went to 4 different ones last year.
We sell accessories for people that collect trading cards or play, so sleeves, binders.
How often do you come to conventions like this, and where do you go?
Pretty much every weekend, to be honest, and all over the country. London in a couple of weeks' time, Birmingham next weekend, so yeah, we go all over the place.
Pretty much every week. That's right. card show, and Scotland card show is very good as well. It's worth a 7-hour drive. There's bouncing music and a clear buzzing there. Hundreds of people are gathered around tables with cards laid out on them. It's a real mishmash of people. And it sounds like there's a lot of trades happening and deals being made. So I want to know how much people are spending or how much people are making here. I try to stick to £300. How much can you get for £300? You can get 2 nice booster boxes.
You know, someone might come in and spend £200, somebody might come in and spend £2,000, somebody might come in and spend £3.50.
The most I've ever took on a weekend is 24 grand. If I wanted to buy one of these packs, a Pokémon, they're about 6 or 7 quid.
6 or 7 quid, yeah, bang on.
What am I looking for and what do I want?
Well, sometimes you can open a pack and get something that's worth £400 or £500 and then send it off to be graded and then it's worth even more, especially then it comes down to condition and things like that. So it's all down to a little bit of luck, really.
What's it like when you're opening packs? What do you get from it?
Thrilling, mate. Buzzing, mate. You know, it's, of course, sometimes you can be a little bit like, if you don't pull anything, but don't get in, if you're going into this hobby, you don't get in it for the money. You're getting it for the fun and love of it.
Yeah, I've got a PSA 10 version of this card. It's Lovebirds. And what's PSA, for those who don't know?
It's the gold grading stuff. It's a grading company based in California. They grade cards on a scale of 1 to 10, which means, so that card, for example, in a mint version of the Lovebirds, it's about 2.5. And a PSA 10 is about 8 grand. So the card that I'm on about, I graded a 10. I bought that in a bundle on eBay for about £80 back in probably 2016, I want to say, 2017. And inevitably ended up grading it, came back to 10. So paid £80 for it then, and it's worth 8 grand now.
We come prepared with a list of which cards we want to look for, which sets. Because he's trying to build multiple sets. So we come with what we need. There's not a particular budget, depends what we find on the day. He wants to keep them. So that was his choice, that's what he wanted to do and build. So learned along the way.
How much do you spend on average when you come to a convention?
Probably like 5 to 10,000 roughly.
So it's pretty clear that people are spending and making some serious money. The BBC reported that the game shop in Peterborough was broken into and taken for 100 grand this year. So I'm wondering whether people are worried about the criminal interest in trading cards, particularly Pokemon, I believe.
It's a big concern when you have like fire saves, things like that, things like holding banknotes, even like the more expensive cards that are like above the £20,000 range that are not sold to keep on premises. Money, isn't it? Cost of living prices, everything's going up. People want to get these cards, sell them. People just want the cards. People doing Pokemon 10 years ago never had to worry about security. We trusted people, and there's a lot betterness going on in the world. Whereas now, everyone's struggling, and that's why.
How do people sell them? And let's say you've stolen some, what do you do?
You can do whatever you want. You can come here and do it, or we wouldn't know if we wouldn't know if the cards are stolen or not. There's no way they could check that, or they could just sell them on eBay. And if nobody sees that listing who knows about that robbery, then yeah, there's an issue there, isn't there?
It's a huge problem at the moment, so the main reason is just the value of the cards has gone crazy, and they're small, they're easy to steal. You can literally steal something that's worth like tens of thousands of pounds that fits in your pockets.
People call it money, right? My van got smashed into a year ago. I had like 20 rands worth of stuff stolen. But yeah, it happens a lot.
Last week I had a binder worth about £4,000 stolen from a card show that I did last weekend. Card show was in a shopping centre. In essence, they look like they either just picked it up off the table and walked off with it, or they distracted me in some way, got away with the back of the binder. So, all stuff. I mean, there was another robbery the same weekend that I know of where a guy had a case worth about 30 grand listed. I think I've seen this on BBC, like, where they've posted about record card sales at Logan Paul, Illustrator, Pikachu sales, like 16 million or something along those lines. So you put a number like that next to a Pokemon card, eyes peak, and everybody wants to go and see what it's all about. There's at least 2 card shows that I go to a week. There's many more around the country. Anyone can turn up and see like what the values are of different cards that are on sale.
Some Pokemon collectors at a trading card convention in Derby. Well, Roy Rafferty has sold some of the most valuable Pokemon cards. He's the head of pop culture at Stanley Gibbons Baldwin's. It's an auction house in central London. Roy, you hold a place in the history of Pokemon trading, don't you?
Yeah, kind of, yes.
Tell us about that.
So last month we sold
So the biggest Pokemon card in the world is the Pikachu Illustrator. It's the rarest Pokemon card. There's 39 copies of them. And last month, Logan Paul sold a grade 10. So during that, the extract just then, we heard about PSA. It's the biggest grading card company in the world, and he sold a PSA 10 for $16 million. Now, there's only a single grade 10 in the world. There's about 8 or 9 grade 9s, and we sold a grade 9 for $1.1 million, and that was the first time this card has ever been sold in the UK, and at the time it was the highest it's ever been sold for in the world.
But it was quickly overtaken.
Yeah. Just 2 weeks later, it was sold by an American auction house for 1.4, and it's just the nature of Pokemon cards at the moment. People are happy to spend their money on them, and people are happy to sell their cards for. I mean, I was dealing with a client a few days ago, and he sold a card for $10,000 privately, and the person who bought it listed that on eBay for $125,000, and it sold within 2 days because you can track each graded card has their own certification number, so you can track if the card's been sold because of the listing. And it's just things are going just the way the market is at the moment.
So if listeners have childhood collections, how will they know which ones are valuable? What should they do? Give us some advice.
It's tough because eBay is a bit of a minefield. There's fakes on there, there's fake listings as well. But shop around. If you find a reputable trading card store who can value the cards for you, this is a service they provide. Us at SGB, we offer free evaluations. And as I said, we're not trying to buy people's cards for them. We're trying to sell them at the highest price possible. So an auction house should give you a really fair, accurate representation of what your cards are worth.
Can you give us an idea of some of the cards that collectors might recognise that might be valuable? They mentioned, didn't they, at that convention, what was it? Were they lovebirds?
Yeah, so that's from a really, well, I'd say really modern set. It's modern to me. It's from a set from about 2018, from the Team Up expansion, and that's based on the Sun and Moon video games. You see, each video game has their own trading card set attached to it, and that's how the franchise is kept relevant, because there's new video games every other year, so there's new cards based on those games. But what most people have is cards from, say, 99, 2000, 2001, from the base set, Jungle, Fossil, Team Rocket expansions. These are the first couple of sets. So you're probably going to be looking for the Charizard, which is the big red fire-breathing dragon. That's the most iconic card from the early days.
Any others?
Blastoise, the big turtle with cannons on its back that shoots water, obviously. Foil ones, you're going to want like shiny cards. They're called holographics. Most people back in the day called them shiny, simply because they shined when the other ones didn't.
And they were children. It's a shiny card, yeah.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, I was the same. I think I was 12 when I started collecting Pokemon cards.
Ro Rafferty, thanks so much for coming on. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
The Kindle, launched in 2007, is sometimes called the iPod of reading because it's such user-friendly tech. Amazon has announced that from the 20th of May, it is ending support for some of its oldest Kindles. That's despite many of them still being in perfect working order. So models released in or before 2012 will be obsolete for new content, buying, borrowing, or downloading books. We've had Kindle users get in touch with us here at You and Yours, including Andrew Robertson from Scarborough. He told me why he got a Kindle in the first place.
I first bought the Kindles for Christmas presents, actually, for the family in 2012. As it happens, we bought first-generation Paperwhites. I bought myself one. I honestly didn't think that I'd convert to Kindle, but I don't think I've put it down since. It's a very convenient and very portable device. I keep it in bed at night because I can read without distracting my wife. You can take it away, take it on holiday, pop it in a rucksack. The great thing about it is you can put one down and pick the other one up and start off reading where you were before.
How did you find out then that Amazon were about to switch off support for the Kindles that you have?
I got an email, I think maybe like most other people, to say thank you very much for being a long-time Kindle customer, but we're going to switch you off. And the important thing is that, again, they aren't actually going to switch the devices off. What they're going to do is to stop us uploading new books and new reading content from May the 20th, I think. So that was the first indication that I had.
I know that you have object to what Amazon are doing very strongly. Is it because of the waste of this tech?
Yeah, I think that was my biggest gripe, quite honestly, Winfried, because, again, I'm lucky I can go out and buy another Kindle. I actually have a newer Kindle in the house as well. But it's the fact that this much-loved device, which I've had now for quite a considerable amount of time, works perfectly well. There is nothing wrong with it. It's perfectly usable. And the fact that myself and many other people are going to have to put these things into recycling or waste, it doesn't seem right, actually. That's my main gripe with it.
So, as you've mentioned, Amazon have said that you will be able to reread anything that you've got on these old devices. They're also offering a 20% off a new model and £15 worth of e-book credits. Are you tempted then? Will you buy more?
I'll certainly buy another Kindle. Yes, I'm lucky to be able to do so.
Have you looked at the cost?
I have looked at the cost. I looked at the cost yesterday, and certainly some of the bundles are approaching about £200. And I mean, that is going to be a significant issue to some people. And as I say, we've got 3 Kindles in the house here that are affected by this.
Well, let me bring in Liv McMahon, because she's one of the BBC's technology reporters. Liv, could you outline for us what's happening here? Tell us which Kindles will be affected and what exactly will stop?
Yeah, so this move from Amazon, it means that it's effectively no longer going to be providing critical updates to a whole bunch of Kindles that were issued in or before 2012, which have kept them, fully functional and secure over the last more than a decade. It spans a whole range of the devices from the first generations to early editions of the Kindle Fire tablet and the Kindle Touch. And what it basically means, as we've heard here, is that users of these devices from the 20th of May won't be able to buy, borrow, or download new content from the Kindle store. They'll only be able to read books they've already purchased or downloaded to their device.
A lot of users are also angry about a warning that if you do a factory reset on this device, these old devices, you'll effectively kill them off. Could you explain that?
Yes, so the fact that Amazon has said that to deregister or factory reset one of the affected Kindles, which means to effectively wipe it, will mean that it can no longer be used at all, and that's really added to frustration around this announcement. For many, it means that, trying to hold on to their beloved old Kindle or deal with any technical issues or problems that might pop up can effectively brick them and render them completely useless. And some have argued that what this announcement really amounts to is a discontinuation of working Kindles and encouraging users to get new ones. Amazon didn't really respond to us when we first asked them about these perspectives that people have on this, but it seems to be a continued question that people are asking. Why are they doing this for working devices?
Amazon say that some of these Kindles are up to 18 years old. From a tech perspective, does that justify ending the support?
Well, there's some differing views on this. For some tech experts, it makes sense. As you say, they're over a decade old. They're going up to 18 years. And the components inside them might not be able to interact with newer tech and software. In this case, it seems the issue may be that older Kindles no longer support the technical certificates that are needed to securely connect to the Kindle store. But it's not the first time we've seen a big tech company retire or stop supporting products that are loved by users. It's not even the first time it's happened to e-readers. You've had Microsoft and Nook from Barnes & Noble both pulling support for products in recent years. But it's part of this wider pattern of older tech devices, slowly entering a kind of digital graveyard where manufacturers keep releasing newer versions. And this is, for them both to keep up with developments in tech, but also keep customers arguably latched onto products over more and more life cycles.
If you've got a smartphone, if you've got a tablet, you can just download the Kindle as an app and use it exactly as the way you would use it on an e-reader. So why would you bother buying an e-reader at all?
Well, something I heard from people when I was writing about this was that having the Kindle as a separate device, really, it's that convenience and that portability. You can take books anywhere with you, and wherever you go, they can, stay in your handbag, in your suitcase. One person who got in touch with the BBC said they had over 500 books downloaded on their Kindle. So it shows just how many you can take with you rather than trying to cram lots of paper books into a suitcase. But they also seem to offer, this separate experience from accessing ebooks or even Kindle books on your phones. It's this escape away from a world of distractions and notifications that now come part and parcel of a smartphone experience.
As we've been hearing, it will create a lot of electronic waste. What should you do with an old Kindle if you are no longer going to use it?
First thing to remember is that in this case, Amazon has told customers of affected Kindles they'll still be able to access their accounts and their library on other devices, as we've said, including on its free apps for smartphones and Kindle for web. But also, the thing is as well that they've said to recycle devices where you can. And what we know with this change is what we've heard from recycling groups, that it could affect around 2 million devices and contribute to hundreds and tons of e-waste. And groups like Material Focus say the most important thing here is to remember that anything with a plug, battery or cable should always be recycled. And you can find out where to do this by searching for Recycle Your Electricals and going to recycleyourelectricals.org.uk. It has a postcode locator of more than 30,000 locations where you can drop off old electronics to be recycled, and this includes shops and recycling centres.
Andrew, what do you think you'll do with the Kindles that you have?
Well, that's the issue, isn't it, really? They're only friends, quite honestly. The much different. I bought a new case in my Kindle last year. I think it comes down to this built-in obsolescence that more and more manufacturers are sort of putting into things, and the waste that it creates. I would recycle it. I really believe in recycling, and I think that's, as I say, my biggest worry about this is that an awful lot of very useful tech is going to have to be scrapped.
That was Andrew Robertson and Liv McMahon who were speaking to me earlier. Dog ownership has risen steadily over the past 5 years. In 2021, 33% of households in the UK had a dog, and now it's 41%. That equates to 3 million extra dogs. Those figures are from a survey of nearly 9,000 people by Kantar. For people who love dogs, they keep you company, they get you out into the open air, they teach you how to live in the moment. But they are an expense. Record numbers of pets are being given to animal charities by owners who say they can no longer meet the costs. Davina Gordon lives in Bangor in Northern Ireland with her husband, son and cat, and 6 months ago they added a rescue dog, Paisley. Paisley is a Beagle Labrador cross. Hi Davina, so tell us what Paisley has brought into your life that you really treasure.
Hi, thank you for having me on. Paisley, we got her last September from the barn rescue in Newtonards, and I was quite apprehensive about getting a dog because I never really would have considered myself a dog person per se. But we've had her a good number of months now, and she has really she's kind of changed our world in a really good way, which is not to say that there haven't been difficult, challenging times with her.
Well, tell us what you love about her, and then tell us what's been hard.
I think because we have a cat as well, and cats are they kind of share affection when they choose to, whereas dogs always are really happy to see you, and they just give you, you kind of feel like you're getting love from them. It doesn't really feel that way with a cat. But yeah, she's great. And I work from home, so it's actually really good routine for me to take her out for walks, because she does need quite a lot of exercise, so that she's getting to maybe even 3 walks a day.
So those are the good things. As they say, these rescue dogs come with baggage, don't they? So tell me, when you got her, what were her worst habits?
At the start, it was the begging at food times, which I did find quite difficult to deal with.
What does she do?
So she's a beagle, so she would bay, so that they're known for that. So
kind
she
of whining, is it like a whining?
Whining, yeah. So especially at meal times at the start, she would come and she would strategically place herself, and she would whine and beg for food. And I just, I'm one of those people, I just find that quite tough to deal with. Whereas my husband is he's much more calm, and he would say, okay, we've actually been told we need to ignore her. But my heart was breaking, essentially. But we kind of have got used to that now, and she isn't as bad as doing that now.
Because if you don't feed her from the table, she won't expect it, will she? Was she house trained?
She was. So she was with a couple before us, and sadly, we were told that the partnership ended. So she was given to the rescue centre. But I think with adopting a dog, it's not too dissimilar from adopting a child, because there's going to be some sort of kind of trauma there in the background for the pet, and certainly that separation from their family life. So there is a bit of an adjustment to a new family.
What does she cost? Let's talk about finances. What does she cost you, Davina? What does it cost a month? What would you say she's added to the family budget?
She's probably, we're probably talking, maybe if you were just thinking about food and that sort of thing, maybe an extra £50 a month or so at the moment. She does get supplements and things as well. She doesn't have any health issues, which is great. But yeah, if that could potentially go up as well. So, we're mindful of the fact that, she's a 7-year-old dog as well. So if she does go on to develop health issues, that is going to impinge on our kind of, on our family budget.
The Blue Cross is one of the UK's biggest and oldest animal welfare charities, and it's helped to rehome 8,000 pets last year alone. Danny Sheriffs is a centre manager at Blue Cross in Thirsk. Danny, there's been this surge in dog ownership over the past 5 years. Are you seeing the consequences still?
Hello, yes, thank you. We are, since 2022, we've seen an unprecedented increase, 122% increase of dogs needing space at one of our 11 rehoming centres, and over 80% of cats increase or needing space at one of our 11 rehoming centres. And like you were just saying, when that decision to bring a pet into your home and welcome the pet into the home, that decision, when it's responsible, when it's considered, when it's been thought out, that in both situations, both parties are thriving. The pet's thriving, the person's thriving. It's a great situation. Yes, we're here when sometimes it doesn't go to plan, it doesn't go well, it hasn't been considered, and the pets need somewhere to come. And naturally, we've seen this increase of pet ownership. You're going to see a demand on the infrastructure and the services that come with pet ownership.
If you think of what
rehoming centres.
Sorry, if you think of what Davina's just said, on their family budget, adding the dog at the moment is costing an extra £50, and this is a time when money's tight. If you have a pet and you can't afford to keep it healthy and well fed, tell us, what are the options apart from giving up the pet for rehoming? Because that is heartbreaking if you really love and get on with the dog.
Oh, absolutely. And our key focus and priority at Blue Cross is keeping pets with their families and with their people. So options that you have so many pet food banks up and down the UK now. We prioritise signposting people to pet food banks. We also encourage you to speak directly to your vet. If you've got a pet that is needing medical treatment, speak to your vet about pragmatic approaches and treatment plans. It doesn't have to always be expensive. Do your research prior about the breed that you are considering bringing into your home. Sometimes they come with medical conditions that are kind of inbred into them, and if you're aware of that and prepared for that at the beginning, and you've had conversations with your insurance company as well, that can prepare you for any unexpected costs. But if you are in that situation, there is help for you.
Now, a lot of people who give up dogs might have been unable to train them. A Labrador Beagle cross whining at the table. As we just said, Davina found that really hard to live with, really heartbreaking. Now, her husband knew to ignore it, and if you ignore the behaviour you don't like, often it goes away. Not always. Can you help with that?
Again, that research, doing that responsible research of the breeds that you're bringing into your home, like she was already explaining, that they were expecting that as a Beagle Cross, they are very food motivated. But what we highly recommend is speaking to, if you need behaviour advice, we are there. You can go straight to our website, and we have got so much information on there to help you with positive training. We encourage you, if you are considering getting a trainer or a behaviourist,
to come and help you with your pet, that you speak to one that does positive reinforcement with your pet, and that they are reputable and that they are qualified to do that as well.
Savina, just before we leave it, and briefly if you would, what strikes me is how many social media posts are showing dogs, curled up, relaxed on their owners' chests. I mean, a dog like yours, a Beagle Labrador Cross, it would need an awful lot of exercise and stimulation to be as relaxed as that, wouldn't it? What advice would you give someone thinking of taking on a rescue dog?
I think there's a lot of joy to be felt bringing a dog into your home, but I do feel there's a gap between how dog ownership is portrayed on social media and the reality of it, because you are inviting another living thing into your home. You need to adapt your world around, and you have responsibilities, also in terms of keeping them healthy, but lifting up their litter, being a responsible dog owner as well. So I definitely think being intentional about it, and it does add a lot, but think about the realities of owning a dog as well too. Yeah.
Savina Gordon, Danny Sheriff from Blue Cross, thanks both for that. Now, how do you fancy some cheap or even free electricity? There are already tariffs out there that offer free or reduced price electricity at night or at periods over the weekend, and they're offered to shift demand away from peak times. Well, from this week, suppliers will also be encouraged to offer cheap or free electricity when it's windy and sunny, so that we use the renewable energy being generated and it doesn't go to waste. Some households already save significant amounts of money by making the most of these cheaper off-peak tariffs. Phil Coates in Swansea gets cheaper electricity at night.
Behavioural change in terms of using less energy and shifting your demands over time, it doesn't cost you anything to do. Electricity on a nighttime tariff is about a quarter of the price of your electricity during the day. If your supermarket said that you could go and get all your provisions at night at quarter of the price, people would rush out and do it. Well, you can do it from the strength of your own house by actually shifting demand to that particular time. If you can afford an EV, electric vehicle, that's one way of doing it, because you can charge it up at night and gain the benefits of it during the day. So what a heat pump does when sitting alongside solar, it means that the solar energy can run the costs of the heat pump during the day. And then putting an electric car in, obviously that's our transport system. We'd have a car anyway, but we bought a second-hand electric car. We charge that at night, as I say. We only use it for local miles, about 6,000 to 7,000 miles a year, and the cost of that is about 2p per mile.
So that was Phil Coates in Swansea. Natalie Mothie is an energy expert with U-Switch. Natalie, tell us a bit more then about the reasoning behind these new rates that we're going to see. Rates when it's sunny and blustery.
Yes, so it's worth pointing out that these events that have been sort of mentioned in the news in the past couple of days, they're not specific tariffs, so they are schemes that anyone can sign up to, and basically, as you said, when it's particularly windy or particularly sunny, and there's sort of too much electricity for the grid to handle, suppliers and providers of these schemes are looking to actually pay households to shift their usage and, run and put their washing machine on, put the dishwasher on, get the oven on, maybe charge their electric vehicle if they have one, to try and help balance the load.
So what would happen? Will all the providers offer it? So you're saying if it's not a tariff, all the providers will offer it, will they? And you just have to look for it on their website, or what?
So, as far as we're aware so far, British Gas and Octopus are going to be offering it. However, if you're not with one of those suppliers, or even if you are with one of those suppliers, U-Switch actually offers its own version of the scheme through its app. So you can sign up to U-Switch's Power Hour scheme. Anyone with any energy supply can do so, as long as you have a smart meter, and then you can get access to all of these events.
So tell us how it will work then. How much might you potentially be able to save?
So it's tricky to say because it will vary from event to event, but Nesso has been running equivalent events for the past few years where you can earn for reducing your usage.
Tell us about them, because they are charged with making sure that the whole system works properly, that body that you mentioned.
Yes, so Nesso is sort of in charge of the electricity grids, and they're the ones constantly trying to match supply and demand and make sure there's not too much electricity or too little electricity on the grid. So, yeah, so far they've run reducing events where you can get paid for turning down your usage during those really busy weekday evenings. And they're now looking to run these events which are most likely to happen on weekends and bank holidays, where
demand is lower, where you can earn for all the additional usage of electricity above what you would typically use during those time periods.
So you're saying that you offer an app that you can download if you want to be part of this, whoever your supplier is. Are other apps available?
So I think there's the ECRIWAT app is another one that we know, but apart from that, we haven't heard of any others that will also be offering the turn-up events as well as the turn-down events.
So will you be able to search online if you want to go to a supplier, find a supplier who's offering these kind of deals or not?
Some of them are better than others at sort of promoting these sorts of things online. As mentioned, British Gas and Octopus, we know definitely are participating, and we've not heard of any others so far.
Tell us what happens now then when we're making more energy through wind and solar than we're able to use.
Yes, so what happens is effectively the government pays wind farms or solar farms to turn off. And so rather than paying that money towards those solar farms and wind farms, they'd rather give that money back to households instead.
So potentially this is a win-win, and we saw what happened, didn't we, in Spain, that there is a possibility when you're generating a lot of green energy that you can just overload the whole circuit and it will blow.
Exactly. So in previous census, I think last year we sort of hit wind records and solar records for renewable production. So I think it's only likely to happen more and more. So yeah, we're hopeful that there are going to be lots of these sort of turn-up events happening this summer.
Natalie Mather from Newswitch, thank you very much for that. Thank you. Now, as you can imagine, we have had masses and masses of emails about potholes. Let me just read you a couple of them. Tina Jones says, my car, after being forced into a huge hole with its small wheels, has lost all of its dials and central locking and window control. I was forced into the pothole because the car on the other side of the road had to swerve to avoid a pothole on its side. Heather, we live in Wiltshire, our potholes are so terrible. We have now adopted our own Wiltshire driving. If you see someone coming towards you weaving all over the road, you just wait for them to pass because they will be avoiding all of the potholes. Sometimes it's easier to follow someone who's seeing the holes before you, so that's exactly to avoid what Tina's just been describing. This one from Craig and Kinross, he says, my wife's car and my work van have had complete new suspension, multiple burst tyres, damaged wheels, even new drive shafts, all because the potholes here can be so very deep. I measured a series of them, and they were more than 8 inches deep. We've had to spend a fortune to keep our vehicles on the road and to keep us in work. That's it for today. Tomorrow, Shari Ball will be here just after the news at 12 with Scam Secrets, and she is speaking with Amazon and Virgin Media O2 about the challenges that their businesses face from criminals and what they're going to do to try to protect their customers. And then at 12:30, Greg and the Sliced Bread team are looking at infrared saunas. Do they provide the same benefits as traditional saunas? Should you spend your money on one? Thank you for listening today.
You and Yours was produced in Salford by Charlie Thurmacourt. It was an Audio North production for BBC Radio 4. The World at 1 is next. Just before that, have a look at the weather forecast for the next 24, 48 hours and beyond. Good afternoon, Ben Rich.
Thank you very much indeed, Al. Good afternoon to you. 3 main different types of weather across the UK right now. Across eastern areas, we've got some dry weather, some sunny spells, just a few showers, but it feels quite warm out there. Then we've got a band of rain that currently sits across parts of Western England, Wales, moving into the Midlands, Northwest England and Southwest Scotland. Some of that rain on the heavy side, and then behind that, a clearance to sunny spells and hefty showers. And we've got some quite big showers and thunderstorms moving right now across Northern Ireland, quite windy in the west as well. So let's get into a bit more detail across the southeast of England, eastern England, northeast England, and also eastern and northern parts of Scotland. Fair bit of cloud around, but that cloud is breaking to give some sunny spells, making it feel quite warm actually, lifting temperatures to 17 or 18 degrees, but cloud and rain will be swinging in from the west as we go through the afternoon. Some of that rain on the heavy side. It should mostly clear, I think, by the very end of the afternoon. And then for the southwest of England, for Wales, Midlands, northwest England and southwest Scotland, many areas have rain right now, but that rain will clear eastwards over the next couple of hours, leaving a mix of sunny spells and showers behind. Some of the showers heavy and thundery, quite windy, particularly around some western coasts. And for Northern Ireland, it is just that story of some sunny spells, but also some hefty, thundery showers, maybe some hail thrown into those showers as well. Again, quite windy here around the coast. And temperatures across the rest of the UK, 14 to 16 degrees, so it certainly isn't a cold day anyway. Now, tonight, showers will continue, particularly across Northern Ireland, Scotland, some for Northern England, Wales and the southwest. Not as many showers further south and east. Temperatures around 8 or 9 degrees. showers, particularly towards the north. But look ahead to the weekend, it looks mostly dry.
Ben, thank you so much. Ben Rich.
About the Girls on BBC Radio 4.
You can't really be that confident as a girl.
Part of a special week examining the challenges facing girls and young women in Britain today.
At 12, a man pulled over into his car and catcalled us for wearing skimpy clothes, is what he said.
Girls from across the country talk candidly about everything from school life to health.
The biggest thing in struggling with an eating disorder was actually social media.
About the Girls with me, Catherine Carr, on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds. This Monday to Friday lunchtime at 1:45.
This is BBC Radio 4 on 92 to 95 FM on BBC Sounds and your smart speaker.
Hello and welcome to The World at One with me, Sarah Montague. Pretend you're gay to be granted asylum. The advice of some legal advisors exposed by BBC investigation.
I am quite appalled. I thought it's quite disrespectful and harmful because I feel this behavior of pretending to be one of us is disgusting, really.
How do you prove you're a member of the LGBT community to authorities? We hear from someone with experience and from the leading human rights campaigner, Peter Tatchell. Also on The World at One.
Is this war over? I think it's close to over, yeah. I view it as very close to over. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
President Trump suggests ceasefire talks with Iran could resume within days. And after Timothy Chalamet's negative comments about opera, the Welsh National Opera tells us he has a point.
Opera and the arts in general have possibly been a little complacent in the past. They have maybe not tried as hard as they could to keep reaching new demographics.
BBC News is read by Chris Aldridge.
MPs from across the political spectrum have called for prosecutions after a BBC investigation exposed advisors charging thousands of pounds to help migrants pretend to be gay in order to stay in the UK. The Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, says anyone involved must face the consequences, while Liberal Democrats, Labour and Reform UK MPs call for the full force of the law to be used. The Home Office says it is deplorable the protections for asylum seekers are being misused. Our politics investigations correspondent Billy Campbell reports.
The asylum system offers refuge to vulnerable people who face persecution in their own countries. But our investigation has uncovered how legal advisors create fabricated evidence to bolster fake claims, from photos of visits to gay clubs to tickets to LGBT community group events. Some offer to provide migrants with someone who will pretend to be their same-sex partner, writing a letter claiming falsely that they've had a sexual relationship. One advisor told our undercover reporter she'd been doing this work for more than 17 years and had helped many cases. Responding to our findings, the Home Office said anyone found trying to exploit the system would face the full force of the law.
The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, and the leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch, have sparred over defence spending at Prime Minister's questions. Sir Keir rejected comments by the former Defence Secretary and NATO Chief Lord Robertson that his government had a corrosive complacency when it comes to defence. With more, here's our political correspondent, Katie Austin.
Kemi Badenoch used yesterday's assertion by Lord Robertson that Britain's national security is in peril to attack the Prime Minister, who said his government had put in place the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War, with £270 billion being spent over this Parliament. Lord Robertson authored the Strategic Defence Review, which was delivered in June last year, but the 10-year investment plan to fund it has been repeatedly delayed, something Sir Keir's opposite number was keen to ask about. Ms Badenoch said the armed forces were at the end of their tether waiting. The Prime Minister said the review would be published as soon as possible, and he hit out at the Conservatives for the state of the military that they left behind.
The US military says it has completely halted maritime trade from Iran since its naval blockade of the country's ports began on Monday. Talks between American and Iranian delegates in Pakistan failed to reach a deal at the weekend. Oil prices soared when traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, a key shipping route for exports from the Gulf, was disrupted by the war. Prices have dropped slightly since the 2-week ceasefire began last week. The Scottish Labour leader Anas Sarwar says suggestions his party would do a deal with Reform UK to remove the SNP after the Holyrood elections are a desperate lie. The Reform UK leader in Scotland, Malcolm Offord, says he stands by the claims he made in a TV debate last night. And Mr Sarwar had approached him at the start of the campaign, saying the two parties needed to work together. Our political correspondent David Wallace-Lockhart has more details.
Throughout this Scottish election campaign, the SNP have claimed that Reform UK and Labour could make a grubby deal in the aftermath of the vote. And last night's claims from Malcolm Offord that Anas Sarwar had approached him at the outset of the campaign proposing they work together to beat the SNP has poured fuel on that fire. Anas Sarwar vehemently denies the claim and has called Lord Offord poisonous and a liar. He's reiterated that he would not countenance any deal with Reform UK. John Swinney, the SNP leader, said that it was up to Reform and Labour to explain themselves, while the Scottish Liberal Democrats described the row as dirty tricks from Reform. The Scottish Conservatives and the Greens said that any Labour and Reform deal would be bad for Scotland.
The head of the International Atomic Energy Agency says there's been a very serious increase in North Korea's ability to produce nuclear weapons. Speaking at a news conference in South Korea, Rafael Grossi said activity had been intensifying at a key nuclear site. He said the IAEA had also observed the construction of a new uranium enrichment facility. On the third anniversary of the devastating civil war in Sudan, Germany said it hopes to raise more than $1 billion in pledges to help its humanitarian crisis. International donors are meeting in Berlin to discuss reviving peace talks. Tens of thousands of people have been killed and millions displaced since the war began between the army and the Rapid Support Forces paramilitary group. The Health Secretary Wes Streeting says NHS trusts in England could have payments withheld if women report poor gynecology treatments. The measure is part of the government's updated Women's Health Strategy, which was first published while the Conservatives were in power. Speaking to Women's Hour on Radio 4, Mr Streeting said that under the trial, which will begin later this year, if a patient had a bad experience, the money for that intervention would instead go into a gynecology improvement fund.
What I've learned in the last 2 years as Health Secretary is that in the NHS, over and above everything, money talks. And if you've got CEOs and CFOs and trusts who are feeling that pinch in their bottom line from women saying, this isn't good enough, that is going to make them sit up, take notice and respond, because there is effectively a financial penalty for the trust.
The Duchess of Sussex will be a guest judge on MasterChef Australia this Sunday. Meghan is on a 4-day trip to the country with her husband Prince Harry. The cooking show described her as a passionate foodie with global influence and confirmed she'd filmed the appearance in Melbourne today.
Chris, thanks very much. Photographs at gay clubs, tickets for LGBT events, a letter from someone claiming to have had sex with you. That was the suggestion of a legal advisor to an undercover BBC reporter posing as a Pakistani student. When he said he wanted to stay in the UK but had no right to do so, Tanisha Khan, who works as an advisor to Worcester LGBT, advised him to pretend to be gay.
Sorry to stop you, but have you had anything like this before?
I have done a lot.
Did it succeed or not?
Yes, with God's grace.
How many were successful?
A lot.
And Tanisha set out how the scam would work.
The approach we will take is this. I will fully prepare you for the interview by compiling a comprehensive package for you, including photographs of you at clubs, various other pieces of supporting evidence, so that you are completely ready when I send you in.
And she would charge thousands of pounds for that. Ms. Khan has told the BBC there is a misunderstanding as she's not fluent in Urdu, the language the conversation was conducted in. But the BBC investigation found other law firms also offering the same advice and other activist groups being approached to help. Ijaz Khan, the British-born founder of the Muslim LGBT network, told our reporter Billy Kember that he was regularly asked to provide false documents.
It's a vast problem. I can look at it myself. People offer to pay me money to give them recommendations.
Recommendations?
A letter of recommendation, say, from my organisation. They've worked with us and they're activists.
And they're asking you for that letter to use for their asylum claim?
Yeah, sometimes offering me money to... I never take it.
Pata is the founder of African Rainbow Family. She was granted asylum in the UK because she's a lesbian and could have faced the death penalty in Nigeria. It took her 13 years to secure. I asked her about the BBC's findings.
I am quite appalled when I heard it. I thought it's quite disrespectful and harmful, because I feel this behavior of pretending to be one of us is disgusting, really. Particularly because it mocks a community that faces real-world discrimination. It dismisses the real struggle that we face as a community. And for genuine people who are seeking asylum and LGBTIQ people, this makes it extremely difficult for them to be able to be successful in their asylum claims.
So how is the system meant to work? How can an asylum seeker prove their sexuality and that it puts them at risk in their home country? Dr. S. Chelvin is a British barrister who created a model for assessing the credibility of LGBT claims, which the Home Office has used since 2015.
The way that the Home Office deals with this case is the culture of disbelief. So it's a single point. You don't need to prove that the country you come from, you will face persecution because the Home Office accepts that. So the single point is credibility.
What are you needing to prove? I mean, this reporting suggests if you come up with photographs of you in a gay nightclub, or that's the sort of thing you need to come up with, is it?
No, it's not. Now, taking photographs in a gay club, taking photographs is private. It's not going to overcome the standard of proof, which is the civil standard, which is more likely than not 51% that you are gay, lesbian, or bisexual. So what happened was in 2011, I created a model called the Different Stigma, Shame and Harm model, which reports narrative. It doesn't require a boyfriend, a same-sex partner. It doesn't require photographing stuff. It's about an emotional journey. Like the first question you ask an individual asylum seeker is not when did you realise you were gay, but when did you realise you were different.
Right. But you're saying it's basically down to what the individual says and down to the judgment of whoever the within the Home Office is making the determination.
But as in all claims, as in all refugee claims, it's not just gay claims.
Dr. Chelvin there. Well, Peter Thatcher is a long-time human rights campaigner. His foundation helps people secure asylum on LGBT grounds. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Have you come across this sort of thing before? Fraudulent claims, someone pretending to be gay?
Well, first let me say the vast majority of LGBT plus asylum claims are genuine, and they've gone through a rigorous criterion to prove that they're genuine. But there are some, a minority, that are fake. And indeed, last year, my foundation exposed the fact that we believe there were criminal gangs exploiting vulnerable LGBT plus refugees, charging them exorbitant fees, and also making false claims for people who are straight. We blew the whistle on that, and we did so because it's vital that the public has trust and confidence in the asylum system, and fake claims undermine the process of genuine LGBTs securing asylum. So it's really, really important that we weed out fake claims and organised gangs, criminal gangs, that are exploiting this vulnerability.
Are you worried about the consequences of this on the way the whole system works and the sort of culture of disbelief?
You're right. The Home Office does have a culture of disbelief towards LGBT and indeed other asylum claimants. The assumption is that they are false, that they are economic migrants, that they are trying to game the system. I agree there has to be a high level of skepticism and a robust probing of the individual to make sure that their claim is genuine.
So how do you establish if someone...
What happens though is there's a very, very high proportion of LGBT plus refugees are refused asylum on their first application. It used to be, and possibly still is, the highest rate of rejection of any refugee group, higher than political refugees, religious refugees, and others. But when those rejected claimants put in a new claim and back up with more evidence, they win their claim, proving that all along the Home Office has been overly harsh in their judgment that they were not genuine.
I mean, two...
Against gains.
Right, no, of course. I mean, there are two levels to this, because and there's something probably worth saying, that the Home Office, as I understand it, accepts that if you can prove that you're gay and you're from Pakistan or Bangladesh, then they accept that you are in difficulty if you go back, and therefore they will accept the fact that, you know, the judgment then is just on whether you can prove that you're gay. In the case, 42%, I mean, there's the number of people applying on these grounds who are Pakistani nationals, it's 42%, so there are sort of disproportionate number of the claims made on the grounds of sexuality. And in this case, in the BBC's reporting case, it was possibly students or people who were already here who wanted to stay on. I mean, is there something then that should be looked at specifically for those from Pakistan and Bangladesh?
Well, that is our reading of the situation as well. My foundation, has been swamped by bids from people from Pakistan seeking letters of recommendation and claiming to be lesbian, gay or bisexual. That swamping led us to alert the authorities that we believed there were fake claims being made, and in particular we highlighted Worcester LGBT, which is mentioned in the BBC report. And in fact, in recent months, we no longer widely publicise events and campaigns we do, because we found that they were being swamped with people from Worcester LGBT, all of whom wanted a photograph with me to use in their asylum claim.
How can you tell? I mean, if you, for a Home Office official, and you know, Dr. Charlie makes the point, ultimately it's down to an individual discretion. How can you tell if somebody's gay?
Well, can I just say that as a result, you know, we had a Commonwealth Day protest against the persecution of LGBTs in the Commonwealth. On Commonwealth Day outside Westminster Abbey, we did not widely advertise that, because when we last did that, the previous year, we were swamped by Pakistani men, only men, claiming to be gay, who we were not convinced by, and they were getting photographs of me, which we feared they were using to add to their asylum claim with the Home Office. So that's why we've stopped that. But it means that some genuine people who would come to our events don't get invitations anymore. In terms of proving one's sexuality or gender identity, Dr. Charles is absolutely right. There is a rigorous process that he devised which does establish a person's genuineness, because if you go through several different interviews, unless you get your story right and correct every time, unless they're all corroborate, then you easily fall down. Plus, in other instances, people who have suffered arrest, torture or imprisonment in another country can often produce documentary evidence from the police prison system in their home country. They can get medical reports confirming torture.
We must leave it there. Peter Tatchell, thank you very much. Well, it's Wednesday, and as is our way on a Wednesday, we're delighted to say have a panel from two of the major political parties. With us in our Westminster studio, the Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy and the Shadow Education Secretary Laura Trott. Good afternoon to you both.
Good afternoon.
Lisa Nandy, are you aware in your constituency of issues like this cropping up?
Not of the sort that were revealed by the BBC investigation. I think it was an extraordinary investigation that uncovered an industry that has grown up around this, which, listening to your interview with Peter Tatchell, is genuinely very shocking. I think he's right to point out that the system that the Home Office uses is very robust in terms of establishing people's genuineness, and the measures and the steps that are taken that result in this being a group that have the highest number of applications rejected. But this is obviously something that as a government we are extraordinarily concerned about, and we would like to remind people that lying about your asylum application is a criminal offence, and if you do that, you will be jailed and you will be removed from the UK.
The Labour MP Jo White suggested on Today this morning that one of the things that she would think should happen is that Pakistan could be added to the list of countries which are ineligible for student visas.
I've just heard that she's asked for that measure to be taken, and as you know, the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood is reforming the asylum system at the moment.
one of the things...
Is it something you would favour?
Not particularly on that measure. That's not something I've discussed with the Home Secretary. What we have discussed, though, is the very high number of people who come through that route who then make an asylum application to stay in the UK. And what the Home Secretary is trying to do is to decouple those processes so that you can't come here through one route and then automatically claim asylum and expect to stay in the UK as a consequence.
Laura, where are you on this? Do you think there should be tighter curbs on Pakistan and Bangladesh for these sorts of claims?
Yes, I mean, Lisa's completely right when she says that where we have people who are frequently overstaying, we should change the law to make sure that they are no longer eligible for these visas. I think that's a kind of no-brainer. And I think more broadly in the story...
So Pakistan, sorry, just to be clear, so does Pakistan get added to the list of student visas?
Yes, I believe that the number of student visas overstayers is very high.
Right, so make all Pakistani students ineligible?
Yes.
Right.
But I think more broadly in the story, I mean, it speaks to a system which was set up with the best of intentions, but fundamentally just isn't working. Too many people are trying to abuse it, take the mickey, and so we do have to change it, and that is why my party is in favour of withdrawing from the ECHR. It's not an easy decision, but it's the right decision, because it will stop things like this that are fundamentally taking advantage of our generosity.
Lisa, there is a problem with this, that it adds to the sort of public sense that the asylum system isn't working.
I think it does, but I think people are also very sceptical of politicians who promise simple answers to something that has been a problem for a considerable amount of time. And if withdrawing from the ECHR was the answer, I would imagine that the Conservative government would have done it in the 14 years that they were in government. We actually think that the biggest challenge that we inherited when we inherited this broken system is the huge backlog in asylum applications, because what had happened, especially in the final years when it appears the government just gave up on processing claims, is that you had large numbers of people who were here for a very long time. For those who were able to stay, who have got a genuine claim, that was deeply unfair. It meant they were in limbo for many years. For communities, it meant they were bearing the costs of asylum hotels whose costs had skyrocketed. But it also meant that those people who didn't have the right to be here, by the time the government got round to processing their asylum claims, they'd put down roots, they'd had families, and they had a claim to stay. So speeding the system up and removing people who don't have the right to be here is the single best thing that you can do to get a grip on this.
Let's move on to what happened in Prime Minister's questions today. I'm going to play a clip because the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch, pressed the Prime Minister about criticisms that you will know that we have heard over the last day by Lord Robertson, author of the Strategic Defence Review, who's accused the government of corrosive complacency on defence.
Mr. Speaker, Lord Robertson's criticisms were of the Prime Minister, and he said Britain's national security is in peril. Our armed forces are at the end of their tether, waiting for this government to fund a strategic defence review. There are still 2 weeks of the parliamentary session left, so why won't the Prime Minister publish the defence investment plan before then?
Mr. Speaker, I remind the House that we put in place the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. Mr. Speaker, let me spell that out. That means we're spending £270 billion over this Parliament. That's £5 billion more this year, with defence funding increasing every year. These are record amounts, Mr. Speaker. Decisions of a Labour Prime Minister, a Labour Chancellor and a Labour government.
Laura Trott, given that this war is hurting the UK economy and creating the need to spend more, do you have any sympathy for the Chancellor in this situation?
I always have sympathy for the Chancellor in terms of making difficult decisions, but that's what she's there to do. And that's why we've been very clear that actually we would cut spending on welfare to spend more money on defence. And that is not an easy decision, but one that does need to be done, because we need to show where our priorities are as a country. And we are really suffering at the moment from Keir Starmer trying to secure his own position, keeping the getting rid of the two-child benefit cap, and as a result, we're not spending money on defence that we need to be spending.
Lisa and Andy, Lord Robertson did pick out welfare as you can't have an ever-expanding welfare bill and not spend on defence. Is that how you see it, that it will need to be cuts to welfare to go on defence?
Well, I agree with George that you can't have an ever-expanding welfare bill, not least because it writes off 1 million young people in this country who can't get into education, employment, training or work. And that is why we are investing to make sure that we get those young people off benefits and into work. They're the welfare measures that Laura's talking about, measures that her party opposed in the budget. That is the way that you get the welfare bill down. You get people into work, and these are the very training schemes and employment schemes that her party would cut. So I'm afraid that position just simply doesn't add up.
Is it time to relax the fiscal rules?
I mean, look, as a government, we constantly debate the choices that we have to make, but there is a reason why we have the fiscal rules and why we're not wavering on that point. And it is that, in very recent memory, people will have lived through a period of government where the government borrowed money and spent money that they simply didn't have. And particularly when Liz Truss was Prime Minister, many, many people are now living still with the consequences of that, of mortgages going through the roof and the cost of everything going up. We can't afford to go back to that because people can't afford it. They can't take any more of that sort of negligence. And so we have our fiscal rules for a reason, but as I said, we are prepared to make difficult choices. We've already done it with the very difficult decision we made around aid spending in order to fund the biggest sustained increase in defence on record, and we will continue to do that.
Right. Now, I've heard, since we started speaking, that the Financial Times is reporting that the BBC is going to cut 1 in 10 jobs to save 500 million over the next 3 years. Lisa Nandy, is that sustainable for the BBC?
Well, I believe in the BBC, this government believes in the BBC, and we think it is one of the two most important institutions in the country. The NHS looks after the health of our people, and the BBC is one of the greatest defenders of the health of our nation. And we've got the Charter Review coming up, so we are currently in negotiations with the BBC about funding to make sure that it is sustainably funded. And in fact, this afternoon I have my first meeting with the new incoming Director General to discuss these issues and many others. We do intend to make sure that the BBC is sustainably funded, but we are also...
But having cut 1 in 10 jobs?
Well, look, I mean, the BBC, like every institution, like every part of government, is having to make difficult decisions at the moment, and it is no exception, and that is something that I know the leadership of the BBC, the outgoing Director General and the incoming Director General take very seriously, including exploring commercial options and other revenue raisers that can help to sustain the BBC's finances. But as a government, we're clear that we will continue to do our bit, and this charter, as I've said, will be the last of its kind. We believe the BBC is so important that we intend to put it on a permanent footing so that it exists in perpetuity. The funding will continue to be negotiated, of course, and the terms, but the BBC's right to exist will no longer be up for negotiation every decade.
Lisa Nandy, Culture Secretary, and Laura Trott. Thank you both very much for listening to our political editor, Chris Mason. And Chris, can we return to the arguments over defence spending? What do we know now about what's going on between Number 10 and the Treasury over the spend on defence?
Yeah, hello to you, Sarah. So the process is gummed up. That's the reality of it right now. There are fraught internal discussions. Downing Street, the Treasury, the Ministry of Defence. At the heart of it, in the short term, the Defence Investment Plan. This is how you would pay, how the government would pay for the Strategic Defence Review that Lord Robertson was one of the authors of. That document was due last autumn. Since then, winter has come and gone. The clocks have changed again. There is still no sign of it. As we heard in the little extract from the clips a few minutes ago, the Prime Minister ducked a question from Kemi Badenoch about whether this document would come in the next couple of weeks before Parliament dissolves ahead of the King's speech at the beginning of next month. So, there is no sign of it yet. There is still ongoing wrangling, and that was clearly at least part of the stimulus for Lord Robertson's exasperation that we heard last night.
Okay, and he set it as welfare versus defence. What is the feeling among Labour backbenchers about that? Is that where part of the difficulty is coming from?
When I speak to Labour backbenchers, there is an acknowledgement in the macro, in the big picture, that there has to be something done about welfare, the rate of increase of the benefits bill. But
often, and I hear exasperation from senior ministers on this next point, often there is then a sort of balking about the specific detail. And you remember last summer, perhaps one of the central moments of the arc of the story of this government over the last couple of years, where the Prime Minister was defeated by his own backbenchers, pressure from his own backbenchers, merely to slow down the rate of increase in the benefits bill, not actually cut it. So there is a recognition of the need to do something about it, but politically it is difficult for Labour to wrestle with. There's talk, often loose talk, about the government having another crack at seeking to take on the benefits bill. Downing Street in the briefing I've just been at just now after Prime Minister's questions pointing to some attempts to do that as a result of those measures that did get through last summer. The bigger picture challenge, Sarah, is that they have an expanding welfare bill, they have an expanding health bill, they're promising and delivering to a degree at least at the moment an expanding defence bill. The tax burden, the proportion of the country's income going to the government, is already set to rise to a record 38% by 2031. Put all those things together, and there's a crunch point, isn't there? What can give, both for this government and its successors, those trade-offs, those choices about spending and about tax?
Chris Mason, thank you. Coming up, should patients' feedback decide how much money NHS services get? Do get in touch. Hashtag on social media is BBC Watto, W-A-T-O. Our email address, world@one@bbc.co.uk. Iran has said a delegation from Pakistan is expected to arrive in Tehran today for talks. We're waiting to hear when, if, face-to-face talks with the US will pick up again. On Fox News this morning, President Trump said the war was nearing an end, and he defended starting it in the first place.
I had to divert, because if I didn't do that, right now you would have Iran with a nuclear weapon. And if they had a nuclear weapon, you would be calling everybody over their soul. And you don't want to do that.
Well, you keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think it's close to over here. I view it as very close to over. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild that country. And we're not finished. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
And in a separate interview with ABC America, the president indicated that he wasn't minded to extend the 2-week ceasefire, which was a statement met with scepticism by these Tehran residents.
Trump said he will not extend the ceasefire, but I say he's lying as usual. This is a mockery that has been started for all these political gains.
Yes, it will continue.
Trump also says he was mistaken, but he has messed up the war. Greg Carlstrom is the Middle East correspondent for The Economist. Greg, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
What are you hearing about the possibility, the likelihood of next further talks?
There's a lot of optimism that there will be another round. There's nothing confirmed at this point. The Pakistanis are insisting that in the next couple of days there will be talks. Now, they have an incentive to do that as the mediator. They won't make it seem as if the process is moving forward. We've also heard from Trump himself, who told an interviewer yesterday that she should stay in Islamabad because there might be something happening in the next few days. Trump says all sorts of things, and who knows what's true or what's not. But the mood amongst diplomats that I have spoken to in the region, other officials in the region, everyone does think there's still some space here for another round of diplomacy. It's not clear if that would be at a high level again with J.D. Vance and Muttalibaf, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, or if it would be at a lower level, sort of more technical talks. But it does seem quite possible something will happen in the next few days.
The way President Trump talks, it sounds as though there are conversations going on. Do we assume that to be happening?
I think it's fair to assume that. I think despite the narrative of failure after that 21-hour session in Pakistan over the weekend, I think they actually did make some progress towards at least the framework of an agreement. The Americans seemed as if they were a bit flexible on the question of Iran's nuclear program, dropping their insistence that Iran permanently square off uranium enrichment and instead suggesting that they might accept a time-bound compromise of X number of years where the Iranians will not enrich uranium. So So if there's some flexibility on questions like that, I think there is space to get to a deal, and that's progress compared to the previous two rounds of talks where the U.S. said zero enrichment, the Iranians said no, and nothing progressed.
Now, I think we still have almost a week left of ceasefire. Do we assume that that will just continue even if it's beyond a week?
It depends on what happens with the diplomacy. I mean, if there is another round of talks and there's further progress, then I think both sides would have an interest in extending that ceasefire, which they can do by mutual agreement. But if there isn't another round of talks, or if they reach an impasse in those talks, we do still have additional American troops coming to the region. There's a third aircraft carrier group making its way around the Horn of Africa right now that should arrive probably over the next week to 10 days. There are amphibious warfare units that left California last month that will arrive in the Middle East towards the end of April. So even as these talks are going on, America continues to build up forces, and it reminds me a bit of what we saw in February in the run-up to the war, where in parallel with negotiations, you also have this massive American deployment in the region.
Greg Carlstrom, thank you. The Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, has told The Telegraph he's giving women the power to kick medical misogyny where it hurts in the bank balance. What he plans is a national trial in which NHS trusts will be paid less if they receive negative feedback from their female patients about gynecological appointments. So how might it work, and will it make a difference? Thea Stein is the Chief Executive of the Nuffield Trust. Good afternoon, Thea.
Good afternoon.
How do you understand that this would work?
I wish I could tell you, because I don't know. I know what I've read in the strategy today, which is very limited, as you say, saying that patient feedback, patient commentary will have an effect on the payment that the hospital or community centre gets, and that if it's withheld, it will be used for improvement within that space. But how that would be operationalised, what it would really mean, how complaints would be assessed and evaluated, it is very unclear. So clearly, what we're going to see now, I hope, is the detail and then the ongoing evaluation of this, because it's never been tried in this country. I don't think any of us have any idea how it would really work. So we need to learn.
Okay. Well, just so at the start of the process, the feedback, I don't know how you would get feedback. How could you decide whether a procedure, an experience was not good? It would purely be based on the patient, would it?
That seems to be what's being said, and I think at the heart of this, which is to be welcomed, is the real emphasis that you get when you read the strategy and you listen to Wes, you listen to Keir Starmer talking about it, which is a real desire to listen to women's voices, and that's essential, that's brilliant, and that comes through. What I think is difficult is understanding how a sort of Uber-style rating for, how did you experience this, is going to really be sensitive enough and complex enough to capture what is obviously a very complex, multi-layered experience. As somebody who was a chief exec in the health service before, I would also say that you sometimes receive complaints, for example, I didn't like those nurses. Why did you not like those nurses? Those nurses were not from my culture. These are very complicated complaints that you get as a chief exec in the health service. I didn't like this physiotherapist. I wanted them to give me some injections, but they told me I should do exercises instead. I think they were wrong. Having a complaint is a very complicated thing as well to understand.
Okay, so let's assume that, the fact that the principle of listening to the patient is a good one.
Absolutely.
The principle then of withdrawing funding from what is judged to be a poorly performing unit, does that work?
When the draft tenure plan came out, it was in it as simply withdrawing money, and I wrote at the time that this just couldn't work. You can't just take money away from an area that you think is struggling. This is an area that needs help and support. What I can see in the strategy today is it says the money will be used for improvements within that setting. So least that's something that we can see changed. I personally can't really see that this type of transactional financial way of thinking about quality and patient base is going to drive this fast improvement that the government want. But I am willing to look at the way in which this is evaluated and assessed. But it has to be that the money stays with the organisation and is utilised for the improvements that are necessary. It can't be that money is taken away from that setting.
Clear, Tom. Thank you very much. Now, 80 years ago, the Welsh National Opera performed for the very first time. That was just after the war, but the founding company had come together during the war to sing. That included miners, shop workers, a butcher, a publican, railway workers. As part of this anniversary season, they're performing Blaze of Glory, which is a story of Welsh miners who reform a male voice choir after a mining disaster. WNO says it reflects their founding story. I spoke to the co-general directors, Adele Thomas and Sarah Crabtree, and asked Adele first about that very first performance.
In 1946, the year after the Second World War finished, a group of amateur singers, led by Idris Owen, who was a conductor, music director and singer himself from the valleys in South Wales, got together because they decided that what was needed in this aftermath of war and this moment of rebirth and new hope and national confidence was an opera company. It was started by ordinary people, miners and doctors and teachers, who wanted to come together to sing, and that's a really extraordinary thing, and actually is fueling where we want to take the future of the company as well, that sort of amazing energy, and that, as I say, that deep-rooted desire to sing and to tell stories.
It took them a while, but then they got a venue that I think you're both standing in now.
Yes, I think this is the first time in my life that I arrived at a Wetherspoons pub at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we've done it for the best reasons, because we're in the Prince of Wales, which is currently a Wetherspoons, but was one of what would have been a number of different theatres across the UK, these beautiful little Victorian theatres that were built when live performance was, the main source of activity for ordinary people. It was in the theatre that is now this pub that Welsh National Opera first performed.
And what did they perform?
The first show that they performed was Cavalleria Rusticana and Pagliacci, a double bill, 2 short operas. They're both amazing. Lots of people will recognise the orchestral interlude from Cavalleria.
Miners, teachers, those aren't the typical opera goer now.
That's not strictly true in Wales. Our audience is actually very diverse in terms of socioeconomic background. The last time I went to see a show as a punter rather than as the general director at Welsh National Opera, I sat next to a lady who'd come from the valleys and who had been a shop worker in a Tesco's, and she was absolutely committed to the opera and went every single day. I mean, I think opera in Wales is a very different meaning to opera in England, whereby I think the extortionate ticket prices and the sense of a private members club that can pervade a lot of opera companies does not exist at WNO. It's a really open company. It is fundamentally very, very democratic. Our ticket prices are very, very low. The top price ticket at the moment is around £80, which is often the lowest ticket that you would get in another opera company, and our lowest price tickets are around £20. I think there also needs to be an acceptance that opera is an art form of people, and people are expensive, and people should be expensive. The talent and skill that we retain within our company, not only in our program orchestra, but with the technicians, the craftspeople, the administration, extraordinary skill within the company. When we tour, we take approximately 150 people out on the road and several articulated lorries. It is an enormous enterprise.
I mean, you have had a difficult few years. I know you've both taken over the top job very recently. Now, certainly financially, it seems to be in a better position, but you've had strikes, you had redundancies, compulsory redundancies as well as voluntary, and doing fewer opera productions now, is that, well, I presume you would argue, are now on a stable footing. Is that why?
Absolutely. I mean, we've had to take some very difficult decisions in reducing the season to ensure that we can survive. If we do not survive these next 2 years, then there is no future for WNO. The eventual plan is to regrow, which we absolutely will do. We're committed to new funding streams, to new ideas to make sure that we can regrow in the future.
You will have seen that the Royal Opera and Royal Ballet had thanked Timothy Chalamet for his comments. He said he was glad to be in cinema because he didn't want to be in like opera, for example, where people were thinking, keep this thing alive even though no one cares anymore.
Yeah.
Did his comments make any difference to you?
Well, look, I mean, to some degree, I'm going to say something quite controversial here, to say I think he's got a bit of a point. And I think that opera and the arts in general have possibly been a little complacent in the past, or have had moments of complacency whereby they have maybe not tried as hard as they could to keep reaching new demographics and to keep reaching out to people. He's kind of right. We need to make sure that everyone realises how important and meaningful this art form is, and to ensure that everyone has a meaningful connection with it in Wales. And of course, what his comments provoked was a massive backlash, which meant that ticket sales have now absolutely skyrocketed in opera and ballet companies across the world, which is fantastic.
Adele Thomas and Sarah Crabtree from Welsh National Opera. Well, that's it from us for today. Evan will be here with PM at 5 as usual this afternoon. I'm Sarah Montague. That's the world at 1:45.
Studio direction was by David Evans. The editor was Rebecca Keating. Airways Greek Radio 4 is looking at the experience of teenage girls in Britain today. In About the Girls, Catherine Carr has spoken to over 150 young women and girls from all over the UK. They've spoken frankly about sex, friendship, social media, and becoming a woman. Today's episode focuses on their attitudes towards education.
I would like to go somewhere, either in law or microbiology. I haven't fully decided yet, but I have leaned more towards microbiology because I am thinking to take sixth form, and I've already done the application regarding it, and I've picked biology as one of my A-level subjects to study in further education.
What means you're doing GCSEs this year?
Yes, unfortunately, but it is very exciting.
Is it?
To know what path I'm going down once I get the grades I have achieved and deserve.
It's quite ambitious. I like it. Where did that come from in you?
It's inside me, but it was also the help of the school itself and my parents encouraging me.
Meeting a girl with a burning ambition, or two ambitions in this case, is always exciting. And the best thing about making this series of programmes. All the accepted wisdom is that girls outperform boys at school, and that is still just about true. But in recent years, there are signs that the attainment gap is closing. It's not enough anymore to say that we need to sort out what's going on with the boys. The girls need our attention too. And it quickly becomes obvious that creating an environment, a safe environment in which they can succeed, is vital. So tell me a bit about the badges on your lapels. I'm interested in this.
Most of them are for 100% attendance.
These 15-year-olds attend a large academy school in Birmingham.
If you were to have a 15-year-old boy and a 15-year-old girl, a girl would mainly act at least a year older than the boy, because boys tend to develop later and mature later than girls, because girls tend to get their menstrual cycle and things before boys tend to get through puberty.
And how do you see that in schools, or don't you?
Yeah, definitely. At break times and lunch times and stuff, all the boys are just going absolutely crazy outside, and most of the girls are just sitting in and just chilling.
And in lessons, they tend to mess about with each other if they're sitting next to each other.
In lessons, like English and stuff like that, the boys need more attention because they'd rather speak to their friends, and girls are more quiet and they listen more. And in more physical lessons, like PE, construction, stuff like that, they prioritise boys because generally they're supposed to be better at it.
So from what you were saying, they get more attention in the physical lessons because they're boyish, let's say, and they get more attention in the non-boyish lessons because they need help.
Yeah.
So where do the girls get attention?
They don't really get attention. They say the girls, they'll just crack on and do stuff, but it's also they also need help.
Moskowitz from the University of Manchester has a particular interest in the development of teenage girls and their mental health.
They're expected to be quite academic, well-performing, and kind of non-problematic. And actually that can be really difficult if you're a girl that's struggling at school, because there's this constant expectation that girls are just fine and performing great. That's a lot of opportunity for internal pressure, no matter where you sit on that spectrum.
At a girls' school in Wimbledon in southwest London, head teacher Fanula Kennedy is leading a mandatory civil discourse lesson on how women in politics are treated.
Okay, so that's kind of the provocation for today.
The debate about Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump in the American presidential race of 2024 is impressive.
Boys tend to be told to be brave or strong, and that really does translate into female leaders being more generous, being kinder, thinking more about other people. We should have seen the revival of women should stay home and their role and what makes them happy is to look after kids. You think it's good for them to be out working, but no, that doesn't make them happy. It's bizarre, honestly, that the world is trying to keep women out of these leadership positions. Look, I'm not sexist or anything. I'm just saying I'm doing what's best for women.
Fanula Kennedy again.
It is absolutely still the case that if you're a clever girl, you better be quiet about it. And that's unacceptable. And so we want our girls to go and use those phenomenal brains and enjoy the room. Sit back and relax because they know they are articulate. They've got this. They back themselves. Not in a cocky way, not in an I own the world way, just an enjoying the room way. It's so important.
You don't get dizzy. You feel sick. Especially if you just ate your tea.
200 miles north, in Bradford, a pair of energetic girls waiting for their dance lesson are twirling on some office chairs and keen to share their dreams for the future.
What would you like to do in your own time? There is this one idea, which is kind of like, I kind of want to change the world to make it better, because everyone seems to make it worse. To do with climate.
That's such a great ambition.
Be an activist. What the hell's that? Someone who works for the planet to make it a better place.
Helen Linsell is the artistic director at Dance United Yorkshire.
There are a lot of the girls that we work with who are all united in a way through socio-economic disadvantage. So they are surrounded by poverty, probably broken homes, a lot of chaos, maybe violence, maybe exposure to parents or siblings being in prison. Within these chaotic lives that they lead, there isn't a lot of structure and security and safety. So I think there's a protection mechanism going on.
What would you say to someone if they said, what's it like to be a girl in 2025? How would you describe it? You can say anything.
Like, fun. And, like, scary.
What are you thinking of when you say that word?
Like, you've got to be careful wherever you go, basically.
What do you mean by that?
Like, 'cause I live in, like, the middle of where I live.
Okay.
And there's just, like, bad people everywhere.
Who do you fear most? Are the girls, boys, or someone else?
All the boys. Like, 'cause they all just go around on the swans and with machetes and stuff.
Okay, so there's real fear.
Yeah.
And does your mum think that going to school is important?
No, my dad more is, like, on me about school. I left for ages and then I just come back so recently.
So you had a bit of time out?
Yeah, full year.
What happened in that year?
I don't really know, to be honest. I was just at home most of the time with my little baby sister. Looked after her a lot.
Young people now, I think just being at home is the safest place because you kind of just don't want to put yourself in a situation that could harm you.
This 16-year-old from Bournemouth has an anxiety diagnosis, which meant that she missed a lot of school.
It's quite a complex situation. I think eventually I got to a case where I was like, you've just got to kind of face it, which is not an easy place to get to, but yeah, it was a difficult period of just kind of feeling very stuck.
I do like school sometimes, but if I'm real, I don't think school's like the best dance.
At the Academy in Birmingham, attendance over the last 2 years has gone up from 87 to 97%.
So when you don't come to school, why don't you come to school?
Different reasons, like sometimes, like, if something's happening, like I report Sometimes I just don't answer my mum on the phone.
If there's drama?
Yeah.
So you'd hide it? And then what do you do at home? Do you just wake up?
Yeah. Just like in my bed all the time. Like, I'm not really doing anything. I'm just in my home.
All day?
Yeah.
BNS Sasodia has responsibility for attendance and safeguarding for the Academy Trust.
We know that we have lots of our parents that have complex needs and our families that are complex, and lots of the pupils, particularly the girls, carry the burdens they do of what goes on at home. And we're not just talking about secondary pupils, we're talking about primary year 6 pupils. I can't attend this after school club because I've got to go and take notes of the report I need to hand at home. And so I think what we haven't captured enough is what are those factors.
How gender can impact ambition is something that this very thoughtful Year 9 girl from Devon hopes will change.
I personally don't think that being a woman and being a man should affect how ambitious or what you think you can do. I think throughout history women have been a lot like kind of oppressed in that sort of area, but I think it's only going to get better. There's only going to be more women that young girls in the future look up to.
People, yes, they do tell you to dream big, and you can do what you do if you put your mind to it. They do have that attitude.
Having finished her school career, this young carer from London reflects on the reality that she has experienced.
You know, they show, oh yes, equality, diversity, all these, we want this, we want that. But then if sometimes it feels like, is that true?
Do you think if you were a boy that you would be expected to do the caring that you do for your mum?
No. For boys, they're just torpedo and get their big boy job and work their way up and, you know, all these different things, and the woman's just been told to stay at home and look after the kids, basically.
I'm always in a front shop. It is cold, but I can't have proper cold because they're the noisiest of all items.
In a drafty and echoey classroom at the top of a private girls' school in Sutton in South London, a large group of girls from 11 to 18 years old wrestle with the mixed messages about what's possible in their futures.
I think what's good is that we see more and more women in men-dominated fields and generally at work being successful and being happy to be there because they really genuinely enjoy doing that, and just bringing the energy to the workplace sometimes.
I think we're quite lucky because obviously we go to a girls' school where we are told that, you know, the sky is the limit. You can achieve what you want to achieve and you're capable of that. Being a girl doesn't stop you from doing anything. If anything, it's like a superpower that you should use. You shouldn't limit yourself to potentially something that you think is less of that.
I love the idea of a superpower. And so therefore, do you think that there is equality? Is that down because people can do what they want to do?
It's slightly worse because it's not visible. It sounds very morbid, like you don't know who to trust, but generally you don't know who's thinking what in terms of judging you and constantly thinking about what career you're doing or how you should be presented, because in the past it was all on the surface. If someone doesn't like women, for example, doing engineering, you just stay away from it. Now they're everywhere. You could be sitting right next to them, for example, and you wouldn't even know.
Absolutely. Have you got a bottle with you?
In Yorkshire, these 14-year-olds are full of plans. Dance now, next, take over the world.
When I eventually grow up and go to uni, I'm going to study criminal psychology and become a criminal psychologist.
That's cool. Where did you get the idea from?
My auntie wanted to do criminal detectivity, and it popped up, and then I was reading it. I was like, oh, that looks so I'd be interested in, because I love watching like crime documentaries and like murder crime scenes and stuff. I'm very determined to do what I want to do, and I think I will achieve it. I'm not letting my gender define what I do.
Does that feel good?
Yeah, it feels like we're all included and a lot more understanding.
Yeah. Do you feel that?
Yeah, the world's becoming a better place.
That's really positive.
Sometimes it's not great, but it's better than what it was.
In every single one of these conversations, I kept thinking
that opportunity was the key factor here. The girls wanted to know that they could get there, but the sad thing was how many had already come to the conclusion that the opportunities were likely to be blocked or limited. There was a sense that they felt pathways becoming narrower depending on economic circumstances and the reality of life. Sometimes they felt pathways were made narrower by the presence of boys, or by a sense of how boys expect them to behave. Next up, the girls talk about their attitudes to sex and consent.
About the Girls is presented and produced by Catherine Carr. The editor is David Prest, and it's a Whistledown production for BBC Radio 4. And if you missed any of the series so far, including the puberty puzzle, where Laura Foster investigates why puberty is arriving earlier than ever, and what this silent shift could mean for girls' health, their futures, and the society they grow up in, you can catch up now on BBC Sounds. Well, over on Radio 3 right now, Linton Stevens is about to play a live recording from Belfast of the Ulster Orchestra with a selection from Prokofiev's ballet Romeo and Juliet. That's Classical Live until 3 p.m. on Radio 3. Meanwhile, after the news here on Radio 4, Lottie plans a date with someone new in the Arches.
ABC News at 2 o'clock. Ministers are being urged to crack down on law firms and advisors after a BBC investigation revealed some were charging thousands of pounds to help migrants pretend to be gay in order to improve their chances of being allowed to stay in the UK. The Home Office said anyone found trying to exploit the rules would face the full force of the law. Shadow Education Secretary Laura Trott said the Conservatives would tackle the problem by leaving the European Convention on Human Rights.
I think it speaks to a system that is being so severely exploited that it fundamentally needs to change. That's why our policy is withdraw from the ECHR, because it just means that you have more control over who you have in your country and who you don't have in your country. We do not have fundamental control, and unscrupulous people are taking advantage of that.
A spokesman for Iran's foreign ministry has said his country is still exchanging messages with the United States through Pakistani intermediaries, even though there was no deal to end the war after face-to-face talks last weekend. The US says it has now completely halted all trade with Iranian ports on the third day of its naval blockade of the region. 2 more men have appeared in court accused of murdering a 21-year-old student in North London. Finbar Sullivan was stabbed in Primrose Hill last week. Alexis Pedas and Ernest Boateng, who are both 25, were remanded into custody ahead of a hearing at the Old Bailey on Friday. At least 4 people have been killed and 6 others injured in Turkey after a shooting incident at a secondary school. A regional governor said the suspect was a student who brought his father's guns into the building. The owner of the AA and BSM driving schools has been ordered to refund booking fees paid by tens of thousands of learners. The consumer watchdog found the firm failed to disclose the cost of the fees up front when people booked lessons online. BBC News.
And now Radio 4, Azra is on a mission from the Arches.
No, it's me. I should get where I'm going. I was looking at my phone. Sorry.
Me too.
Okay, well, we all do it.
Oh, I heard you on Radio Borsetshire, by the way.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, very kind of you. A bit of an exaggeration.
No, really. And I think your mental health initiative is fantastic too.
Oh,
really needed.
I think it is. I've just been talking to Susan. She was reminding me of the well-being day Rochelle ran at the barn last year. But, yeah, that didn't go all that well.
That's an understatement.
So I want to make sure that whatever we set up is properly organised.
Didn't your Zainab save the day last time?
Along with Chelsea and Ben. He's really helping this time around. But I want everyone's input, Alice, so fire away. What do you think is needed?
What, me? Now?
Oh, sorry. I shouldn't put you on the spot. But, yeah, I would love to hear what you think would help people get the most out of the services available.
Well, off the top of my head, addiction services, obviously.
Yeah, you're not the first to mention that.
I mean,
People don't always realise when things are getting on top of them. I certainly didn't, and sometimes it's hard to ask for help. I don't know. I feel you don't deserve it.
I know what you mean, Alice.
But leave it with me. I'll be happy to come up with some more ideas.
Hey, they say pets are good for mental health, don't they? So you've heard about our budgie.
Azra, everyone's heard about your budgie.
He's called Fletcher, and he's very sweet. I've completely surprised myself. I wasn't happy when we got him back from Linda and Roberts, but now I'm besotted.
Oh, that's great.
And it's great to chat, Alice, but I better go.
Before you do, can I ask you something?
Yeah, if it's quick, it's surgery, Becky.
It's to do with mental health, sort of. I've got this friend.
You're not listening. It's an emergency. Not that kind of emergency. I don't need an ambulance. I just need an appointment. Today, this morning. Mind your own business. I bear argue, I told you.
Sorry, the system doesn't work like that.
Look, I'm old, I'm in pain, and I need a doctor.
Hold on, Mr. Corbett. Please, I found you. Can I call you back?
No, you can't. What time shall I come?
I've no in-person appointments today.
Oh, for pity's sake.
I could get Dr. Malik to call you, then if she feels you need to be seen in person, she'll give you a call.
If she can give me a time, why can't you, eh? What time does surgery start?
Dr. Malik says starts at 10:30, but she won't be able to call you until 10.
I'll be there.
No, this is me.
I'll be there by 20 past. I'll spend my hard-earned pension money on a taxi.
I'm sorry, that won't be...
I can't move. My neck is agony.
Blimey, Grandad.
You have to make a fuss to get anything done these days. Can you come with me?
To the doctor's? No, got cut and colour at 11.
Can't you move it?
No, not really.
I can't make it there by myself. Oh.
Okay, look. I'll try, I suppose.
Oh, at least one of you cares. Get me some painkillers, will you?
When did you have the last ones?
When I got up.
You've got no more yet, then?
Oh, my poor neck. I might have blipped it.
Of course you haven't. I've got a really full day, Grandad, like 4 appointments, and then I've got to go to some work on the washbox.
Oh, no.
What time do you have to be there?
20 past 10, she said. They're getting me in.
It won't take long, will it?
Depends how bad it is.
Right, I could shift Mrs. Glossop like half an hour, but no more.
Ungrateful choice.
But not a word about the church ceiling coming down on your head. If you start on that, you're on your own, right?
Right.
The best thing your friend can do is persuade her father to see his GP as soon as. If it is dementia, the earlier the diagnosis, the better the outcome, statistically.
I still think she might have trouble getting into a doctor, but from what she tells me, I mean.
Yeah, that's often the case. If her father's noticed a decline, he's probably worrying too and not telling her. So it's likely he would be even more resistant to help. Of course, it might not be dementia. Lots of symptoms overlap with other conditions. A visit to the GP could put everyone's mind at rest. And your friend could go to the appointment with him, and that way he wouldn't feel so vulnerable.
Okay. Thanks, Ezra.
I'll dig out some leaflets for you to give to your friend. Does that help? I'm so sorry. I do need to get to the surgery.
Of course. I didn't mean to hold you up.
No, you haven't. And let me know your thoughts about our mental health initiative.
You've seen Leonard? Yeah, to ask him to make one of his coffee and walnut cakes for Pip. She needs some TLC. And it is her favourite. Exactly. And, well, I wanted to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I haven't checked with Pip about it yet, but are you free on Thursday? Her appointments come through at the clinic.
I can be free. Of course I can.
What time? 11:15? I think she'd really appreciate it if you came with us, Ruth. And,
Sister, I'd like to very much. If I won't be in the way.
Of course not.
Thanks for asking. I didn't like to offer.
Oh. You have fiancés, Stella. You don't need me sticking me all in. You wouldn't be. And, well, not to put too fine a point on it, Ruth, you know what to expect. You've been through it.
A long time ago.
Yeah, but I don't suppose you've forgotten.
No, of course I haven't. If Pip would like it, of course I'll come. I've been trying to see you, right?
Yes, please.
That would be a bit pressurous. I know it's only a lump, and the chances are it's nothing sinister. I tell myself that 5 times an hour. And you're right to. But even so, it doesn't go away. I know. They're lying awake at 4 in the morning, all the what-ifs racing around your head. Yeah, it's hard. You don't like me to be such a worrier. I would have asked you before, Ruth. I didn't want to bring up any, bad memories for you. The memories are there. Of course they are. But it's funny. It's like they're behind a glass door. I can see them and recognize them. But they don't hurt. Not as long as I keep the door closed. Please don't worry about me. I'm not going to fall to bits. Not you I'm worried about. Is Pip struggling? Should I come over? No, she's okay. Quiet, very calm, very practical. All the things I think I am. Only I'm not. Not at the moment. I'm either at a loss for words or projectile vomiting absolute nonsense, which is another reason it would be great if you came with us. I think I'm driving you mad. I'm here for you both, as much as you want or need. Whenever, whatever it is. Thank you. But I would say, if you can manage it, don't waste your energy on what ifs and being scared. Not until you know there's something to be scared about. It's not denial, it's just practical. My mum used to say, don't trouble trouble till trouble troubles you. Hardly enough to say. It's not easy for anyone to say, far too many T's and B's. I know it's not easy to do still. If it turns out there's anything to deal with, we'll deal with it. But until we know, there's life to be got on with. You're quite wise, aren't you? On the quiet. I didn't know about that. Check with Pip, and if she says yes, I'll pick you up about 9:30. Sorry, Lottie, I've got it a bit fine. Don't worry, there's no rush. I'm afraid I've had to add in an extra at the start, but there are 2 cancellations. So breathe, Elsa. It's good for your mental health. Oh, such a good advertisement. There. I don't suppose you're free after surgery tomorrow. I thought we could put our heads together. I've got loads of people contributing ideas, and it might be worth us going through them. I'd love to, but not tomorrow. I've got to give Maddie her tea, and then I'm going out. Oh, on a weeknight? Oh, to be young and single. Are you going out, or are you going out? That remains to be seen. Is this a development? Not yet, it's not. But he looks quite promising on the app. We have interests in common. Oh, yeah? More later. Have you consulted the tarot? You think I'm really superstitious, don't you? Did I say that? I don't judge. I only got into tarot cards because of Pip Archer. It was a bit of fun for that event I helped with. But it's weirdly compelling. So, what did the cards say? Page of Wands, actually. What does that mean? Adventure, wonder, and a voyage of discovery. Wow. Oh, let's hope so. Yes, indeed. Oh, sorry. Oh, hi, Chelsea. Can I help?
Yeah, come on. I'm trying to get my granddad out the taxi and he's struggling a bit with his stick.
Oh, is he coming in? Mr. Horrobin, is it? Oh, he's your emergency.
Well, I'm not sure he's really an emergency.
Oh, he said he was.
Yeah, he says a lot of things to my granddad.
I noticed.
Anyway, have you got, a wheelchair and make life much easier?
There should be a transport chair in the foyer, tucked in the corner by the loos, for exactly this purpose.
I didn't look. Sorry, I came straight in. He was fussing.
I'll come and sort you out. Give me a minute.
Thanks, I really appreciate it.
I'll go through, Lottie. Hi, Stella.
Hiya. You're on for Thursday. It's really pleased.
Great. I'll see you then.
Could you make it 9:15, just in case?
1:30 was just in case, but 1:15 is fine too. There's a decent coffee shop round the corner if we're early.
Thanks. See you then.
Bye.
Keep it moving, take painkillers and drink lots of water. Is that what they teach them at medical school these days?
You saw the doctor. She gave you her advice. Be glad.
How am I meant to keep moving? I'm over 90 with bad legs. Oh, don't get old, Chelsea.
We'll put a bag of frozen peas in a towel and put it on your neck when we get back. How may I help?
I look like a fool.
She'll be at home. Who's going to see?
Have we got peas?
I don't know. We got chips.
Well, that's just adding insult to injury. If we stop off and get some peas, we could get some chocolate marshmallows and all.
No, I ain't got time. Mrs. Glossop, remember?
Oh.
But I'll call Mum.
I know you all think I wasn't at St. Stephen's when the roof caved in.
Yeah, because you weren't, Grandad.
But I could have been. That's the point. Could have got a tiny bit of compensation for my injuries.
You've never got away with it. And it's not honest.
Only people with nothing are honest. That's why they got nothing. What about?
You don't need compensation, Grandad.
It's you, I mean.
Me?
Yeah, that was the idea. Get a bit of cash to help you finish off your horse box. You're doing a brilliant job, Chelsea, love. I'm that proud of you. Everyone in the family's been helping, and I wanted to help too.
Grandad.
Oh, don't go soppy on me. I do care, you know.
Oh, no, I know you do.
The world's become a very hard place, especially for people your age. You need the occasional leg up, that's all. We all do.
Yeah.
And we're family. It's all that counts in the end.
More from Ambridge later this evening when Bert warns Chelsea not to be too trusting. Now with a look ahead to Moneybox Live, Felicity Heather.
The conflict in Iran is already hitting our household bills and pushing up our prices. So what are you doing to protect yourself? Today on Moneybox Live, we're asking how we can shield our household bills, our mortgages, and even our investments. From heat pumps to pensions and solar panels to savings, what changes have you made because of the changing world? Get in touch with your stories and your questions. You can email moneybox@bbc.co.uk or you can send us a voice note or a message on WhatsApp. The number is 03306 783 183. And listen to Moneybox Live on protecting your finances from global shocks just after 3 o'clock today.
Now Radio 4, the story of a remarkable trial in 2021 based entirely on dramatized transcripts of court proceedings and real-life interviews with those who were in court. This is The Shell 7 by Margaret Heffernan.
Environmental protesters have blocked some of London's busiest roads in an effort to force the government to do more to tackle climate change. Extinction Rebellion campaigners daubed graffiti and smashed windows at the UK headquarters of the energy giant Royal Dutch Shell, while others climbed onto the glass canopy over the doorway of the building, remaining there overnight.
All rise.
7 people, including 2 women and 5 men, were arrested at the scene.
To all manner of persons who have anything to do
When the Extinction Rebellion campaign group said they wanted to cause more than £6,000 of damage at the Shell headquarters so they can make their case in court. More on that later on.
God save the Queen.
State of apprehension. I felt very responsible for my co-defendants. I'd never really held much of an intention to go into court and win, and there was this recognition that trying to play the law its own game wouldn't wash, not with the court, not with the jurors, and maybe not even with history itself.
It's clear that we did the crime. We're obviously guilty.
Courts are weird. It's really intense, yet nothing happens quickly. But there is still this kind of almost invisible pressure. Almost like the dark matter in the court that kind of soaks up energy.
So by the time I got in there, I really felt quite good. I was still afraid, but I felt quite strong. It's hard to know whether my memories are authentic or not. It's a bit like giving birth to something. It's so painful, but you don't remember those bits.
Members of the jury, you are about to be sworn. As your name is called, take the book in your right hand and read aloud the oath from the card.
for the value of damage we caused over £25,000. Custodial sentences are a possibility. It's not widely right. You would not bet on that BBC.
My name's Raj Chadha. I'm the head of the crime team at Hodgkins in Dublin, and I acted as the defence lawyer for the Shell 7. We put forward various legal arguments to the judge. Those defences included the right to free speech under Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights, that the defendants were acting out of necessity to prevent death or serious injury. They were acting to prevent damage to property elsewhere, criminal offences from occurring elsewhere. And the judge heard arguments about all of those matters and decided that none of those defences would be available. And so that meant that no defences could be put forward by lawyers.
My name is Leonora Nicholson. I was managing and running the social media accounts for Extinction Rebellion before and during the Shell 7 trial. I was in the courtroom every day for the 2 weeks of the trial. I really saw the environmental crisis as a humanitarian crisis. This is a problem about inequality, and the people who are going to be hurt by this are absolutely the people who have the least resources, and the people who are doing the hurting are the people who have the most resources.
Fantastic location. There's Tower Bridge. There's the mighty River Thames that's flowing through our streets. There's this bloody brick building, not a square inch of architectural sort of merit. Incredibly done. I've looked into the courts at the Royal Courts of Justice, and that looks like something of Dickens. This one is a bit more mature.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that I will faithfully try the defendant and give a true verdict according to the evidence.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that I will faithfully try the defendant and give a true verdict according to the evidence.
There was a waiting room, and I remember before we went into the courtroom, it was quite delayed. There was this family outside who were all chatting, and then I went into the toilet, and there were 2 women from the family just crying. And I think that's when I was like, oh shit, like this is like really scary, and this is really a place where people's lives get changed. And I think I kind of mentally understood what had been put on the line, but emotionally, like all of the people on trial have kids and have families, and they were facing quite a serious period of life reckoning, of really fighting for their lives and, the rights of basically all of us. So that was really intense.
We made the intention to do damage that would exceed £5,000 and get us into a Crown Court so we could potentially argue our case before a jury, and to offer ourselves up to that process, to make them realise, to enrol them in the litany of catastrophes that are headed our way. And it all unfolded from there with both magic and sorrow.
Originally there were 7 defendants, and they were known as the Shell 7. One defendant, for personal reasons, decided that she did not want to have a trial and decided to plead guilty. Kat had recently given birth. We did write to the court to ask if there could be special measures, such as the baby being allowed into the dock with Kat, and the court said no. So having considered all of her options, Kat decided to plead guilty.
The first charge is damaging property, in that these 6 defendants, along with Katerina Hazapopoulos, on the 15th of April 2019, without lawful excuse, damaged the Shell Centre belonging to Shell plc, intending to destroy or damage that property, or be reckless as to whether such property would be. Counts 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 all relate to them having an article with intent to destroy or damage. Second is Mr. Lambert in relation to spray paint and crayons, and we say that was to destroy or damage property. Count 4 is Jane Augsburger, and that relates to a metal pipe. You can see it in the CCTV. In relation to Mr. Saunders, again, spray paint. The last thing I have to say may well be the most important. Members of the jury, the Crown brings this case. The defendants did not ask to be prosecuted, and therefore it is only right that the Crown must prove this case. The defendants do not need to prove their innocence. How do we do that? By making you sure of their guilt. Nothing less will do.
It's really strange when the jury walked in. We're all nervous, right? You don't want to stare at them, they don't want to stare at you. But you looked around and you thought, okay, 7 women. There were 4 people of colour. Most of them were under mid-30s, 2 or 3 in their 20s. The good thing was that we weren't in the dock. Because we were representing ourselves, we were allowed to sit on the same benches as the prosecutors. We were quite close to the jury at that end, so when we turned to talk to them, there they were.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garwood, just while you give your evidence, would you mind just removing your mask?
Of course.
Thank you.
Mr. Garwood, can you tell the jury your full name, please?
Heath Gold.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm the Asset Protection Manager for Shell.
And in April 2019, were you at the Shell Centre in Belvedere Road?
I was.
I'm going to ask you about what happened on the 15th of April 2019. What were you doing that day?
I was working as normal, and at 12:30 p.m. I was about to go for lunch.
And why didn't you go for lunch?
Because I was informed by my security control room that there were a number of protesters outside in Belvedere Road.
Now, there's no dispute that there were some Extinction Rebellion protesters there, but there are some people you've described as persons 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
What did you see them doing?
When I came down to the ground floor, I went into the reception area, which is behind those glass panels where the doors are, and I saw 3 individuals apparently stuck to the panes of glass on each of the 3 doors.
All right. So there's no dispute that there were 2 women and 1 man. Is that right?
That's correct. And one of those ladies had grey hair, and I could see that her left hand appeared to be stuck to the glass, and in her right hand she had what looked to me like a centre punch, a metal centre punch, and she was tapping or hammering on the glass several times.
What did you then do?
It was at that point that I saw persons described as person 4 and 5 clambering up to the canopy and getting on top of the old canopy.
What did you see those 2 men doing?
The thing that concerned me the most was the fact that they were clambering about on top of those canopies. I appreciate they were using a ladder, presumably to try and spread their weight. However, I was not sure and wasn't aware of whether those canopies were capable of holding 2 male persons, so I was very concerned that it was going to collapse.
Now, in terms of... I think that's pretty much what you saw at around this time, yes?
When I went outside, shortly after I went outside, I heard a crash.
Yeah, tell us about that. Who was that?
And I realised that the door had suddenly shattered with the continual pounding with the centre punch. And I looked round, and the grey-haired lady was sitting there in a similar pose to the one in the photograph, with all the glass around her. She was very fortunate not to be cut.
I just went along like this. I mean, I actually bought this nice shirt in the charity shop just before I went to London. I said, have you got a nice shirt? I haven't really got any shirts. And it was like, perfect, that's the one. Lovely, I'll wear that.
I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I actually haven't cut my hair or beard for about 5 years. Red trousers, green trousers, in court, just because that's me. I wanted to be me.
Mr. Clifford, the one thing I will ask you to do at the outset is to just formally give your name for the record, so you are identified on the court record.
So, my name is Samuel Clifford. I'm 60 years old. So, when I was young, I went to a good school in Kent, and I got a good education. I'm mostly sciences, so I'm happy with science stuff. I trust science. And I then did engineering and product design. I trained to be a secondary school teacher, teaching design, technology, working with woods, metals, plastics, and I enjoyed working with kids. But I got more and more concerned about the environment, and in 2017 I decided I needed to become more of an activist around the crisis in our environment. Polly Higgins, the lawyer who started off the ecocide movement to try and get the law to protect nature, she talked to us about Shell being particularly bad. And they're a British Dutch company, so it was like, it's a British company. We can actually have an effect on them. Our damage we are doing is to try and save lives. Shell, on the other hand, are costing lives. So our action was aimed to highlight this craziness.
Just pausing there, it might help us if we come on to the actual day itself, and if you could just perhaps speak about what you accept you did.
Yes, I'll really be brief. We arrived in London. We had a brief meeting on the Sunday night, sorting out details, and then Monday morning, the 15th of April, we met at the hostel in Kennington, and we made up some of the black fake oil. My job was to be the distraction. I'm shouting to get the Shell security to look at what I'm doing so that some of the others could go and glue onto the doors and climb up the scaffolding. And I poured the fake oil on the windows down the front of the building. I was concerned about doing damage because my life is about making things and repairing things. And it upsets me, things getting broken. So I'm standing there and I've got my spray can out and I suddenly realised I hadn't thought what to spray. And I did an XR symbol, which is the hourglass, the time's running out. And I hadn't planned what to spray. It was ridiculous. But then I realised Shell knew, Shell lied, Shell knows still. So that was the messaging. And then I got arrested.
So, you have explained quite clearly what you accept you did.
I suppose the only thing, you mentioned that what do I disagree with?
Yes. Is there anything you disagree with?
Yeah, the charge says reckless. Behaving recklessly, causing damage without care. And, I contested that it was not reckless. We were really careful and actually felt that Shell was reckless. Okay, so the facts. In your packs, you've got this graph here, this picture, and this is a famous graph. It's called the hockey stick curve because it looks like a hockey stick.
I wanted to teach the jury about climate change and about Shell because, if they knew that was really important for them to be able to make a decision about what we did. So I told them about climate change. Once the famous hockey stick curve, which is basically flatline temperature throughout humanity, history of civilization in the last 10,000, 20,000 years, temperature has been stable. And then in the last 100 years, it's hockey sticked up and is shooting up into the stratosphere now. And we have never been there.
And when it started going up, scientists were saying, funnily enough, the scientists that were saying it were the fossil fuel companies, because they had scientists who were measuring the emissions because they were the ones burning it. And it was largely the oil companies who were going, this is going to have an effect on our atmosphere. This is going to affect our climate.
Just on that point, I am conscious you have got 5 points.
Yes, sorry, Your Honour.
Time is running out.
It is. The hourglass. So I just want to give you a prompt. Yeah, thank you.
I do not want you to run out of time.
Okay, thank you, Your Honour. But this action wasn't really just about Shell. This action is about the fact that big oil, big business, big money, the banks were investing in all of this. So, we have to raise public awareness, which was number one. Getting the message out there to the public, raise the alarm. And the only way to do that is to cause disruption so that the media are interested, so that people read about it. It worked. 2 weeks after our rebellion, our Parliament declared a climate emergency. Coincidence? 2 weeks later? I will just end by saying, this is the absolute crunch time. And if you are in any doubt about whether my actions were reasonable and proportionate to save lives and prevent serious injury, I would just ask you, what would you have me do? What else could I have done?
I think what helped was our bond with each other during that time. The meetings that we had, meals we had together. I mean, I don't want to romanticize it, with such individuals.
It wasn't always easy. I mean, really are all very different people. I think when you get older, you're able to be terrified and brave at the same time, aren't you?
It's a terrifying building. If there are no windows and it's echoey and the lights hurt your eyes, and it's a hard place to be anyway. At the end of every day, they'd all go back to an apartment that they were sharing and work on the case, and I would go home and do social media stuff.
Just weird as well, because we'd go in the morning and the prosecution would come in and give us advice and help us. It was just so odd, and they'd come in with their sneakers on, you know, because that's what, if we were lawyers, they would be meeting, you see, and comparing technical information about what's happening in court today. Gosh, it's just so odd. And then we'd get in there and they'd have their gowns and wigs and everything on, and these really pointy high heel shoes and red lipstick. It was really bizarre.
So, my name is Jane Augsberger. I'm 55 years old and I grew up in Hertfordshire with 3 brothers. I started by watching a film called Climate of Concern. It was made by the Shell Company and it was made in 1991, but I saw it about 20 years ago. And the film really planted a seed in me and changed the way I looked at the world, basically. You know, I mean, it was a really well-made film. And it described climate change really well.
It shocked me so much that Shell made this film that was talked about how in the future there will be refugees walking for miles but having no food because of famine. And I just could not believe that they could make that film and carry on pumping oil. I was just so astounded by the audacity and complete and ultimate power that corporations have, that they can make a film like that and then carry on. And then I talked about the denial I was in, you know, when once I'd started a family, and that I just couldn't cope. I couldn't carry those two things. The responsibility I felt towards my family and the responsibility I felt towards the planet.
That's part of why I feel so angry, because, you know, 20 years ago, if they'd taken any notice of the scientists, they would have started building the infrastructure differently. They would have made our houses so that we'd need hardly any heat on, you know. We're totally locked into using gas and fossil fuels, and we don't have the power to change it. We're not politicians. So my understanding of being in that group of very beautiful, passionate people is that we were following in the footsteps of people who'd been before, like the suffragettes and the civil rights movement, who were considered vandals, arsonists, terrorists, you know, criminals. But they're also our heroes. We take them for granted now. I thought about the people who went before, and they dared to step across a line, and so I decided I would dare to step across the line. And I decided that my action was going to be peaceful, that I wasn't going to do it with a sledgehammer and break these windows. I had this tiny weapon that basically the point of it was inside a sheath, and it's only when you push it really hard that the point of it comes out, so it can't hurt people. It was actually the most honest thing I've ever done. And when the police finally did come, the male policeman, I'm really sorry, I can't remember his name, he said to me, "We're ruining this planet and I don't know what we can do about it." He looked me right in the eye when he said that.
All right, thank you. Miss Wilson.
You told that officer you were trying to do as much damage as possible.
I was really, really focused on doing a really good job.
You said, "The damage we did is nothing to them. They make so much money, it's just a little scratch." Your evidence.
Yes. I just said that, yeah.
So you knew that this wasn't going to have much of an impact on Shell, didn't you?
Well, no, I didn't know that. I thought that the people who worked there would take notice of what we were doing and that their shareholders would take notice of what we were doing.
But that's not true, is it?
Well, of course it's true. Why shouldn't it be true?
Now, you say you're not a politician, but there's nothing stopping Extinction Rebellion having a politician elected, apart from lack of support, agreed?
That's not really the way that they've been set up.
You are perfectly able to access all the methods of lobbying, as everybody else. It's just that people aren't doing what you want.
It's what we need. It's what our planet needs. It's got nothing to do with little old me.
And this is about imposing your will on others.
This is about telling the truth.
I think the way that the jury reacted to us over the 2 weeks, it was a two-way thing. And all of us spoke to them. We'd turn around and refer to the judge so we wouldn't leave him out. But mostly we would give our attention to the jury and look them right in the eye and to speak to them as if they were just on a bus with us or something. What an absolute honour.
You're developing a relationship and you're all sharing this stuff. And we were all conscious that this jury is hearing some of these statistics, this evidence for the first time. And they're being traumatized. This is not okay. I mean, we all went through an experience together. I think that's the point for me. It was like a chemical reaction. It's like an alchemy.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, Mr. Saunders.
I am 41 years old. I live in Stroud. When I was 8 years old, I won a music scholarship to Salisbury Cathedral School. And every single day, 3 times on Sunday, I sang at Salisbury Cathedral. And every morning at 7:30, prayers were held to specific individuals that were prisoners of conscience, as was Christ a prisoner of conscience. Now, these prayers taught me that there are higher, natural, universal laws when you know when something is right and proper and true and good. And the church also taught me that there are lower laws, human laws, which are politicized laws for politicized agendas. That is where I learnt about where to follow your heart in life. And at my school, we learnt about the greenhouse effect extensively in A-level geography. It left me really confused as to why our culture and society was not behaving right with the facts that science was presenting me. It really, really hit me hard. It was one of those moments in life that I could not unlearn or look away from. Which one is it, Crown? Is it these laws, or is it the higher moral laws? I'd like to know, please. I decided to specialise in sustainable building and natural building techniques because there was an opportunity for me to be beneficial to humanity in my work. I discovered that 50% of the CO2 that gets released by humans globally is actually from the construction industry. And it's really not hard to see that when you step into a megacity like London.
I think it is time to move on to what actually happened.
Sorry.
What you were doing with Shell. Okay?
So, what I did, Your Honour, thank you, I climbed onto the canopy peacefully. Despite being assaulted 3 times by different construction workers, I returned no verbal or physical violence at all. I looked one of them in the eyes and I said, I am doing this for the planet and for my children. And he stopped fighting me for the ladder which he'd been trying to get off me. In front of the world's media, I peacefully unfurled the banner asking Shell to stop ecocide with Ian. I stayed up on the canopy with Ian for 25 hours. I got no sleep. I then surrendered my rucksack to the police, replaced a scaffolding board that we'd borrowed, and peacefully came down to be arrested and take full responsibility for my actions. There is nowhere I'd rather be right now than in this courtroom. I feel like I will be able to look my children in the eyes and I will be able to say that in those moments up on that glass canopy, I did my very best to try to stop the daily catastrophe. So, for some inconveniences and a tiny proportional cost in return, Shell get the invaluable pressure that Shell received from our messages. This helps Shell to create the systemic changes it needs to make in order to save the planet and lives, which they know they are irreparably damaging. There are also no Shell jobs or the value left in Shell's shares in societal collapse. We are doing this for them as well. I believe that Shell would have given me permission to carry out this action. This is a tweet from Shell UK on the 15th of April at 2:38 p.m. Me and Ian are still up there on the canopy. We respect the right of everyone to express their point of view. We only ask that they do so with their safety and the safety of others in mind. Now, I believe this is a supportive message from Shell. Without stronger laws, Shell has to maximise profits to its shareholders. That's the job of a CEO. These people, if they are not blocking it out or numbing themselves down to cope with it, must sometimes feel huge guilt, shame, anxiety and anger in this terrible dilemma. I believe the appalling future is so utterly terrible that Shell wants to rapidly decarbonise and stop polluting. It just can't do this without all of our help and is forced by our laws to maximise profits regardless. I believe that the people of Shell would want me to do this, and here's why. So, you are making sandwiches for a class of 30, and you didn't realise this, but the sandwiches are tainted with peanuts, and you were about to kill 3 of the children and seriously injure a couple of the others. And if I came up to you and said, stop, don't do that, you'd be eternally grateful for me to have stopped what you weren't aware of, right? Well, that's the analogy I've described to all the people in Shell who aren't aware or are numbing down the apocalyptic future we're facing.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Saunders. Any of those particular questions you want to clarify or not?
Let me just think for a moment, please, Your Honour. No, I can't even think anymore. Cheers.
Okay. Ms. Wilson.
Mr. Saunders, I want to start off with this idea that the person at Shell who could have consented to this action happening would have consented.
It's not a person.
Right. Well, the law says the person who could have consented, which would have been like the building manager or the board of directors at Shell.
No, I disagree with that.
Okay, well, the judge will direct in law, but I am going to say this is a complete pack of lies and you never thought anyone would consent. What do you say to that?
I honestly believe that Shell would have consented.
You are lying, aren't you?
I'm not lying, because from where I am standing, in my belief system, I'm doing this to help all of Shell. And as I said before, if you were going to harm and kill someone and I stopped you, you'd be eternally grateful to me. And that is how I believe.
I think I only have one more thing. Finally, Mr. Saunders, this. You've explained the sincerity of your belief, and some of that is based on the oaths you took, yes?
Yes.
You would, no doubt, say the jury should follow their oath.
I should say that the jury should follow exactly what they feel they can see in front of them, and no more and no less.
Thank you.
So actually, being in some kind of what on the surface is this absurd position of being in the Crown Court for an implausible offence with no legal defence actually liberated us to do this, because essentially we had nothing to lose, and essentially we would almost ignore the legal ramifications and try and just speak of the kind of moral and spiritual aspects of it. So actually, I think treating it as a spiritual exercise is important, and being prepared to let go and do what needs to happen, or go with what needs to happen or what wants to happen.
Members of the jury, at the beginning of this case, I reminded you that the prosecution bring this case, the prosecution must prove it, and the prosecution must make you sure. The defence need prove nothing, and I stand by that. The judge has addressed you on the law, and you've heard the evidence and you have the videos, including Mr. Bramwell explaining the plan to cause at least £6,000 worth of damage. You have heard that 5 of these defendants have no defence in law. Therefore, they are clearly guilty on the facts. The law must apply to all, and the Crown say, if you apply the law to the facts, the only proper verdicts are those of guilty on every count against every defendant. Thank you.
You may now make your closing statements.
Good afternoon. First, I wish to say I'm sorry. Sorry that we're in such a terrible place. But I'm also very sorry that I have now made you all aware the future we face is most probably going to be very grim for so many. Deadly even. But you need to know the truth to be able to judge my actions. My defense that I'm not guilty of a crime relies on my belief that I was doing my best to save lives and prevent further serious injuries to people.
In law, this is the simplest of cases. But I hope you'll agree that it's not simple at all. Yes, they did the damage, but yes, Shell are the real criminals. Yes, the government is allowing business as usual to lead us over a cliff edge. And yes, the future is being stolen from our children and our descendants. His Honour has not told you that you must find us guilty, because he is not permitted to. It is for you to decide.
You took an oath to give a true verdict according to the evidence. It is your decision. You are here as representatives for all the people out there, our society.
The climate emergency has never made it to the government's famous Cobra Committee. We hope you will agree we acted carefully and consciously, with love and with grief. In 1936, Churchill gave a speech in Parliament in which he said, "Owing to past neglect in the face of the plainest warnings, we have now entered upon a period of danger. The era of procrastination of half measures is coming to its close. In its place, we are entering a period of consequences." We are in that period of consequences right now.
It's not about broken windows. It's about how we face our future, or fail to do so. Please do not be complicit in that, the largest crime of all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the jury, we now enter what is the final stage. In many ways, this is in fact a highly unusual case. It is very rare for a defendant to accept that they are guilty of a criminal offence and yet still maintain a not guilty plea. However, it is for you to consider. It is not for me. And so it is over to you now to consider all the points raised, all the evidence that has been called, and to reach your own verdicts in this case.
It was really good to let it go, actually. That was the feeling. We'd kind of done our best. And we hadn't let each other down.
It's very stressful because you have to be in the courtroom kind of on call the whole time, so that if the jury wants any more information, you can come back in straight away. And every time you get called back into the courtroom, you don't know if it's the decision or if it's just a question.
The jury has this process where they write a note to the judge if they've got questions. You all sign back in. You have to hear what the judge says in response to the questions. So summons the court again. You think, oh shit, they've made up their mind already. It doesn't look good. But they wanted to know what their oath was.
So they came back in and they asked the judge for a copy of their oath. So he said, okay, we'll give you a copy of the oath. And then he sent them out.
It's a really great moment because the oath says they will try the defendants according to the evidence. It doesn't mention the law.
We just had absolutely no idea which way it was going to go. And I think actually I felt quite peaceful.
Another time you think there's another question, and then there's a rumour goes round, I think, from the prosecution. No, they reached a decision. Yeah. Okay. This is it. And it's just like in the films.
All right. Mr. Pong, please answer my first question either yes or no. In respect of count 1, charging the defendant, Senan Cornelius Clifford, have at least 10 of you agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
On count 1 of this indictment, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
David Austin Lambert.
Not guilty.
Ian John Bray.
Not guilty.
James Alexander Saunders.
Not guilty.
Jane Claire Oaks.
Not guilty.
Senan Cornelius Clifford.
Not guilty.
Simon John Southby Bramwell.
Not guilty.
And the foreman of the jury, watching him choke up and talk through the tears to deliver a verdict of not guilty, and to see tears in the eyes of the other jurors, and the recognition of love, of shared adversity, of fear of what's happening to this planet, seeing that become a truth for them was just incredible.
So this is one gentleman, and I was convinced that he wasn't with us. I couldn't figure him out at all. Then when we came out afterwards, we walked out onto the street, and I saw this man, and he just walked straight off and walked up the road, and what he did is he just put his arms out and started to fly, sort of flying action with his arms, and then I kind of realised that he was with us.
Fundamentally, what the outcome of that case means is it means that the general public believe that the damage Shell has done is bad enough that we should be able to break their windows and spray paint on them to make big enough changes. That is what the general public believes. And if the general public believes that, then legislation and governments have to catch up.
Just because the Shell 7 got acquitted doesn't mean that legally other people will be acquitted. But there is possibly a psychological issue for defendants, that it gives them hope that even where a judge withdraws all the defences, even where there doesn't seem to be anything left to say, that, you know, a cross-section of the British people chosen at random will still find in their favour. And that's really important in political cases.
And he came up and he said, "Here we are, Mr. Clifford." And he gave me this bag. And I said, "What's that?" He said, "This is the evidence we hold on you. You've been acquitted. It's yours. It's the oil can that was full of the food colouring, dyed, flour and water, and the 2 spray cans that I used to graffiti." And he said, I think one of the cans might even have a little bit of spray left in it. I said, "So are we free to go back to the Shell building then?" And he said, "Yes, but please don't."
There's this one woman that was sat at the front and in the jury, and I could feel her looking at all of us. And although I couldn't see her mouth or her nose, I could see she was so with us. And so when I got given my window breaker back, and I was standing outside, and there's lots of interviews and photographs and all the rest of it, and I saw her coming out, I wasn't allowed to talk to her, and she wasn't allowed to talk to me, but I just handed her my window breaker. It just sort of felt like the right thing to do.
In fact, I didn't feel not guilty for many months afterwards, because I had gone to such a place that it took a long time for it to sink in. I'd literally coiled myself into the tightest string possible. You know, weeks, months later, I'd suddenly be like, "Not guilty!" And I'd get a huge boost of energy. You can't go kind of jumping for joy afterwards, because it's not like, we escaped from you and we've won. And it's like, it's just not like that. It's far more kind of, deep and serious. Essentially this work is never going to be finished, and that's why I'm
said earlier, I'm kind of glad in a way I'm not young, because some of the youngsters I work with, people who are in their sort of late teens and early 20s, they've got a whole lifetime of doing this stuff. Because I doubt it's suddenly going to all roll over and be all right.
Everybody needs a good news story. This is such good news. And it's a bit nitty-gritty, but it's also really fascinating. And also, the more people that know about courtroom stuff, I think the better, because I think it will really empower people.
Oh, Kelsey was great, and especially the relief for my friends. And yet there wasn't a sense of victory at all for me. That species are dying every day, that people are dying every day, that hatred is being programmed in people, fear and scarcity, and that all these things are against us, and that before long we'd be back here again, and possibly under worse circumstances.
Hope is not about an expected outcome, is it? It's about doing the right thing. And we must never underestimate that. Yeah.
The Shell 7 was a verbatim drama written by Margaret Heffernan. Jane Augsburger was played by Pippa Hayward, Senan Clifford by Adrian Rollins, and Heath Garwood by Chris Jack. Neil McCall played Judge Gregory Perrins, and Michael Begley played David Lambert. Paul Chahidi played Sid Saunders, and Rebecca Crankshaw played Diana Wilson. The Shell 7 was produced by Mary Ward Lowry. It was a BBC Audio Bristol production for Radio 4.
BBC News at 3 o'clock. Downing Street has said any attempt to fake asylum claims is deplorable after a BBC investigation exposed a shadow industry of law firms charging thousands of pounds to help migrants pretend to be gay in order to stay in the UK. Some people whose visas are due to run out are being given cover stories and instructed in how to obtain fabricated evidence, including medical reports and photographs at LGBT events. Dr. S. Shelvan is a barrister who created the model for assessing the credibility of such claims used by the Home Office.
Taking photographs in a gay club, taking photographs as pride is not going to overcome the standard of proof, 51%, that you are gay, lesbian or bisexual. It doesn't require a same-sex partner. It doesn't require photographs in a club. It's about an emotional journey. Like the first question you ask an individual asylum seeker is not when did you realise you were gay, but when did you realise it was different.
Iran has warned it will halt trade through the Red Sea, the Gulf and the Sea of Oman if the US continues to blockade Iranian ports. Iran has no coastline along the Red Sea, but it backs the Houthis in Yemen, who have previously disrupted shipping in the area. 2 Metropolitan Police officers have been charged in connection with the death of a pregnant woman and her unborn child in southeast London in 2024. The 38-year-old woman was killed after her car was involved in a collision with a police vehicle on Eltham Road. At least 4 people have been killed and 6 others injured in Turkey after a shooting incident at a secondary school. A regional governor in the south of the country said the suspect was a student and had brought his father's guns into the building. The company that makes Nutella and Ferrero Rocher has confirmed that it's being investigated by European Union officials. The EU said earlier this week that it had raided the premises of a chocolate company, which it did not name, suspected of breaching rules that prohibit anti-competitive practices. BBC News.
This is BBC Radio 4, and now it's time for Moneybox Live with Felicity Hanna.
Hello. The conflict in Iran has very grave human costs for the Middle East, but it also has economic costs, and they are being felt around the world and here in the UK. Just this week, the Resolution Foundation think tank said higher energy bills could mean typical British households are £480 worse off this year. It is focusing minds on our homes and our finances. So we asked these shoppers in Manchester if they're making any changes, like investing in green energy.
I'm a mum of 3 young kids in full-time work, so all of my money, I don't have any disposable income, everything goes towards childcare and the things that the kids need. It doesn't feel that in my position I have a lot of opportunities to make clever decisions to really change the outcome right now.
I think at this point, if inflation was to climb even slightly higher than it is now, oil prices stayed over $100 and stuff like that, it would force you to, just because it would become unsustainable.
For me, it really comes down to if I don't have to drive the car at the moment, I can choose not to, and I can stay at home and work as a
sufficiently from there.
We're both full-time working, but it's just paycheck to paycheck the way wages are and rising prices of everything. We're good at not really using that much energy anyway, aren't we? Like, we try and not eat blankets rather than heating in our gaff. And I get that our energy prices are rising and things like that, but at the same time, there are people in way worse situations.
Well, Keir Starmer says the UK must become more resilient. So are you? Are you taking steps to shield your bills from global shocks? Maybe you've got a question about how best to protect your finances. Get in touch. You can email us. It's moneybox@bbc.co.uk, or you can send us a voice note or a message on WhatsApp. The number is 03306 783 183. Just to say, you can't call us on that number, but you can message. Now, joining me today to answer all your questions are Ian Preston from the Centre for Sustainable Energy in Bristol, which gives advice and support to 20,000 households a year, Alan Fraser from the energy consultancy Baringa, and also Sarah Coles, Head of Personal Finance at AJ Bell. Hello.
Hello.
It's good to have you all with us. We've got a lot of questions to get through. Sarah, obviously this war is being most felt in the Middle East and the human suffering that's happening there. But bringing it back to the UK, how tough has it been so far for British people's finances?
We're kind of in the early stages of it getting tough. So at the moment, really, the main impact people are most likely to have noticed is at the petrol pumps. So the oil price actually doubled between January and the beginning of April. It has fallen back slightly, but it does mean that petrol prices rose for 43 days in a row. So that obviously will be a big impact on people. Now, over time, that's going to feed into the cost of almost everything, especially those energy bills. But for now, it's really the petrol prices. The other sort of immediate impact is that there's been lots of movement in the stock markets, particularly lots of falls during March.
Lots of volatility, which we'll talk about later on. But Ellen, just explain why what's happening in Iran and the Strait of Hormuz would affect energy bills here in the UK.
So when we talk about energy bills, if we mean household gas and electricity specifically, it's really the gas price that's spiked up as a result of the blockades that are happening in the Strait, because we've seen normal supply flows effectively disrupted. And when you have the supply side being cut down, the demand side doesn't change hugely, the prices then spike up. Unfortunately, because the gas effectively also sets the electricity price, because the way that those dynamics work in the UK market, we'll see that effectively flushing not just on your domestic gas bill, but into electricity as well. Most people protected for now because they're on the price cap, but many of the variable tariffs have effectively disappeared from the market, so people will effectively be flowing onto the price gap, and unfortunately we're likely to see that increase on the 1st of July.
Yes, okay. So homes, of course, using heating oil have no price cap, so they've already seen that going up. But yes, 1st of July will be one to watch out for. Ian, the big energy suppliers are clearly seeing the public responding to this already. They've told us they've seen a spike in interest and sales of solar panels and other home fittings, other technologies since the US and Israel attacked Iran. Your organisation also retrofits older homes with those kinds of energy measures. Are you seeing a spike in interest?
We absolutely are, and particularly we're getting calls from people who use oil to heat their homes. So, I mean, that's where we've seen the biggest increase in volume, because, as mentioned, they're not protected by the price cap. They saw big rises really quickly. So we've had a lot of inquiries around heat pumps. Also, our advice page that gives details about batteries. We've seen double the views online, since the start of this crisis.
Okay, so the interest is there, but are we at a point now where most people or many people can save money overall if they invest in some sort of green technology?
Yeah, we absolutely are. I mean, technology has moved on, and this spike in energy costs that we've seen since the war in Ukraine, really, because we're already experiencing higher prices due to one conflict, which are just getting compounded by another. If you were to save for a heat pump and you've got an old gas boiler, you could save up to £260 a year. If you use electricity to heat your home, storage heaters, it could be even higher. Batteries offer savings typically of around £400 a year at an installation cost of sort of £4,000 to £5,000. So, these things are beginning to make economic sense, and the more fossil fuel prices go up, the more they're going to pay for themselves.
It does, of course. It depends on so many variables, doesn't it, in your home. We're going to hear a bit more about heat pumps and whether they make economic sense in just a moment. But Ian, before we do, I suppose we need to acknowledge that you have to have the money to make this kind of investment, which not everybody has. And you have to own your own home, and not everybody does.
No, that's right. There are some grants available. So there's a boiler upgrade scheme, which I think we'll come on to later. And the government does have some funding out there for lower-income households through the Warm Homes Local Grant and the Social Housing Decarb Fund, which social housing providers can apply to get money. But that money goes out the door very quickly. So, we need to see greater investment in this sort of technology to help more people, effectively insulate them from these price increases.
Yeah, these global shocks that we've just seen repeatedly happening. Let's talk a bit more about heat pumps then, because the country's biggest energy supplier, Octopus, told us heat pump orders doubled in March, following, of course, the start of the war in Iran. A number of governments, including the current Labour government, have said that these are a way to decarbonise buildings and make energy cheaper. But how do you know if a heat pump will save you money, and why don't more of us have them yet? Who better to ask than PM's Evan Davis, who recently made a BBC series called Heat Pump Challenge.
We are, as a nation, on the foothills. We are a nation that has generally used gas for central heating where it's available. It's better available in this country than in large parts of Europe. So many countries in Europe, for example, have gone for heat pumps as a very efficient form of electric heating. In Norway, it's a ubiquitous form of heating. France are installing hundreds of thousands. In this country, we've tended to be in the tens of thousands, although it has been growing quite rapidly, but growing from really very small numbers in this country. And the people, I think, in the UK who have been the adopters of heat pumps tend to be slightly better off and slightly environmentally conscious. What we know is that the government, broadly speaking, thinks by 2050 we should be doing away with gas central heating, and then we'll all presumably be on electric, and their vision is the heat pump as the default form of home heating in this country over the next few decades.
So that's a lot of people then to convert. What do you think it is that puts people off or stops people who can afford to investing in them right now?
So there's one absolutely massive feature of heat pumps, which is they genuinely use about a quarter as much energy to heat as burning gas in a gas boiler. So they use less energy. But in the UK, gas, for the amount of energy you get out of it, is about a quarter the price of electricity. So in terms of your own economics of installing a heat pump, you've got a big saving because you use less energy, but you've got a much more expensive form of energy in that it's electricity. And that more or less balances out. So you're probably not going to be saving on bills by putting in a heat pump. So you'll have upfront costs, and you won't really be saving a material amount on the bill. You might save, and there are those companies who say you can save money on your regular bill with a heat pump, but whether you'll pay back the upfront capital cost is a different question. So essentially it's a big upfront cost, and at the moment, with the balance of gas and electricity pricing, it's kind of hard to make a very strong personal economic case out of it in this country.
Evan, thank you so much. It's the Moneybox PM Heat Pump Challenge mashup nobody knew they needed.
Thanks, Cliff.
Well, Heat Pump Challenge is available now on BBC Sounds, but listen to it later because Ian is still with us and is going to explain all. Ian, Evan was talking about the upfront cost there. What kind of upfront cost are we looking at?
Well, it's going to depend on the size of your property, obviously, but you could be looking at £10,000, £12,000.
And are they suitable for every property? Because what about old and drafty homes or terrace homes? There are 6 million of those, or flats. Can everyone potentially benefit?
So I think the first thing to say is that, you need to look at the number of air changes in your building. So any home with leaky windows and doors will have high heating bills, irrespective of how you heat the home. So the first thing to do is to address that, to make sure that your home is basically draft proofed, or you replace windows and doors so that you're not losing warm air. And then you don't necessarily need to super insulate your home to install a heat pump. I think that was the original thinking, is that you have to have a super well insulated home. I think the learning from the work we've done is that what you need is a heat pump that's very well designed and specified, And it's really important that your heat emitters, your radiators, are bigger or potentially using underfloor heating, because the heat is delivered at a much lower temperature compared to a gas boiler. So for the heat pump to work efficiently, it has to be correctly sized, and the distribution system needs to be well specified. If you get that right, you can install a heat pump in many homes. Where there are issues is things like flats where you might not have an outdoor space where you could site the heat pump. So yeah, it's not appropriate for every home, but it's not as bad as some people have, been led to believe.
Well, the Heat Pump Association says when systems are well designed and properly installed, and when households can take advantage of flexible electricity tariffs, heat pumps will often reduce overall energy costs compared to conventional heating systems. But they say these savings are not guaranteed. They depend on property characteristics, system design, and the type of heating system being replaced. So it's not like some of these investments where you can just be really confident you will save cash.
I mean, that's true, but that's true of any heating system. If it's not installed properly and it's run badly, or you decide that you want your home at a really high temperature, you're going to have higher bills. It does come a little bit down to how you manage your energy use in your home.
We had an email from Rosie asking a question about how she should manage her energy use. It says, might it be an idea to switch off my oil boiler and use the electric immersion tank instead? It's quite a specific question, Ian, but I'm going to let you tackle it.
Well, immersion heaters can cost a significant amount of money because that's using electricity at 25 pence per kilowatt hour. So the first thing is do not turn that on 24/7 to heat your hot water, because that will cost you a lot of money. I think people with oil heating at the moment are in a really tricky situation because it's not that easy necessarily to get a delivery, and the price they're paying per litre has gone up significantly, so they can't even afford to fill the whole tank in many cases. So therefore people are sort of like rationing their use, and in that instance it's really hard to give advice because I don't know how much oil you've got in the tank and all that sort of thing.
No, there's a lot of variables, as we keep saying. Okay, well, there are a lot of variables. Not every household will save money with heat pumps, but as you've been saying, it depends on your home, on your energy use, on the other technology you fit alongside it. So let's hear from James in Warwickshire, explaining why he's looking at solar panels alongside his heat pump and why he's taking the plunge now.
Now it just seems like the right time, with the government grants that are available, with what's going on with electricity prices, and also then interest rates aren't as good in like savings accounts and things. You kind of think, where should we invest any money we have spare? And actually it kind of makes a lot of sense right now.
So what are you looking at then, and what have you had quoted?
So we looked at a heat pump to heat the home or take over our gas boiler, and then it really worked complementary then with solar panels is what I've sort of found, because then you can end up almost running your house for free. Not quite, but the real benefit kind of comes when you stick solar on.
Do you know what you're expecting to pay?
Yeah, heat pumps and solar is what I got quotes on, and about 4,000 to 10,000 on each.
What's the biggest motivator for you? Is it wanting resilience in the face of situations like Iran? Is it wanting to go green, or is it wanting to save cash?
It's to save cash. And green is part of it, but the money saving opportunity I think is greater. If you can save up enough to fund it, it pays back better than what I think is any savings account out there. I think we're looking at like 11% payback, which is really, really good. So yeah, green, that's part of it, but really it's the savings.
That's such a money box answer. Do not be sorry, we love it. We really do. Thanks very much, James. Ellen, these pumps run on electricity, as we've been hearing. So as Evan says, that part of your bill might rise. To get the best financial outcomes then, do you need to make like James and include solar panels in your retrofitting?
Absolutely. If you can use solar panels and actually have a battery installed as part of an integrated system, and especially if you're running a petrol car that's near, or a diesel car that's near replacement, and you can actually plug in and move across into an EV, the more flexibility, if you like, that you have in that system, and the more integrated that system is, the greater ability you have effectively to drop off the grid when the electricity prices are high and draw down on your battery, and then actually potentially even export back to the grid when prices are high and cash in on that opportunity as well. So we're starting to see much more integration between the various different options there. So the more teched up you can become, the better the business case becomes.
Sarah, James thinks the savings he will make will be higher than the returns he might get on his cash if it was sitting somewhere else. It'd be interesting to hear him kind of pricing it up that way. Do you think a lot of people will be doing similar maths?
Yes, I mean, I'm sure some people definitely will be doing their own kind of maths on their own property. I do think, though, when you're thinking about your savings, it is worth thinking what your savings are for. So if you've got sort of money sitting aside for emergencies, then that is for emergencies. It's not really about the return, so it's about making sure that you're resilient in that side of your finances as well. So it's definitely something that's worth looking into, but also just make sure that you're not sort of leaving yourself short of emergency savings.
Thank you. Ian, we've touched a little bit on grants that are available. James is paying for his own technology, but he also got a £7,500 heat pump subsidy. So just sort of run us through then what kind of support is out there and how it changes across the UK.
So as long as you're using an MCS accredited installer, you can apply for boiler upgrade scheme, and that's that 7,500 you referred to. Some mortgage providers have got green products where you can sort of extend your mortgage to cover the remaining cost. If you're on a lower income, there are some grants available. So there's the Warm Homes Local Grant, which local authorities need to apply for, and then they would distribute. Or if you live in social housing, your housing provider can again apply to the government for funding, and then they would manage that. The government published the Warm Homes Plan last month, and in that they basically announced that they're going to be in the future making sure that low interest loans are on offer. We don't know very much about that at the moment. They are consulting on it, but in the future, hopefully some kind of green finance will be available to make it more accessible to more households.
Okay, well, let's quickly hear from David, who already has heat pumps and solar panels. He spent £18,000, but he thinks his bills have fallen by £140 a month.
The cost savings are huge. They're massive, and we need to get over the idea that it's expensive to do this. It is upfront, but once you've paid off that cost, the benefit to the nation is huge. Nationally, it makes sense. Personally, for us at home, it makes sense.
Ian, David is still potentially looking, though, at 10 years or more to earn back his spending. Alexandra's emailed to say she was quoted £11,000 for solar panels and says, I estimated it would take me 18 years to break even, which at my age isn't going to happen. I suppose one question people need to factor in is how long do things like solar panels and heat pumps last?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. I mean, generally, solar panels will last 15 years or more, and heat pumps, again, will be the same, like similar to a gas boiler, which I think probably has a slightly shorter lifespan than a heat pump. So, these technologies do last for a long time if they're, well looked after.
It's useful to consider, isn't it? Let's also talk about EVs, which I know we're getting emails about, because as Sarah was saying, rising petrol and diesel prices have probably been the most immediate impact of the war for a lot of people in this country. Both have been hitting 3-year highs, and that has led to a surge of sales of electric cars. By the way, we did a whole programme on those back in January. You can find that on BBC Sounds. So let's hear from Sarah in Bath next. She got in touch to say she's just bought an EV, and she also has solar panels, but she has a question.
When is the best time to charge our car? Plug it in on a sunny day, and the power being generated from the panels, but then we lose that export electricity, or whether to get an overnight EV rate, and then all the power we're generating during the day is being exported.
Ian, it's another one of those variables. Do you have an answer for Sarah?
Well, it's going to depend on her tariff, really, and what her nighttime rate is, because electricity costs 25p a unit. Smart export guarantee might be, say, 15p, and then it depends on how much you're paying at night. So
it's confusing, isn't it? You can see why people feel a bit lost.
Yeah, it's not simple, but I think a lot of people can just about navigate the system themselves, but not, there's a lot of people that need support. We've developed a free tool, the Energy Choices tool, which is funded by National Grid, which people can use themselves to get smart advice, and will sort of give an indication of what tariffs might be applicable. But I think it's really tricky. I mean, if you've got that sort of setup, I would say it's probably better to be using your EV tariff at night, and then during the day, when you've got your solar being generated, think about the other things you can do, do the washing, and it, like as was mentioned earlier, if you then bring a battery into play, you can charge that battery up in the day, and then you can offset that 25 pence that you don't want to be spending per unit.
Thank you. Okay, well, that's our homes. What about our investments and our cash during a shock like Iran? Here's what some people in central Manchester had to say about whether the war is changing what they do with their money.
I've just finished my PhD and I'm looking for a job, so I don't have very much in the way of financial savings or ways to weather all of the uncertainty that's going on right now. But I'm keeping an eye on oil prices, and what savings I do have, I'm looking to put into cash-based options rather than stock-based options.
I do stocks and shares. Partly long term, that's better. If you put your money in cash savings and that gets eaten away by inflation. Yeah, I see that as like a good way of growing my wealth over time. And I'm trying to put more away. The stock market's going to have good days, it's going to have bad days. But like over time, it has like slowly gone up. So if capitalism continues to do its thing, then I will hopefully be in a secure spot.
As part of the worrying about the Iran volatility and the AI volatility, I moved some of the things out of stocks-based options into cash. I didn't want to have all of my money in stocks where it could actually straight up disappear.
Well, Sarah, a couple of people there moving to cash. Now, obviously, you work for an investment platform, but what should people consider when the market is so volatile?
Yeah, so we saw markets fall particularly in March, which actually is really unsettling. So the key at moments like this is really try not to panic, because if you sell up in a panic, then it actually means that you're making those losses real. Whereas the good advice is if you've got a balanced portfolio that kind of actually suits the needs that you sort of set out at the beginning, then actually it's often worth just sitting tight. Because obviously if you're investing for the long term, we always have sort of ups and downs in the short term, so you were always expecting this sort of thing to happen. If you'd sold up in March, you would have missed some of the huge recoveries that we've seen in April, so it's well worth sticking with it.
But not everybody can stick with it, can they? What about people who are close to retirement and watching all this volatility and worrying? What should they do?
Yeah, it's a really worrying time for those people. I would say it's actually worth just looking at where you stand. So a lot of people are in what's known as the default fund in their pension, which is where you go if you don't make a decision. Now, actually, that often automatically moves into less risky investments as you're sort of on your way to retirement. So it might be that you've actually moved quite a lot into cash already, and you've maybe moved into things like bonds, and you might find that it's not moved half as much as you think. So it's worth having a look. You might get me in for a nice surprise. I would say if the pot's fallen, if you're looking at sort of taking your money using income drawdown, then actually you won't need to access all the money all at once. So you actually can think about how you time your withdrawals, especially if you've got sort of emergency savings to fall back on as well. And the other good news is if you're going to buy an annuity, actually annuity rates have risen recently, so you might get a better income from your money than you thought you would.
Oh, we always like a bit of good news. When it comes to cash savings though, Sarah, we've seen mortgage rates climb. Are savings returns going up as well?
They are. I mean, not as much. It won't come as any surprise to you to know, but they are rising. So top rates have sort of nudged up. You can get about 4.5% on easy access, about just nearly 4.7% by fixing for a year. I think one of the things that people are going to fall into at this time is thinking, oh, it's got better, maybe it'll get even better. But I would say these are really great rates. You know, if you're looking to find a new deal, there are some really good things around at the moment.
What should people do if they're starting to look ahead to remortgaging and they're seeing rates climbing up?
Yeah, so mortgage rates have actually risen by about 1 percentage point since the start of the war, so that can be kind of really off-putting for people.
And that 1% can translate into a huge amount when you've got a purchase the size of a house.
Absolutely, literally, yes. I mean, it really is important to kind of have a look as much as possible in advance. So between about 6 months and 3 months before the end of your mortgage, you can lock in a new rate. Now, you might think, why on earth would I lock in a rate where they are at the moment? But actually, it'll protect you if they sort of move against you. Now, what will then happen is as you get to the end of your mortgage, you can then shop around. You can, if rates have fallen back and, the world is a nicer place, then you could get a better deal. The only thing I would say is make sure you do that second bit of shopping around at least 14 days before you need to make a decision, because you need time to be able to cancel that rate that you've locked in.
It's an unfair question. I'm going to ask it anyway. Should people fix? How long should they fix for?
It is. It's a huge question. I mean, lots of people fix, and the most common time is for 2 years. But it really comes down to how much risk you're prepared to take. So variable rates, for example, if rates don't rise as much as are feared at the moment, then you could be better off on a variable rate. But obviously, if they rise further, then you could be worse off. So it comes down to how much certainty is important to you. And for a lot of people, as you say, it's a huge outlay. Certainty can be really valuable.
Okay, I think we've got time for a final thought from all of you. And I think, what's your tip for people who are listening to this and they're worried about the Middle East and inflation and all the stuff that we've been talking about today. What is a simple thing that they can do to protect themselves from global shocks? Ian, what's your tip?
My tip would be to, in the short term, look at your tariff, see if there's a good fixed deal available. If you've got a smart meter or any of these technologies that we talked about, look at trying to get the best smart tariff because you could make some big savings.
Ellen?
My sense would be actually, I love the don't panic guidance. None of us really know how this is going to play out, so don't panic and just take a series of small steps that trim things like insulation, things like, putting a little bit of money aside each month so you can afford to move to electrification. It's those small steps that really make the difference.
Sarah, briefly, can you do better than don't panic?
I would say really take stock of where you are. So actually, go back to your budget, think about where you're spending your money, where you might be able to make cuts, and that way, if you need your wiggle room, you know where to find it.
Thank you very much. Well, my final thought is that another good way to protect your finances from global shocks is to subscribe to the Money Box on BBC Sounds, and you never miss an episode of our helpful advice. That was shameless, wasn't it? That is all that we've got time for today. Thank you so much to our experts. Thanks to everyone who's been in touch. We've been hearing from Sarah Coles, Head of Personal Finance at AJ Bell, Ellen Fraser from the energy consultancy Brewinga, and Ian Preston from the Centre for Sustainable Energy in Bristol. Paul Lewis will be back with Money Box at midday on Saturday, and he'll be talking about the high number of households who are worried about paying their energy bills. If you want to get in touch with him about that or any story or the team here, then do. You can email us. It's moneybox@bbc.co.uk, or you can send us a voice note or a comment on WhatsApp. The number is 03306 783 183. Just remember, you can't ring that number, but you can drop us a message or a voice note. Until next time, have a very good afternoon.
Moneybox Live was presented by Felicity Hanna and produced by James Gray.
How has history shaped classical music?
Of course, it often happens in history that changes in music come with changes in society.
From the birth of musical notation to the digital streaming revolution. Join me, Gillian Moore, and leading experts, including Michael Wood, for an epic journey through 1,000 years of classical music.
What a miracle it is that we can still listen to music from so long ago.
Key changes. Radio 3's essential history of classical music. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
The BBC's Interim Director General Rodri Talvin-Davis is among the guests on the media show Live in 45 Minutes as the corporation announces a new round of cuts. But now on Radio 4, a closer look at how our brighter nights could be impacting our health in Living and Lights.
So it's interesting when you start looking around what you start to notice.
A lot of them sort of get forgotten about in the last many, many years.
In the centre of the city of York sits the York St John University campus, and I'm being taken on a bit of an unconventional tour.
We've not had our big Christmas moment where everybody, realises how bad these things are.
With a team of academics, estate managers and experts, we're assessing something that we live side by side with, but don't pay too much attention to: the lights.
Yeah, well, I think a few people that I've talked to about this work and looking at light pollution on campus have been slightly baffled to begin with and been like, okay, I know how you're feeling, I felt the same. Fine.
This confusion arises because we don't see light as a problem. In fact, we openly invite more and more of it into our lives. But at York St John, this team are trying to make the campus less bright, all with a big aim for York itself.
I think we're in a great position as a city to lead the charge on being the UK's first dark skies friendly city.
In a time where our urban environments are characterised by elaborate lighting displays, flashy billboards and uplit buildings, this concept is attempting to completely reframe our relationship with light. And while we mostly consider this resource a helpful guide, could it be leading us towards a harmful future? I'm Julia Ravey, and for BBC Radio 4, this is Living and Lights. Light is not something that often crosses my mind, but as the nights draw in, especially over the winter months, flicking a few switches does provide a welcome glow in the gloomy evenings.
But multiply these two switches by tens of millions, and the dark winter nights aren't actually so dark anymore. In fact, if we look down at the sleeping side of the Earth from space, the idea of a dark night completely fades away.
We don't see a black Earth. We see what man has illuminated the planet with, which is lots and lots of artificial light.
That's Russell Foster, a professor of circadian neuroscience at the University of Oxford. He studies light and particularly how it impacts us and our circadian rhythms, the biological fluctuations that occur within our bodies to help us function throughout the day. While a lot of this research has focused on natural sources of light, new work is turning towards our illuminated Earth. And one particular study caught my eye. Tapping into satellite images of the United States at night, researchers found light levels correlated with cases of Alzheimer's disease. Now, I'm a neuroscientist who studied Alzheimer's disease, and I've seen everything under the sun linked with dementia risk. This result is just another association, and a lot more research would be needed to see if there's actually any real influence going on here. But light exposure and Alzheimer's disease, or even really light exposure and our health, are not two things I've necessarily put together. So I reached out to Russell to get his take on this.
I think one of us has to be slightly careful with this correlation studies because, of course, what light at night is a marker of is industrialization and urbanization. And, of course, that will bring baggage with it as well. And many of the studies have taken, satellite information, and it's not a particularly precise measure of light exposure. But I do think it's an interesting area to investigate further.
Let's rewind a little bit now. How does light impact our bodies in general?
Where do we start? I think if we think about the familiar function of the eye, which of course is to grab light in a fraction of a second to construct an image and a representation of our world. But of course, we also need to be able to measure brightness for the regulation of sleep, circadian rhythms, our alertness. So if you think about our biology, fundamentally what we need to do is deliver the right stuff in the right concentration to the right tissues and organs at the right time of day. And the differences between day and night are absolutely profound. We are different metabolic animals in the middle of the day versus the night. And of course it's the circadian system that provides this time structure for life. And if you didn't have it, then we would essentially fall into chaos.
So how does light impact our circadian rhythms?
For this internal clock to be of any use at all, the internal day has to be aligned to the external world. And so it's the light-dark cycle that is so important in setting the internal clock to the real day, the astronomical day. And we now know that light at different times can have different effects. So morning light, dawn, will advance the clock, make us get up earlier and go to bed earlier, whereas dusk light will delay the clock, we'll go to bed later and get up later. The problem, of course, now in an urban world is that we may only sample part of that light environment, and that can lead to problems.
So if the cells in our eyes are taking in this light change throughout the day, can we ignore it?
No. I mean, the arrogance of being human is profound. We feel that we can do anything we like, anytime we choose, and so, no, we can't ignore it. And we've got to pay attention to what light we're exposed to and how we use that light.
So, light is more than just illuminating. It is a master conductor of our bodily orchestra. This symbiotic symphony has evolved thanks to our exposure to natural light from the sun. But over millennia, we've also found ways to harness artificial sources of light. And arguably, this relationship has been just as vital to who we are now.
The history of humanity is really the history of our relationship with light. So I'm Nick Dunn, I'm Professor of Urban Design and founder of the Dark Design Lab at Lancaster University. From our ability to use fire to keep ourselves warm, and then all throughout the successive developments of burning wax, gas lamps, electricity, each of them has signaled a step change in the way in which we can light environments but also do certain tasks.
I met Nick on a busy evening in Manchester city centre, and he explained that although light has been this fundamental companion we've held hands with throughout our advancement. Our admiration for illumination has been at the expense of light's nemesis, the dark. And that shunning might be because of something deep-rooted within us.
We see light as a progressive thing, so if we have more and more light, we generally accept the idea that we are somehow accelerating into the future. By contrast, when we attach the word dark to words, it's very heavy in its association. We think about the Dark Ages, perhaps most obviously. There's very good reasons why we were frightened of the dark, but we're talking thousands and thousands of years ago. Now, that makes less sense, and it's about having a healthy balance of both, and it's about perhaps having a little bit more darkness in our lives when we need it.
No one knows more about this balance than Nick, who spends a lot of his time pacing around the streets of Manchester at night. Something you can very much tell I'm not used to.
Mouse. Did you see?
Yep, there's no mouse. Wasn't a mouse. I don't want to spoil your Disney dream, but I have spent an inordinate amount of time, probably more than is natural, with bats, rats and wayward cats over the years.
That's what night walking does.
Yeah, no.
The joys of urban life. But yes, night walking, going out for a stroll around the city late at night. Something that Nick turned to over a decade ago.
So I started night walking regularly in early 2013. I just developed an inability to sleep one night, utterly fed up with myself, and I went for a walk.
Have you noticed anything change about the city over time since you started these walks at night?
Yes, for sure. So the key thing that I noticed is the light levels have increased. And it's coincidence, just pure coincidence, that at the time I started walking, Manchester City Council announced its intention to replace 56,000 sodium lamps with white LEDs.
Not many of us, me included, feel comfortable walking the streets alone at night. So we probably clocked the change in our street lamps as a single moment on a dark evening, but Nick witnessed the slow progressive switch from a city illuminated by a yellow glow to bright white in real time. And Nick wasn't only noticing the change in the lights, but something more startling, the change in both our relationship with light and our ability to notice how these brightness levels were creeping up in plain sight.
It's increasing faster than we had hoped. More recent research in 2021 is estimating that globally our light pollution has gone up 270% and 400% in some regions.
The LED-powered city is the most recent extreme version of the bright urban night. But go back a few hundred years, and the idea of the night not being dark was alien.
Early forms of organised street lighting, people smash the lanterns. It's hard for us to imagine now in the 21st century just how bright these lights would have appeared to people's relative darkness.
And then this light became widespread. And with this transition and having all this light, it's almost made the night a second day.
Indeed, so we've effectively colonised the night, we've extended it, and the problem with that really is we've broken our relationship with nature's rhythms. It perhaps comes as no surprise that once you could have uniform lighting happening at night, you see the real advent of shift work, and so you're essentially signalling the end of sleep because you can have continual means of production 24/7. We don't think anything of extending our days and conducting lots of the activities that we would have traditionally done in the daytime all throughout the night.
So the infiltration of the night with artificial light has created this world where we can do whatever we want at any time, which might sound great, but this has big consequences. And there's no starker example of these than the worrying health trends associated with long-term night shift work. Neuroscientist Russell Foster explains why this way of working is so problematic for our bodies.
So we're doing two things. We're being exposed to light at the wrong time, but we're also asking our bodies to be active at a time when our biology is saying we should be asleep.
The World Health Organization is now saying that night shift work is a probable carcinogen because of the high rates of cancer that's been discovered in night shift nurses, for example, colorectal cancer and breast cancer. We also know that there are cardiovascular problems. We know that there are problems in metabolism, so you're more likely and more vulnerable to experience type 2 diabetes. And I think very interestingly, it's a risk factor to depression and other mental illnesses. So long-term night shift work, where there's that mismatch within what our biology is supposed to be doing and this abnormal light exposure, is really bad.
Our harnessing of artificial light to create an always-on society represents the most recent step in our advancement, eroding our health when taken to extremes. And these effects are now difficult to avoid in the face of ever-growing light pollution. To combat this, Professor of Urban Design Nick Dunn believes there is only one thing we can do: embrace our primal foe, the darkness.
As soon as we say we're going to lower the lights, people start to get worried. There's that emotional, that knee-jerk reaction. What are you doing? Why would you do that? Are you like the lantern smashers of the 19th century? And of course, that's not what we're trying to do. The way we're approaching this is, rather than designing against darkness and trying to vanquish it out of all places, we're designing with darkness.
You're listening to Living in Light on BBC Radio 4. I'm Julia Ravey, and I guess you could say I'm on a path of enlightenment, trying to understand how one of our most beloved resources, light, might be tarnishing our health. By turning away from the darkness, we are now living in extremely bright towns and cities, and while it may feel like we've let the genie out of the bottle when it comes to excessive use of artificial light, across the country, grassroots projects are trying to coax the darkness back in.
I'm Janie, I'm the clerk at the Parish Council.
Yeah, I'm Jack Ellaby, I'm the Dark Skies officer working for the conservation charity Friends of the Lake District.
Jamie and Jack met me on a dark night in Sedbar, a town in the Yorkshire Dales, where some of the streetlights have recently been changed.
The Parish Council, through Janie the clerk, approached me to say, look, we've got a lot of tired old lights, they're starting to cost us a lot in terms of annual maintenance costs. Our electricity bills are only going one direction, upwards. Could you help us?
So for you, initially it was driven by the economics, really, the bill that these lights are really bright and costing us a lot of money.
Exactly that. So the Parish Council are responsible for 33 lights in the town, essentially, but there was only 22 that we needed to improve. But by doing that, we actually decreased our finances. It came down by nearly 78%.
Wow.
It was huge. 78% reduction. Yeah.
Is that because of the brightness, or
it's because of the power and how long we were on for, and
it's like, Janie and Jack took me out to a nearby ginnel in the rain so I could see one of these new lights in action.
They're modelled on a heritage lantern, so that lovely sort of rectangular shape. And you see, because we've got a lovely dark sky above us where the light is casting